Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Nice to hear you and nice to see you today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Georgia.
Good afternoon.
Good
We are waiting for
afternoon.
your presence. We are waiting for your presence because each and everyone was totally silent.
Yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Nina was also in a silent mode. So that's why I thought let the Georgia will join and then the conversation will start.
Okay, yes, good. So then I will tell you that we have a wonderful day today. It's sunny, but it's so cold, very cold today here. Yes, so winter is coming. I think the same is in Ukraine, very cold, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's winter. Oh, we didn't have snow yet. Did you?
We have snow yesterday.
Yesterday, a little.
Yes, a little.
Yeah.
But yesterday were temperature at about 0, 0.
Zero, yes,
Yeah.
zero.
And now we have about -4.
Yeah, we had minus during the night too, but I think now it's around zero, something like that.
And in India, what was this today?
In India, we are just moving towards the winter season. Temperature is about 25, 26, something like that.
25, 26. Oh my God. So that's your winter coming, huh?
Yeah, winter is coming.
Oh my.
I think within 10 days, the temperature will come to 7 degree, 8 degree, something like that.
7, 8. That's the lowest
7, 8,
that the
sometimes,
temperature goes.
sometimes it comes to zero as well, but don't go in minus.
Not going minus.
Not minus, zero, something like that. Especially in our domain where we are living.
Yes, where if it's higher, then
Higher than definitely higher domain. The temperature is now 3 degrees, 4 degrees, something like that. And temperature goes down to 0.
Okay.
Minus.
So it's normal.
It's normal. So in our domain, temperature fluctuates from 0 to 50 degrees. 0 to 50. During summer, the temperature goes in and around 50. And during winter, it goes in and around 0.
Okay. Well.
Today is maybe very cold for Indian citizen. Yes.
Not cold.
Today, no?
No, not
No.
cold. It is evening. During night, it is temperature, I think, goes down about.
No, it's a joke.
17.
It's a joke. Because when we say about temperature in Romania and in Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
If you come here, you need warmer clothes. That's for sure. If you come during the winter, then you will need warmer clothes. Not
okay. During our visit, we will take the valuable suggestions from yours. Accordingly, we will take our clothes.
But if something goes wrong, we have extra clothes here. We can borrow you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you will be fine. Anyway, you will be fine.
Thank you, Professor
don't have to
Georgia.
worry.
Thank you.
How are you, dear my friend?
Oh, good day, dear Givi.
Good day.
Givi
Nice to see you.
Givi Bediadashvili from Georgia. Also our big friend. Nice friend.
Thank you.
Людмила Транслейт. Раді вітати також нашого друга, який завжди приймає участь в наших конференціях.
We are glad to have at our conference our big friend that take part always in our different conference and events.
Захарія.
Захарія Варналія, так.
Так завжди ви говорили.
From Тарас Шевченко.
Да.
Захарія
Доброго ранку.
Доброго
Ранку, я теж вітаю. І ми входимо не тільки в конференцію, а ми святкуємо входження в святий храм Пресвятої Діви Марії, тому з подвійним святом, святом науки і з релігійним святом всіх вітаю, всього бажаю.
Good day, dear Zakharia. Good day.
Today we have not only the event, our conference, big celebration, but we have also religion celebration. I don't know how it will be in English. Our name of this event, but it is big celebration today for us, for people by religion.
Is it Orthodox? Is it Orthodox religion?
No.
We may say this
Православне, чому? Це православне свято, Ортодокс. Yes, Orthodox.
Orthodox.
Orthodox?
Yes. Okay, so what I wanted to say was that, of course, all of us are friends here, and all are very happy to be part of this big event. So, of course, everybody comes with big smile and happy faces, and hopefully we will have a great day together.
Yes.
So it's almost time to start, 2 minutes, and we are at noon for us. Afternoon for India. You have already had lunch.
Yeah, it is now 3:30.
Yeah.
Here in India, 3:30.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Professor Ten, I see Professor Ten. Hello. I didn't see you before.
Number 10 is sitting silently because there is no winter.
No winter in Thailand.
It's 5 o'clock in Thailand, yeah.
5 o'clock.
Yes. No winter.
No winter.
No winter, but
Never.
yeah, but the weather is quite cold today. It's I think it's about 20 degrees Celsius, which is good.
Well, dear colleagues, we have 12 p.m. and we can start a second technical session of our conference. And nice to meet you in our virtual hall. And I would like to invite Katerina Gorbatyuk, Khmelnytskyi National University, doctor, PhD in economics, to provide function of moderator in this part of the technical session. Please, Katerina.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Nice to meet you all on our conference. I think the second day promised to be no less exciting than the previous one. So I'll be the moderator of the first section of this day. I'm delighted to welcome our participants on today's meeting. It's a great honor to me to be a part of such event. This conference is unique in many ways. Number of interesting speakers is very impressive. All speeches are very interesting and discussing. So we proceed our work. And on the second day, let me start with the introduction of the first chairperson, who will introduce the first speaker. Please, Dr. Elena Ovchinnikova, Khmelnytskyi National University.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Katerina. Let me introduce the first speakers, Professor Givi Bedianashvili from Georgia, Doctor of Economic Sciences, Professor at European University, Associate Professor at Ivan Yakovlevishvili Tbilisi State University, full member of the Georgian Academy of Economic Sciences, expert of the Georgian National Academy of Sciences, editor-in-chief of journal Globalization and Business, published more than 100 scientific papers. He has scientific pedagogical experience, lectured courses, international management, Euro business environment, cross-cultural relations in international business, business research methods, business analytics, forecasting methods, green economy, and others. The topic of his today's report is globalization and modern challenges of economic uncertainty. Please.
Thank you, dear Katerina, dear Leona, dear Paulo. I would like to greet you, dear colleagues, friends. I'm very glad to see you, so not a real space, but in Zoom. My respect to the friends and colleagues at Khmelnytskyi National University, to my friends and colleagues, Professor Paulo Grisuk, to all my friends, all colleagues. Many thanks to the organizers of Conference 2021. About my presentation, please, may I share?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, thank you. The analysis of sorry. The pandemic COVID-19 itself turned out to be one of the clearest examples of this phenomenon today. The economy is hostage of medicine, and what harm the economy will suffer is more of felt of profitability, because the fruit of the economic crisis caused. Yes.
You're not sharing your screen.
Sorry.
Yes, we don't see your presentation.
One moment. Now?
No.
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 Now?
No. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The analysis of the past period of COVID-19 pandemic provides a basis for identifying a number of new features that characterize the modern world, the global economy, and the individual and national economies. Firstly, I should be noted that today world civilization and characterized by a particularly high degree of uncertainty, which is due to ongoing processes in various spheres of society, which extend beyond the boundaries of one particular sphere and are often important in other areas, sometimes causing shock effect. The pandemic COVID-19 itself turned out to be one of the clearest examples of this phenomenon. Today, the economy is hostage of medicine, and what harms the economy with so far is more a field of profitability, because the roots of the economic crisis caused the pandemic are not in economic but in medicine, said my friend Papava, academician Papava. In the context of the global economy, the spread of COVID-19 has become particularly relevant, primarily due to macroeconomic factors such as the depth of economic downturn and specific or post-crisis recovery, coronavirus shock, coronary tax regulation, and other socio-economic effects. Coronavirus causes triple economic shocks: demand, supply, and financial shock. Specific estimates of demand shock vary by country, and speed and quality of recovery depends on the effectiveness of national economy policies. Delivery shock is characterized by greater similarity and in-depth result by country. The financial shock is particularly equity for each country and is one of key component of a policy to reduce potential losses to government. Concepted proper coronary tax regulation also play an important. In today's environment of increased risk and uncertainty, it is the knowledge-based economy that is the main basis for sustainable development. Knowledge-based societies and economies in relation to COVID-19 pandemic, for the generation of adequate modern knowledge, the creation and master of innovative, including digital technologies. In this context, in order to determine the level of development of countries, to identify the existing achievements and weaknesses, including for benchmarking purposes, the Global Knowledge Index is quite interesting. This is figure about according to the Global Knowledge Index 2020, it is important for all countries of the world to invest more in research and innovation. For Georgia is figure large behind the average fourth level and is significantly lower than its advanced countries. It should be noted that Global Knowledge Index is quite fully in reflecting knowledge as a system in the context of important economic and social structure. It is notably for developing countries the great role of research and innovation in ensuring economic growth and the efficient use of export potential is clearly seen. For example, is this article one was co-author, my friend is from University Tarasevchenko. Increased uncertainty, the presence of risk factor for coronary and other exogenous crisis and the high risk of the emergence make knowledge-based economics, such as digitalization of the economy and society, promotion of knowledge-based socio-economic development. An important feature caused by the COVID-19 pandemic is the increase in the degree of uncertainty in all areas of society and especially in economy. It is notably the uncertainty of economic policy has almost tripled in the last 25 years in the context of both global and individual large economic systems. This figure is about economy, policy, uncertainty, Europe, world, and USA. The COVID-19 pandemic is undoubtedly a serious global challenge. As a result, the probability of crisis event and undated side effect increases, which in many cases cannot be fully taken into account. It is notably that if the current trends of mounting, the uncertainty will increase even more in the next 5 years and will likely create new sources of global challenges and risk still unknown to us. It is extremely important to form a decision-making process at all levels of the socio-economic system by sustainably strengthening and long-term forecast at the level of the private sector of the economy, entrepreneurship, business analysis, economic policy in format of complex macroeconomic analysis. Thus, based on the study of further of the economic crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic, significant macroeconomic factor can be identified in response to such challenges as the pandemic crisis. The practical implementation of the concept of knowledge economy formation is very important. Particular attention should be paid to the problem of significant growth expected in the run-up to economic uncertainty and substantially reduce complex forecasting and analytical activities in the field of private sector and entrepreneurship, macroeconomic stability and economic policy. This is shortly about my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Professor Givi Bijanashvili. Today we have a global problem, pandemic COVID-19. It is in some sense a test for governments around the world with minimal losses in the context of society emerging from crisis. The spread of COVID-19 has become particularly relevant, primarily due to macroeconomic factors such as the depth of economic downturn and the specific of post-crisis recovery. And it is important to form a decision-making process at all levels of the socio-economic systems by the long-term forecast. Thank you.
Thank you.
very much.
Any questions?
Givi, could I ask you, what is your opinion? What are the most effective measures to prevent the pandemic, particularly in Georgia? Maybe you have any experience.
Now, pandemic COVID-19 in Georgia, in Ukraine, we work как usually, and we think about pandemic, co-live pandemic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we continue, and the next speaker will be introduced by the chairperson from India, Pravin Kumar, Academic Secretary, Science and Technology, member, Executive Council, Father Academy of India. Please, I pass the word to you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Raghu Raman. Dr. Raghu Raman is an old friend and very eminent, renowned speaker. He has been the founder member of FI, and his name you can find in every forum representing the Theatre Academy, and his knowledge in this subject is far beyond. And without much ado and without taking much time, let us all hand over the mic to Dr. Raghu. Thank you.
Namaskar, Vandanam, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to address this August gathering of 36 persons who has assembled here in the evening. In fact, in London, it is a morning around 9:30 in the morning, London time. Everybody is talking about the economic system, and then intellectual system, various systems are there. In fact, I would like to say something about this. Whatever may be the season and whatever may be the reason for this thing, my focus is on success factor and emotional intelligence, which is the order of the day. When I say the success factor depends upon the individual. The success, one person's success may not be a success for other person. It depends upon the individual. What I want to achieve, what I want to get is called a success for them. But of course, it's not so easy to get success. Even though we put hard work, we put smart work, and we've gone our oil, and then we made research analysis. So many things are there. A certain element of luck is required. Luck is nothing but the time and the opportunity meet at the particular point of time. It's called luck for the things. When I see in my own case, I can say what are the success factor for me. That only I have taken that. And then let me come to the point of the emotional intelligence, why it is important, how emotional intelligence is very important for the current scenario in the personal life and official life. 9 critical success factor I can say is, one is education. Education plays a vital role for the growth. When I say education, I may have a degree of 5 degrees, 5 PGs, and then PhD, so many things are there. That is only 20% of the platform to take off in your career. But the rest of the 80% is for experience, age, education, experience. Education plays a vital role for this. To earn more, you must learn more. In the learn only, remove earning is there. The more you learn, the more you earn. This is the first point for this. First success factor. Second is, everybody knows about the ask concept, attitude, skill, and knowledge. Positive attitude, skill can be developed there, knowledge can be acquired, but attitude must be developed right from the beginning. It is from the first line of circle, the attitude can be developed there. Second, you have a contacts, but connection is not there. Many persons have got a contact. Good contacts is that I have 500 contacts, but how many people are connecting there? The contact and connection go hand in hand. And third is return on time invested. I'm not talking about return on investment. Return on time invested in your, whatever the project you undertake, whatever the job you're doing, the return on time invested. Then is a positive image. This is the most important thing. Whatever may be the job you are doing there, whether in the industry, whether in the personal life or in the official life, the positive image you must always project it. Once you have the image building exercise you are done there, to sustain the image is most important thing. Of course, the order of the day is creativity. Very important thing, creativity, because every organization expects the new joinees. What about the creativity? How far they are creative? What is the level of creativity you have there? The creativity only the current trend for the past 10 years, a decade. The creativity makes them to go in the higher level in the organization. Of course, everything is there. You must have a challenge. Challenge is very important. You must face the challenges of everything else. Out of all 9 factors, success factors I mentioned there, in fact, I have adopted 7 factors maximum. It cannot possible at all. 7 factors I have adopted. To some extent, I'm successful in this life. Let's go to my slide share directly, because paucity of time. I'm the person stick on to the time to some extent. Let me go to the slide share for this. Is it clear? Slide share is clear?
Yes, we see.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the thing. First slide. The topic is emotional intelligence. Can you do your job if the people don't like you? Naturally, if I don't like it, suppose I'm not interested to attend the conference, or I'm not interested, things are there, I will not participate fully. So can you do your job if people don't like you? No. Straight away, emphatically, we can say it's no for this. I'll start with my quote. Judge others by their questions rather than by their answers. How we are questioning, anybody can give answer. Wishy-washy answer, direct answer, indirect answer. The way which you ask question, that shows your intelligence. The EQ is equal to success. This is what I would like to say is here. That's what I said. Success is, EQ is one of the ingredients for the success, but there are many parameters, there are many success factors are there. In the current trend, in the LinkedIn, out of 10 factors, first 5 factors for thinking EQ is one of the important factor. The current trend it goes on for this. What is success? If you is not there, no success at all. Anything, either you start a business or you want any venture or a task, you should be there for the success. If you are not there, the success no meaning at all for success. If I can quote an example for the success of the team, the teamwork is here. The teamwork in this the conference is there. The success is everybody contributed for the growth, for the success of this conference. Especially Mr. Paolo is doing the job for from the beginning yesterday morning itself today. And Nina, he is also time to participate like anything else. And president, and secretary, vice president, all technical team, everybody contributes for them for the success. That means you is there required for the success. When you say success, success is an iceberg. In the last stage only, the people who had worked for 20 years, we can see he's a very successful man. Maybe you can see success is an iceberg, what people can see. Apart from this, there are behind these things, a failure will be there, and people don't see that other things are there in the life. Persistence, failure. What is a fail? F-A-I-L is the first attempt in life. It's called a fail. Don't take it in the negative connotation. Fail means the first attempt in life is called a fail. They could have sacrificed their life for the sake of the family, for the sake of the organization, they sacrificed their life. And then what people don't see, these are all the apparently we can see for these things. What dedication? How much of dedication can anyone say? I dedicated 80%, I dedicated 90%. Not possible at all to say. Dedication is up to the individual. What percentage, how much of dedicate yourself? The same dedication is the growth in your official life or business life or personal life. Hard work, of course, it's not required at all. Hard work is like a daily morning coffee we are taking there, like a hard work. Hard work is a part and parcel of the life. Without hard work, nothing can be done there. Parallelly, you must go for the smart work, also very important thing. Hard work only is not sufficient. I work very hard for 8 hours and my result is only for 20%. It is not a hard work. We require smart work also required in combination with the hard work. Then a person should be in discipline in your life. Discipline is a hallmark for the success of the life. Discipline in whatever may be the field, discipline in time management or in the leadership and the leadership program or team building program or the communication skill program. Discipline is hallmark, most important thing, because I was brought up under the discipline of my father is a military person, so that I was brought up under discipline. Okay, right. Now, how do you distinguish between successful people and unsuccessful people? More important thing. I'm successful people. Why I say I'm successful people? I can proclaim myself. Others cannot say like this openly. What is it? A categorization of successful and unsuccessful. The successful people always have a sense of gratitude is very important thing. There are many factors out there. I don't want to say too many things are there. Keep to be in list. What are things to be done there in the list? They'll have it there. And then continuously learn. The successful people continuously learn. Even the Narayana Murthy in this recently I heard his lecture, he is learning. Everybody is learning continuously. Learning need not be reading the books alone. You can learn through participation in the seminar, in this, by observing the people, or when you go to airport, whatever maybe thing you can learn from the things. Successful people continuously learning for these things. And then embrace a change. A change is inevitable. In the pandemic, a lot of changes have taken place post-pandemic. Yes, you have to embrace the change, adapt yourself. If you don't adapt yourself or if you don't change yourself according to the situation, you are a failure person, to be frank with you there. Update and up-to-date knowledge is very important thing for the change. Okay, these are all when talk about the ideas, they talk about ideas, they share the knowledge, read every day. These are all the factors, successful people. What are the unsuccessful people? You mean to say quite opposite? Not there. They think they know all the first attitude. They think they know all attitude. I know everything else. I know everything else. Don't teach me that. They don't take criticism. Of course, successful people will take criticism as a part of the life to learning process for them. A constructive criticism should be given by the constructive people should be given there for criticize the people. Don't take criticize. Criticism is your improvement in the life. Talk all the credit. They take only credit. They don't take the credit of the other people. If you work in a team as a leadership, you shouldn't say as a we, not as an I. And then they think they always blow the trumpet on the past. What I have done, that is not there. Past is a past. Don't sit on the past glory. It's not important. But the past glory is you have done already for the things you are rewarded. What you are doing current state and currently how are you doing that, that's more important thing. Then hoard information data. They don't disseminate the data. This is mine. No. The world is encyclopedia. The world is a Google is there for this, for everyone else. You can access the data at any time, at any point of time through any mode of gadgets. You can access the data. So you cannot hoard the information. And then never set goals. Unsuccessful. Okay, we will see. Set goals in your life. We will see afterwards. No problem at all. If you don't set the goal yourself, what you want to achieve, at least for short-term goal. I don't want to say envisage long-term goals. A short-term goals, at least you think of a short-term goal. What you want to achieve, put the time plan, time-bound schedule, and then march ahead for this thing. They don't set the goal. So what? If you don't get the goal, no. All successful people, to my knowledge, they set their goal, what they want to achieve. This is the successful people and unsuccessful people on their life. Let's come into the main point. Are we emotionally stable? Big question for everyone else. We have 36 participants are there. Are we emotionally stable? No. No one can say I'm emotionally stable at all point of time. Not so easy. Emotionally stable is not easy for this. What does emotional stability mean? This is what very important thing. Emotionally stable. Then next point is what does emotional stability mean? And then followed by what is, I'm going in the reverse order. What is emotional intelligence, EQ? Yes. The left side for me is a brain, right side is a heart. Left side is a brain, right side is a heart. It indicates different meaning for the thing. Okay. Now, the thinking part and feeling part. The brain is a thinking part and heart is a feeling part. Both put together is a IQ. Okay. IQ is required. I'm also introducing the concept. I know everybody knows about the IQ. Let me say why IQ is required. Yes. IQ gets you hired. When a guy goes to the organization, young grad, who goes to the organization for the interview, IQ is required naturally. They test their IQ only. Nowadays, they test their IQ plus EQ, also very important thing. The current trend is in the organization. I know about this. I'm an advisor for the consulting firm. I know about this. They say not only IQ. Yes, IQ can be developed there. IQ is inherent quality. But what about the EQ? Where do you stand in the EQ? A situation will be given there. How you handle the situation? Yes, EQ is very important. EQ gets you fired and promoted. When you go in the higher level of the organization, middle level or senior level, your EQ is more important rather than IQ. IQ is, yes, IQ is entry level required. During the course of time, you must balance yourself. Emotional balance is very important thing. This is called professional success. IQ at the entry level, EQ in the growth level. Growth level, nobody, chairman of the organization need not have the IQ at all. He has got people are there, downline people are there. Vice president of the various departments are there. And the senior vice president, board of directors, many people are there for him. He must know how to run the organization in a smooth way through his emotional stability. Yeah, I'm asking you a question for these things. How do you feel? This person, he said he lost me motivation. Yeah, sorry, I don't have the motivation. I feel very much stressed and weak. Too much stress. I lost self-confidence. See, the way he hunch itself, it indicates. You mean to say he's a very successful man? Though he has a attire is very good, everything is good. Can he not recoup himself? Yes, he can. He can recoup. He lost his motivation and he feels too much of stress and weak. Stress buster is not there for him there. There's a saying, pressure make or break. It's up to the individual how you take the pressure. Pressure make or break. Yes, certain people put on the pressure and then they will go to the ladder in the organization. Lost his self-confidence, which is vital for them. He lost his self-confidence. This guy is a senior most person. I can't think positively anymore. He exhausted completely. Nothing else. I can't think positively anymore. because of so many factors for him. Pressure, too much of pressure. That's all. He has not opened his antenna. Thereby, he cannot think of positively for anything else. He thought, okay, this is the end of the wall. We might be the master of our own thoughts. Still, we are slaves for our emotions. Yeah, I'm the master of my own thoughts. I can control the thoughts, everything. But you are slave for the emotion. That is why emotional intelligence plays a vital role. Control your emotions. You can control your emotions, but you cannot control others' emotions. That's a major factor for this. The only way to change your situation is to develop your emotional intelligence. All these guys, the previous two guys, how they were there, to completely change himself, emotional intelligence plays a vital role. It is a change the things intelligently, emotionally, control your emotions. That's called emotional intelligence. Control your emotions and control your other things. The great Aristotle said about emotions is, what are the emotions are there? There are 9 emotions are there, very important emotions. I have taken only few only. Love, fear, anger, pity, and any kind of pleasure or pain. Yeah. When you're happy, you are very happy. When you are fear, you see your face. You are not used to stumbling words. Anger, face is reddish and you do not know what to speak. And pity, sympathy is showing there, kind of pleasure when you are the pleasure and pain. Pleasure and pain is a part of the life. You got to accept it and then sail ahead accordingly. Experience and express it, too much or too little. Don't have too much. If you are very happy, don't have too much of happiness. Be composed. I used to say always, you say cool, calm, composed in your life is very important thing. Cool in your approach, calm in your thought, and composed in your series of actions you are going to take. In either case, not properly. In either case, not properly. Experiencing and expressing all these, all the things, whatever I say, the emotions are there. At the right time you must show your expression and emotions towards the right object. Not any object you cannot show emotions. You cannot say the emotions at the wall. I cannot show emotions to these inanimate objects. Towards the right people, very important thing. Right man for the right job and the right people is very important thing for the right people. You cannot show the emotions or always the wrong people. The right emotions is not the proper emotions. Right reason is very important thing. Apart from this, why you are showing the emotion? See, when you are sad news, you heard the sad news, probably you are emotionally sad, really sad only. Your face should be like that. Your attire should be like that. You must exhibit your emotion through your face. You cannot be very happy mood and smile and then make a jolly activity. And the emotion should be exhibited in the right manner. This is Aristotle emotions for this. Let me go to the IQ. IQ is nothing but cognitive abilities. You think from your thinking part of it. Called IQ, intelligent quotient. Normal intelligent quotient is 120 to 140 is the general IQ, they may say like that. IQ consists of nothing but your memory, your attention, focus, flexibility, creativity, and speed all consist of IQ. Everybody's got a reasonable IQ is there. Definitely. Everyone will have reasonable IQ. Barring few people are there, which is beyond irreparable. This one IQ is minimum IQ is everybody will have. Then what is the EQ? This is what I'm telling you that. The ability to identify and assess. Identify your emotions, assess your emotion, also control the emotions of oneself. First, you must control your emotions. Anything happen. So what? What next? It should be the thumb rule, I can say. So what? What next? It's happened. Something has happened there. You cannot regret. You cannot go for this. Always think of the past. What has happened there? Don't brood over what has happened there. Think of emotions of oneself and group of the emotions. You are as a team leader or in the as a leader of the organization. Think of the groups. How we can handle the emotions. Understand others' emotion is nothing but a part of empathy. Understand others' emotion. We don't. Normally, when you are angry, we shout others. We do things are there. Why? What's the if we show empathy and we don't do anything else? Distinction between IQ is innate qualities, is inborn quality. IQ naturally, a person, father, grandfather, great grandfather, maybe there. Well, IQ people are there. Naturally, he'll be also in this. The thing will be there for them. He is also good IQ. But emotionally, quotient is trainable. Yes, you can train. So a lot of ways you can train the emotions. If you train, both things are there. greater productivity and success in life. In personal life, I'm talking. Productivity and success in life is there definitely. Rather than IQ, EQ is very important. The current trend. Previously, they don't say EQ. Why emotional intelligence is necessary? Help to manage effective relationship. First thing is to maintain a good relationship. EQ is very important thing. Interpersonal relation, intrapersonal relation. I can say very well, you can say HR plus PR is equal to I. Human relation plus personal relation plus public relation is equal to improvement in life is altogether a part of emotional intelligence. I hope you all agree with me there. Help us to be focused and stay on track. When you have the proper effective good relationship is that you are on a track. What is the purpose and what is the vision? You know pretty well. A strong emotionally controlled people, emotionally balanced people, they know they will be focused on this thing and then their purpose and what is the vision for them. Many organizations, successful organizations, you can think of the 20 years before or 2 decades, 3 decades before, what they were, what is their vision of the founder of the organization. That will be fulfilled here after 20 years or 30 years because of that emotional stability. Consistently, they grow consistently. Of course, due to external factors, the plus or minus will be there. That's immaterial. Otherwise, they're consistently, they see the growth. Now, when I say emotional intelligence, parallel, I have to also focus on 2-3 SQs, AQ and SQ. SQ, you know, spiritual quotient, our spiritual guide. In fact, if MP Singh is there, first I put Namaskar for him there. He's a spiritual master, he's a spiritual person. He's there. Inner wisdom guided by the compassion, equanimity, spiritual quotient. Inner wisdom, soul is very important thing rather than the body. We give preference for the body. Inner wisdom is guided by the compassion, how compassionate you are and the inner peace. Because we are, instead of going for peace, we are into pieces, PAECES. We are not going for the peace. So EQ plus IQ is equal to SQ. SQ attained SQ level is a different form that we will not explain now. What is AQ? Adversity quotient. Life is full of adversities there. Sorry. People with a high EQ, IAQ, adversity quotient. Who are there? Albert Einstein, Thomas Alva Edison, Richard Branson. Richard Branson suffers a dyslexia and dropped out from the school. He's one of the world-renowned motivational speaker. Bill Gates, he dropped out from the Harvard Business School and then he delivered a lecture in the Harvard Business School, failed in earlier business venture before he founded Microsoft. Adversity quotient. All have seen the adversity in the life. Even to say emotional quotient, they have emotional quotient is there. They have seen adversity quotient also very important thing. I would like to highlight this point. What is a CQ? Everybody, we have the big question mark. What is a CQ? It is nothing but curiosity quotient. Very important thing. Not curiosity to know what others are doing there. We are not interested for this. What others are doing, what is there in the personal life? No, that's not there. These people are who are always learning in their minds and are hungry for more. Learning is more. They learn more. Innovative people are there. Creativity is a curiosity quotient. A people who has got more creativity has got a curiosity quotient. What next? What next? What next? The people with innovative thinking always go for the creativity. So curiosity quotient. For example, I can say Newton. Many people walking on the that side. Only Newton only saw, millions of people saw the people fall, but Newton asked why the new apple fall. Curiosity. Curiosity quotient will always give you creativity. It's a part of creativity for them. Let me summarize these things to some extent. IQ, PQ, physical body awareness. You go to physical quotient. Physical body, about fitness of your body, wellness program is there. Now health sector plays a vital role. Physical body and awareness of your skull. You know about IQ is a mental and verbal. People are there. EQ is nothing but managing yourself and relationship well with the relationship. And then SQ is nothing but summarization of the previous 4 slides. Yes, is emotional intelligence is trainable? Yes, it is trainability. IQ is inherited, as I rightly said, IQ is inherited. It cannot change significantly over a lifetime. Yeah. The lifetime you cannot change. You have IQ people are there. naturally that IQ will take over for your life, probably for the next generation. EQ is not inherited trait. It is not that. It can be taught and learned, and through practice. A lot of practices are there. A lot of assessment tests are there. You can undergo the assessment test where you stand for the EQ. You can understand for this. It can increase the desire to learn. Innate and shaped by circumstances and environment. This is. It can be enhanced from adulthood itself. Adulthood increasing our ability to be proactive and reflective in accelerated learning. Accelerated learning is important. When you want to learn accelerated learning, you should be proactive and reflective in your approach. Now the main point is, when I say what is the EQ? What are the EQ consist of? The 4 pillars of EQ is there: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management. I'll go to next slide in deep. What is self-awareness? Awareness about yourself. What is your strength and weakness? If you ask anyone else, what is your strength and weakness? It's very difficult for them to know. I know my strength and weakness. One of my previous organizations, they identified my strength and weakness. They said, these are the areas strength, these are the areas weakness. Improve this area. And then better be able to handle and learn the constructive criticism. First, to learn self-awareness requires constructive criticism to be learned. Somebody criticize. Yes, take it in a good spirit. Nothing wrong. You're not going to lose anything else. Open your mind and then take it in a good spirit. Next is self-regulation. More important thing as per the Goldman. Expresses emotions will restraint and control. Control your emotions. I can say, don't think otherwise. In this case, I can very well quote, I have seen our Pankaj Srivastava, to be frank with you, Professor Pankaj Srivastava is always a man of very cool, calm and composure in his attitude. Self-regulated. He is always restrained, control his emotion. Whatever may be the situation, I have seen. Personally, and also when I went along with him there for other conferences, very cool, very jovial. This is I noticed it from my side because I interacted with him there. It's my liberty to quote. Am I right, sir? This is my perception from my side. Okay. Next, motivation is very important. Yeah, I have observed. See, I cannot say all the persons are there. I talked to him there. He talked very nicely. He motivates the person. He's a person who motivates. Raghu sir, please do things are there. Please do the things. He's self-motivated. Apart from this, you must have self-motivation, resilient and optimistic in your approach. Driven by inner ambition is very important. What you want to achieve, inner ambition is very important thing. This is a motivation part of it. The third is empathy. Step into other's shoes and then think from their point of view, not your point of view. Compassion, understand the human nature. First, understand the human nature. Then connect the dots of other people. Where they are there, connect the dots. And then respond genuinely. Please talk genuinely from the bottom of the heart, not from the lips talk. This is what empathy to some extent I can say. Genuinely, show genuine interest. If it's possible, say possible. Genuine interest on others. Concern for others. Concern for others is very important thing. I will come back to last circle. What is the inner circle? What is the outer circle? Then people skills, you know about it. How people rapport building is very important thing. That's why connect and contact is very important thing. You have a lot of contacts are there. Connection is not there. I read one story. It's not possible to say now. You have 500 contacts, 1,000 contacts I have. How many people I'm connecting them emotionally? How many people I'm connecting them regularly, periodically, or once in a while? Avoid power struggle and backstab. Don't backstab. Anything else, even point blank. I'm sorry. In a sweet way, you can say, instead of telling you are a fool, you are not intelligent. That is the way you can say. Then enjoys other people and he has a respect from others. Respect from command, respect by virtue of a knowledge, not by virtue of a position. This is what I learned from my previous organization. Command, respect by virtue of a knowledge. Display your knowledge to the team, to the members, everyone else. Not by your position as a general manager or vice president of the organization. No, that should be avoided. This is the 5 pillars of emotional intelligence. Okay. Next question. Emotion. Will the emotion affect your health? Yes. Yes. Negative emotions I'm talking about, not positive emotions. Negative emotions are there. Anxiety, sadness, pessimism, tension, hostility, cynicism, suspicion, loneliness, anger. So many things are there. What are the diseases? I have quoted only few only. Asthma. Which disease? Which I'm not a medical person.
Soft reminder, Dr. Raghu, please conclude.
Okay. Asthma, arthritis, headaches, and then peptic ulcer and heart failures. Okay, few more slides are there. Low EQ people and high EQ people. Distinction is there. I not to tell you for this. Emotion intelligence and successful people are there. Always have the successful, high emotion people, intelligent people always high emotion. 90% of the high performers at the workplace have high EQ. 80% of the low performers plays low EQ. This is the proven track record. Emotion intelligence, emotional competency. What is required for this? Consists of all others. I already told you that. Necessary for top performers, not sufficient. Competence and behavior is not only sufficient, plus self-awareness, self-regulation. This is very important thing. What are the emotions controllable within my control, outside the control? This is a very big picture I given there for this. And then effective performance, interpersonal, intrapersonal, adaptability in stress management. If you adapt yourself, interpersonal. And then emotional bank account. This is a new theory I have found out. What is the, deposits, what is the withdrawal? Deposits are there, this is withdrawal are there, violation, and all the things we can see. Emotional intelligence, it leads to critical skills. And then when people are working at a common place, emotions will play a vital role. Yes, any common cause. How to develop emotional intelligence in the workplace? Self-awareness, coping skills, interpersonal skills, and interpersonal things. Description of emotional skills. Daniel Goleman is the founder of the emotional intelligence. Control your emotions or your emotions will control you naturally. This is a fundamental thing. Always control your emotions. To end this, the quote is, do not prepare the road for the children. Prepare the children for the road. This is the most important for that. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to say a few words on this subject, emotion intelligence.
Excellent. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we just now heard an outstanding lecture delivered on individual success and the importance of EQ with AQ. Professor Dr. Raghu,
Yes,
who
sir.
is an expert speaker and who is also expert on soft skills, have covered this topic very beautifully and very eye-opening on the topic. He started with the 9 factors of EQ, what all: skill, knowledge, attitude, skill, knowledge, content and connectivity, return on time invested, etc., etc. Very beautifully, things which he have brought out in the next slide was what people see and what people can't see. People will see success out on the outside of it. What is visible is success, and people start becoming jealous about person's success without knowing how much dedication, hard work, discipline, sacrifice, failure, and persistence the individual has undergone to attain that success, the success which is seen outside. Very beautifully brought out. In the next slide, his focus was on successful and unsuccessful people. What all successful people have and what all unsuccessful people have. Very important to know, so that in our life we all can follow the things which successful people have and try to avoid people which properties which the unsuccessful people have. Then, are we emotionally stable? Next slide which he brought out was professional success. IQ, now again very beautiful slide in which he said IQ gets you hired and emotional quotient gets you fired or promoted. So IQ is required at the basic level when you are getting hired, and that is required to get hired. But however, as you grow in your career, as you climb the ladder of your career, you will require EQ, which will, if you have good EQ, you may get promoted. If you don't have good EQ, you may get fired. Very excellently brought out. Next was the Aristotle's take on emotions. What are emotions? When and how to express them? Again, very beautiful brought out. What is IQ? What is EQ? Now, distinction between IQ and EQ, necessity of emotional intelligence, Another thing which new things which you introduced, which again, I must confess that I was not aware, the curiosity quotient, adversity quotient. These are the new things. Of course, spiritual quotient, most of us would be aware. All these new quotients which have been brought out, very well brought out and very well explained. Next was, what are the 5 EQ?
Pillars of EQ. 5 pillars of
Oh,
EQ.
yes. 5 pillars of EQ by Goldman. Very good. So that was self-awareness, regulation, motivation, empathy, people skills, emotion and health. Now, of course, as you all are aware, I had interrupted him, and after that he just rushed through the slides. So much we all have missed that. But as we all know, time has to be followed. So it was very, very well brought out lecture and very well addressed. Soft skill, as we all know, is very much important. And unfortunately, so far, we all have been neglecting this aspect. We have been just focusing on our learning, on our theoretical learning, rather than focusing on our soft skills. And I must thank Dr. Raghu to bring out these things so beautifully and so simply and easily that it made us all understand this. Now I would like to open the house and request if anyone attending has any questions or any queries they may please ask.
One question, please.
Please go ahead.
Could I ask many thanks to Professor Raghu for such a meaningful presentation. Probably each of us should think about these issues. Maybe my question is from another field of research. What is your opinion? Does the level of university where students study affect their success, whether it is a private university or state university? And another question, does the level of education obtained, like a bachelor level, master level, or level of PhD, affect the success of people, in particular their IQ? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You brought out a nice thing. From the education point of view, I given that. The EQ is required from the adulthood. Once you cross adulthood, the EQ must adopt the adulthood for this. Whether in the education is, whether in the graduation level or PG level, PhD level, if you inculcate the EQ in the emotional EQ, in the stability is there, emotional stability is there from your point of view, through various practices, through your self-assessment test, you will be successful in the any part of in your life. If, for example, education side, graduate, undergraduate level, or in the PhD, when he goes for these, for the position of a professor level, the position is there, he has to manage the student. Emotional intelligence is very important thing. He has managed a peer group. He has managed many people are there. Internal customers, external customers, he has to manage. So naturally, his EQ should be very high compared to other people, because the nothing but is man management. What is a management? Management tactfully, M-A-N-A-G-E, manage, M-E-N, men, tactfully is called management. So when you manage men tactfully, with the emotional intelligence plays a vital role for this. It is irrespective of anybody, emotional intelligence plays a vital role for the growth of the individual, whether it is a personal life or family life or official life. Strongly advocated, the current trend strongly advocated. I have attended few people are there in the senior level position. I check only their emotional intelligence only, not anything else. I have seen they are given a run, his biodata runs to 10 pages. There's no set aside, I know about it. What is his contribution? How far he can handle the people emotionally. Emotional intelligence is there or not? Through some system questions are there. Through 2-3 methods, assessment methods are there. Through assessment method, I did it. He was not qualified, though he may have the degree. I'm sorry, I rejected them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just would like to make some remarks. Actually, I must confess that this topic was my favorite topic during studying at the HRM management program delivered by Lviv Business School. So When we are talking about emotional intelligence, it's really about the ability to understand, to use, and to manage our own emotions in a positive way, to release stress, to communicate effectively, to empathize with others, to overcome challenges and diffuse conflict. It's really, really hard internal work of a person. It's about dedication as well, and it's about spirituality. The more actually, to my mind, the more deeply we dive in ourselves, the more we understand others and can control our emotions. So
Absolutely.
thank you. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
wonderful.
Namaskar. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to deliver a talk on the subject of emotional intelligence. Thank you very much to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all, for the interesting address. Maybe some have some questions. So we go on. The next chairperson will introduce the next speaker. Please, Dr. Marina Lещенко, Bogdan Khmelnytskyi, Cherkasy National University, Ukraine.
Professor Ragu, please stop your share.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. Today, it's very nice to me to introduce Dr. Ludmila Pristupa. She is a PhD in economics, associate professor of finance, banking, and insurance department of Khmelnytskyi National University. Ludmila Pristupa received PhD degree in economics in 2009. Since 2004, she has been working in the field of financial and strategic management at Khmelnytskyi National University. Also, she has published about 100 scientific manuscripts in national and international journals and book series. Since 2010, she was the executor of research work on 4 research state budget projects. Also, she is a member of editorial team of the scientific journal Modeling the Development of the Economic Systems. She is a member of the Union of Economists of Ukraine, and she is a certified coach of financial literacy. So please, Dr. Ludmila Pristupa, with the terms of research, the impact of the pandemic COVID-19 on the transformation of the insurance business.
Hello for everyone. Good day, good afternoon, and we have to start and to say how situation we have today with impact of COVID-19 on insurance business. I think all will be agree that the pandemic COVID-19 has impacted all aspects of our life. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed how we work, how we communicate, and also it changed business. At the same time, having many modern challenges in the field of economy, as noted by Professor Givi Bedianishvili, this period also provides the emergence of new opportunities. And today, the structure of my report is
Sorry. No sound.
Luda, you turn off your sound.
Unmute your mic, please, Ludmila. We cannot hear you.
Ludmila? Sorry.
We don't hear.
Is everything all right with my sound?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you help with my presentation? Can you change the slides?
No presentation.
I ask Paolo Mikhailovich.
Yes, I can help, but I don't see your presentation.
At your electronic.
Yes, wait a minute. Excuse
Okay.
me.
Can we start, Paolo Mikhailovich? No?
Підвес комп'ютер, зараз, секунду.
We're sorry a lot about this technical problem. We start now. Paolo Mikhailovich, can we start? Paolo Mikhailovich, can we start?
Few seconds. I say when I ready.
Okay, okay.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, it's okay. We have screen sharing at full
Yes,
view. Yes. Yes.
yes.
Can you full view? Can you show us it by full view?
I try. Wait a minute.
Okay.
I try to start.
Okay, and we restart our topic about the impact of pandemic COVID-19.
Do you see full screen?
No, one by one and full screen.
I try another.
Yes.
Another way.
Yes, okay.
Excuse me. Maybe now?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Yes,
And
let's check. Do you change slides?
yes, it's okay.
Yes,
it's okay.
yes, well.
And we can start now. Today, I want to present the results of our work of our things about the impact of pandemic COVID-19 on the transformation of the insurance business. I think it's the main topic for today, and as I say, the COVID pandemic has changed how to work, how we communicate, and also it's changed different businesses. Professor Givi Bedinashvili said today, our first presenter, that we have many modern challenges in field of economy, and also we have provides the emergence of new opportunities. Next slide, please. And structure of my report is, first of all, it's world insurance trends and outlooks post-COVID-19 crisis. Second, about I want to talk today that key terms and top priorities for insurance industry in the short term. And the third part is about perspective directions of insurers working for maintenance and suitability development in the conditions of market transformation. Next, please. In particular, the world economy is recovering strongly from the COVID-19 crisis. The swift deployment of vaccines and the large-scale fiscal stimulus about all the world, including the unprecedented direct transfers to households and businesses, are fueling a stronger economic bounce back in 2021 than had projects last year by Swiss Institute experts. Experts forecast historically high global real gross domestic products, growth of 5.8% in 2021 after 3.07% construction in 2020. Next, please. The insurance industry saw a mild dip in premiums during the COVID-19 crisis and during the global financial crisis of 2008-09. By expectation, total global direct premiums written in 2021 to be is nearly 10 higher than their pre-crisis 2019 levels, and this is a faster rebound at this point that the global GFS recovery, when premiums had barely expected their pre-crisis level. Okay, next, please. Next, yes, thanks. According to experts, also forecasts that global insurance demand will grow by an about trend 3.3% in 2021 and 3.9% in 2022, which is a much faster rebound than from prior recession. And the rapid global economic recovery, the strongest rate hiring for 20 years in non-life insurance commercial lines, and increasing risk awareness will fuel a rising demand for risk protection insurance. The life savings business should benefit from stronger financial markets and a steady recovery in consumer incomes. Next, please. It should be noted that strong array hardening for 2 decades in commercial lines continues to be principal drivers of non-life insurance premium growth. In the top of 20 ranking by global premiums volume, as we see at figure 3, the United States of America, China, and Japan were again the world's 3 largest insurance markets in 2020. Together, accounting for almost 58% of the global market, higher than in 2019, then it was about 56%. The market share of the top 20 countries also rose slightly, about 97% in 21 and about 95 in 2019. China continues to take a growing share, reaching about 10.5% of the global insurance markets last year. As we see, India, next please. As we see, India is on the level point about this rank. Can you see? And Ukraine, we see at yes, and Ukraine next, and Ukraine we have at this rank we have the 59 position. We must forward. We must to go forward in this area because it's not normal for our country. Let's go. The rapidly growing seven slide, please. The rapidly growing as a region is becoming increasingly dominant with 6 markets in top 20 ranking and 25% market share in 2020. Experts expecting that the emerging markets to continue to outpace advanced markets and Asia to outperform our regions as reflected in the force of global premiums growth that shifting with the economic power west to east. Okay. By the survey of Ernst & Young, next 9 slide, please. By the survey of Ernst & Young Global Limited, insurance professionals around the world and follow-up collaborative workshops among global and regional Ernst & Young insurers, leaders, experts highlighted key themes to top priorities and insurance industry through 2022. One of these is achieve operational excellence and cost efficiently, win the war for talent, manage regulatory pressures, and digitize distribution. Also master emerging and disrupt technology, navigate the risk and opportunities of climate change. Step by step, we talk about all of this. Of all of these top trends through 2022. Next slide, 10, please. First, achieve operational excellence and cost efficiency. Given low interest rates, declining investment yields, and limited top-line growth, insurers must continue to focus on cost efficiency. While executives in stagnant markets feel the most pressure, they counterparts in fast-growing markets and also actively seeking to reduce expenses. Operational excellence and cost efficiency must remain a top priority. Insurance should rapidly focus on improving their loss rates through a diverse set of measures, including portfolio mix diversification, improved risk selection and pricing, and stronger risk management and controls. Cost optimization is critical, but it can be allowed to stifle innovation. In fact, one of the goals of the cost reduction must be to free resources to invest in transformation and product innovation programs, which are necessary for insurers around the world. In many cases, insurers are on their second or third generation of cost-related initiatives. To hit their goals, they are applying a range of strategies and tactics, which we see as the slides, and among them it's process automation and cloud migration can deliver this as long as clear as measurable goals are defined to efficiently measure ROI. Core systems transformation is underway at many insurers and in a number of major markets. Also, outsourcing and value chain disintegration are being explored by some insurers. Shared services centers and centers of excellence have been established to meet the needs for specific functional experience, and partnership in areas such as risk management and compliance have emerged to control rising regulatory expenses. Okay, next, 11th slide, and two of main trends. Win the war for talent. Talent has always been essential to the successful execution of any business strategy. In insurance today, it is more important than ever, and that may seem a conventional notion given the likelihood that many back office jobs will soon be automated. But insurers around the world need new talent and different skills, and they must complete for this scarce resource more intensely than ever before. In fact, many forward-looking executives now view talents as the secret source for maximizing returns for all types of large-scale investments, from new technology deployments and digital transformation to new business model development and organization restructuring. To attract the right talent in this competitive environment, they will need to instill a real sense of purpose that is well aligned to the values of their generation that are trying to target. Environmental and ethical concerns are especially important issues. Insurers must communicate more efficiently about why the industry matters, its societal value, and why it's an appealing sector in which to develop careers. Next, please, slide, and 3. Manage regulatory pressures. Requirements differ across jurisdictions through regulators everywhere are more active in addressing issues ranging from financial reporting, tax matters, and capital standards to anti-money laundering, consumers protection, and data privacy. Insurers should proactively consider the implication of tighter regulation around conduct risk as they think through description, product development, and service strategies. Lessons and leading practice from other markets around the world can be applied to increase efficiency and lower costs in risk and compliance. Whether they are deadlines with local or international regulations, insurers should aim to find those areas their compliance investments can deliver capital efficiency and competitive advantages. Instead of viewing compliance as a necessary evil, insurers should see it is an incentive to improve performance. Next, please, and 4, digitized distribution. Digitization is taking place across the entire value chain, including underwriting, distribution, and claims. Distribution has become a clear priority for near terms thanks to competitive factors and clear and complying business case for firms and that can efficiently digitize their sales operation. Distribution partners vary dramatically around the world and even within regions. However, it's safe to say that insurers everywhere and across all lines of businesses are still seeking to master distribution is in a predominantly digital world. Success requires not just strengthening direct channels for consumers, but also providing digital tools so agents and traditional channels work more efficiently and productively. Even agents have changed their views. They no longer see digitization strictly as a threat, but as a means to increase efficiency and reduce stubbornly high acquisition costs. In addition, digitization will also help boost providingly and recruit new talent. As the digitalization journey is also critical for insurers to fulfill their long-term transformation plans, to drive innovation, and to form the participate in industry ecosystems. Next, please. 14 slides. Yes, okay. Next, please. Master emerging and yes, okay. Master emerging and disruptive technology. Disruptive new technologies and the availability of massive data sets will continue to shape the global insurance industry. Top insurers will be able to generate real-time risk insights and proactively meet customer needs. Robotic process automation is more deeply embedded in claims and basic administrative process. AI use is growing. In China, AI-driven distribution is transforming how customers engage and products are sold. On-demand and usage-based insurance are gaining traction in Asia Pacific markets. Europe has seen broad use of telematic and IoT connected sensors. In addition, the effective use of advanced tech is necessary for insurers to develop new value proposition, especially those related for financial well-being and new business models, such as on-demand subscriptions that can strengthen customer relationships. These are the case to ensure the ongoing relevance of the industry and its attractiveness to investors. Next, please, slide. And next, navigate the risk and opportunities for climate change. 15 slide. Yes, 15 slide. Navigate.
This or previous?
Previous.
This yes?
Six trend, yes. That's right. The impact of climate change our insurers will be measured in the hundreds of billions, even trillions of dollars. While there are serious downside risks to be demanded, the potential upside in terms of premium growth is huge. Insurers are unequally positioned to help people, companies, and communities recognize the need for more protection and to close the massive protection gap that currently exists. In addition to risk coverage, insurers can provide both preventively and recovery on post-event service. New products that deliver risk prevention as a service will be on area of information. And okay, in the near term, senior insurers leaders should carefully assess climate change impact and plan integral steps in developing risk models and policy frameworks. They should also start working with governments and international institutes to tackle the widening protection gap that it is likely to emerge, and more areas around the world become uninsurable due to climate change. In general, the insurance industry has a critical role in helping the world navigate a range of powerful focuses and mega trends from globalization and demographic shifts to climate change and cybercrime. And one of the most actual questions for today is how insurers can move forward. Please, next slide. How insurers can move forward. Keep pushing on digital with a focus on experimenting to scale. What it means? In the immediate term, insurers should keep experimenting with digital, including automatic, AI, and the cloud, the specific point in the value chain. They must also to prepare to rapidly scale that works and extend their digital capabilities in the context of connected products proposition, as well as broader ecosystems that offer genuinely unique customer experience. Engaging with their partners, including tech players and insurtechs, will be an effective move for many insurers. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, how insurers, yes, it's okay. How insurers can move forward. 17th slide. Yes, prepare for new risk and liabilities with new products and business models. Risk and assets are changing rapidly, and this shift is opening significant opportunities. All of new risk are prompts for new products development and new data, advanced analytics and certification models may make unprecedented risk manageable and present significant market opportunity. Risk and assets are changing rapidly, and cybersecurity represented both a serious threat and huge opportunities for the industry for the insurance industry. At the same time, the evolution in consumer preferences from buying and owing to renting and using affects multiplied lines of business. Autonomous vehicles will change the game in automotive lines. All of these new risks are prompts for new products development. New data, advanced analytics, and sophisticated models may make unprecedented risk manageable and present significant market opportunity. New products and services for the sharing and P2P economy usage-based insurance and subscription models are all viable and potentially profitable. Responses to these changes. New proposition will prevent risks as well as manage them. Telematics devices are already provided real-time feedback to promote driver and vehicle safety. Fitness trackers are wearable technology are needing individuals to increase physical activity, often decreasing health insurance premiums. Okay, next, please. And how insurers can move forward? The third, focus on the fundamentals, including stronger cultures and better stability. In such a transformative age for the industry, it is more important than ever for insurance executives to remain focused on the long-term profitably and develop a compelling investor story. The top insurers of the future will be those that are able to attract a diverse talent pool to create culture that are digital first, committed to agility and open to risk taking. In such transformative age, we have also baseline economics are challenging, but the industry historical strong balance sheets and a history of resilience will serve it well going forward. People, including the talent gap, should also be viewed as business fundamental. The top insurance of the future will be those that are able to attract the diverse talent pool. And this too is a matter to effective strategy that it is insurers must offer a clear purpose of new generation of workers and personally communicate why the industry is an attractive place to work. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mila. And I want to note that the questions about the impact of the COVID pandemic on the transformation of the insurance business are very important for today's, because the world economy is recovering strongly from the COVID-19 crisis. And the insurance industry saw a middle dip in premium during the COVID crisis, and also during the global financial crisis in 2008-2009. Also, the pandemic has cemented a positive shift in the insurance paradigm. One of them is a significant increase in risk awareness as a powerful driver of demand. Global health and life insurance premiums rose in 2020, despite social distancing affecting the sales progress. And also for companies, the disruption caused by the pandemic have raised awareness of the supply chain and cyber risks. Also, through the impact of COVID pandemic on consumer risk awareness, global life insurance premiums are expected to rebound strongly to above trend growth in 2021 and 2022. This should stimulate increased demand for risk insurance, while life-saving business should benefit from stronger financial markets and a steady recovery in consumer income. So, studying current trends in society and the insurance business, analyzing professional researches, such directions of development of insurance companies were identified, like keep pushing on digital with a focus on experimenting to scale, prepare for new risks and liabilities with the new products and business models, and also focus on the fundamentals, including stronger cultures and better storytelling. So this research is very important for today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the next speech will be introduced by the chairperson. Please, Dr. Tatiana Gordeeva, Khmelnytskyi National University, Ukraine.
Thank you, Dr. Katerina. Greetings to all from Khmelnytskyi National University, and given the opportunity, I would wish to express my sincere congratulations to ASME department on their 25th anniversary. Do keep up, and may your work bring you only enjoyment. Well, and now with genuine pleasure, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Satula Oksana, PhD in Economic Sciences, and
some problem with
National Economic Relations Department. Also an author of more than 100 publications, including more than 60 professional publications, more than 10 educational and methodical publications, 8 scientific monographs via separate chapters or in the role of co-author. The problems of social development of Ukraine in the context of socioeconomics are in the focus of her research interest. And today her topic is on the role of higher education in the formation of the middle class in Ukraine. So, Dr. Oksana, you are welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I want to thank to Dr. Tatiana Gordeeva for my introduction. And in turn, I present to your attention our work on the topic, the role of higher education in the formation of the middle class in Ukraine. Analyzing the middle class from an economic point of view, we consider the level of economic at which it is possible to classify a certain group of people as the middle class. If the level of income doesn't provide for expanded reproduction for the labor force, then the characteristics of the middle class cannot be discussed. In Western Europe, the main parameter of the middle class is the availability of savings. In USA, the presence of debt. In Ukraine, none of the above criteria is operating as at full capacity. Each country develops according to its own plan. However, in the regions of Ukraine, the incomes of the population do not correspond to either the structure of the size in the world practice. Therefore, in defining the middle class, we relied on more features. Researchers believe that the middle class in the economy is characterized by the following features: presence or absence of higher education, presence or absence of stable employment, nature of work, physical or mental, presence or absence of managerial positions. Analyzing the middle class of the standpoint of the above criteria, we can talk about the emergence of a new middle class. According to international standards, the new middle class includes people with a high vocational and educational level, which guarantees a high demand for their labor force in the labor market. The category middle class is associated with different characteristics, economic and non-economic factors of the formation and development of middle class. The economic factors include only the ownership or non-ownership of the means of production. At the same time, such factors as the place in the system of social organization of production, the level of consumption costs, the professional level of workers, and the amount of income are ignored. The approaches of different scientists are different, sometimes contradictory. This confusion stems from the lack of officially established criteria for defining the middle class. In our opinion, it is necessary to use the multi-criteria principle. Having analyzed all the criteria that are used to define the middle class, we believe that the most acceptable for stratification of modern society are the rise and method of income received, complemented by the level of education, as well as the attitude of means of production. Moreover, it is desirable that the level of education allows a person to receive exactly the income that will allow him to enter the ranks of the middle class. The respondents consider the size of income to be the first in importance when referring a person to the middle class. Note that 56% of respondents to the question, what amount of income do you consider sufficient for a person to belong to the middle class, indicated that amount of income for each family member per month must be at least $800. As you can see, incomes are one of the key characteristics of the material well-being of the population, since they provide an appropriate level of consumption, savings, education, healthcare, and etc. However, having high education is no less important. This factor, according to the respondents, is the third in importance. Next one. There is a significant correlation between parameters such as income and education. As the level of education rises, the income of citizens grows. In Ukraine, limited statistical information is provided, which does not allow a complete analysis of the relationship between the level of education and the received wages. Therefore, we analyzed the relationship between such indicators as average monthly salary by region, the share of people with higher education in the consumption of employees for enterprises, the proportion of people with basic and higher education in the consumption of full-time employees for enterprises by region. It can be noted that on average in Ukraine in 2014, more than half of the registered number of full-time employees had higher education, including more than 25% people with basic and incomplete higher education, 26% with a complete higher education. The share of people with complete higher education in the consumption of organization is characterized by a large regional spread, from 20% in Zhytomyr to 33% in Kharkiv and 37% in Kyiv. The share of workers with basic and incomplete higher education is the lowest in Kyiv and Kyiv region, and the highest in Donetsk region, 29%. After conducting a correlation regression analysis, we was found that the correlation coefficient between salary and the presence of higher education is 0.447. between wages and incomplete higher education 0.383. Therefore, we can conclude that there is a positive relationship between the average monthly wage in the regions of Ukraine and the level of education, although not a close one. Thus, education in Ukraine does not yet guarantee a promising high-paying job. It is obvious that the population with a high level of education and qualifications strives for active participation in labor market, where it will be able not only to receive certain incomes, but also achieve a certain social status. However, there is a problem of disparity between the material and social status of individuals. As a rule, qualifications and education do not provide a level of income that would allow individuals to be classified as middle class. It is consistency that leads to the fact that every year the most active part of the population leaves Ukraine and finds jobs in other countries. In our opinion, this is due to the fact that the traditional scheme of the formation and development of middle class education, profession, income has collapsed in countries with a transformational economy. The causal relationship between the middle class and higher education is presented in this slide. Next one, please. Let's determine what part of the population of Ukraine belongs to the middle class in terms of educational level. First, let's analyze the higher educational system in the regional context. Almost half of all Ukrainian universities are concentrated in Kyiv and 4 other regions, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Lviv, and Odessa. Such territorial distribution creates more favorable conditions for the formation of the middle class of education in these regions. The following territorial features were revealed in the location of universities. Most universities and academies are located in Kyiv, Kharkiv region, 31.2% of their total number in Ukraine. 53% of institutes are concentrated in Kyiv, Kharkiv, Dnipro regions. More public universities are located in Dnipro, Lviv, Kharkiv, Odessa region, and Kyiv, while private universities are located in Kyiv, Kharkiv, Lviv, Dnipro regions. The most powerful universities remain state-owned. As a result, the majority of students study the public higher education institutions. As a result, most of the middle class in terms of education continue to be provided by public universities. The number of students in state-owned universities decreased by 18.2% during the study period, and in private universities by 48.4%, which is due to closure and reorganization of private universities in Ukraine, as well as demographic, social, and economic reasons. In the regional context, the first place in the number of students belongs to Kyiv, the second Kharkiv region, and the third Lviv region. A significant proportion of students studied in private or wanted higher education institutions, where the leading positions are occupied by Kyiv, Zaporizhia, and Lugansk regions. According to the criteria of full higher education in Ukraine, only 19.1% of population can be classified as middle class. According to the criteria of having complete higher and basic higher education, 20.2% of the population. The largest share of middle class in terms of education is in Kyiv, Zaporizhia, and Kharkiv regions. The smallest in Donetsk and Lugansk regions, which is explained by the impossibility of obtaining information from the part of the territory of these regions. Next one. Based on the correlation regression analysis, we selected key factors of property, income, and educational nature, and assess their impact on the formation of the middle class in Ukraine. To do this, we first found number of middle class in Ukraine by income. We used the methodology adopted for poor countries. Further, on the basis of systematized statistical indicators of property character, the coefficient of pair correlation between endogenous and exogenous variables were determined, and their ranking was carried out to select the most important features. Using the procedure of correlation regression analysis, it can be argued that the number of households with a new car, the size of the real average monthly wage, the proportion of population with higher education can influence the formation of the middle class. In our opinion, it is advisable to analyze the influence of some factors on the formation of the middle class, but the initial data of the share of the middle class should be calculated by the level of higher education. Using the procedure of correlation regression analysis, the corresponding factor regression models were built, which were tested for accuracy and the most dependents were selected. In our opinion, the urgent task is to build an integrated indicator to assess the potential for the formation and development of the middle class and grouping the regions on this indicator. To construct an integral exponent, the index method was used in the context of the mathematical apparatus of fuzzy set theory. To determine the indicator for accessing the potential for the formation and development of the middle class at the regional level, it is advisable to use the following sub-indexes: economic, educational, scientific, and demographic. Each of these share indices will be determined using their indicators. According to the classical scheme, the aggregate index consists of part indices and is presented as their weighted sum of product. Next one. As you can see, the values of integrated index range from 1, the worst, to 1, from 0, the worst, to 1, the best value in the country. This allows to rank all regions depending on the degree of their development for such sub-index. According to the grouping of regions of Ukraine on the integrated indicator, the potential for the formation and development of the middle class in 2016-2020, it can be seen that most regions of Ukraine have low and medium values of the integrated indicator, and only Kyiv has high values of the integrated indicator. In addition, the situation with belonging to one or another group of regions with the corresponding value of the indicator has not changed in 2020 compared to 2016. The growth rates of the potential of the regions in the formation and development of the middle class in terms of its integrated indicator are observed only in such regions as Vinnytsia, Kyiv region. The highest rates of decline in the integrated indicators are in such regions as Volyn, Dnipro, Poltava, Rivne, and in other regions, the integrated indicator has not changed. The situation indicates the lack of the effective strategy of the formation and development of the middle class. The integrated indicator calculated by all of us to identify regions with appropriate potential for the formation and the development of middle class. Even high values of indicator do not mean that the region has created favorable conditions for the formation of strong middle class. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oksana. So we heard a very engaging speech about the role of higher education in the formation of the middle class in Ukraine. What can I say? This topic is most empathetic and sensitive to majority of us because we are not only scholars, but also university professors teaching our students, helping them to get higher education. Beyond doubt, a person with a higher education has more chances of receiving a stable and sufficient income. Our speaker accentuated that according to experts from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, there is a positive connection between education and wages. An income corresponding to the middle class can be obtained only with a higher education. I cannot agree more because nowadays knowledge, creativity, and innovation highly contribute in getting income. Although the presented research of current speaker proves that education in Ukraine does not yet guarantee a promising, high-paying job. The carried out multivariate analysis made it possible to identify the 5 types of regions of Ukraine, with their peculiarities and individual traits. So to sum up, this topic has a great potential for future exploration. And thank you one more time, Dr. Oksana, for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very meaningful report. And I pass the word to the next moderator, Dr. Georgia Irina Oros, by Mathematical and System Sciences University of Oradea, Romania.
Thank you very much. It is a great honor, and I am very happy to have received this request of being a moderator today. It is an honor to do this job today. My job is very easy because now the first person that I need to introduce is someone who doesn't need any introduction. It's our host today, our professor Pavlo Hrihoruk, head of Department of Automated Systems and Modeling in Economics, Khmelnytskyi National University, Ukraine. I have to confess that I have tried to say this name over and over again before this meeting, so that I don't say it wrong, but it didn't come out right. So please say again the name of the university before everything, because it seems like I didn't learn it yet.
Thank you, Dr. Georgia Irina, for my presentation. And now I would like to introduce next speaker, Tea Munjishvili. Tea Munjishvili in 2001 graduated from the Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, Faculty of Economics, Department of Economic Cybernetics. In 2008, she received a scientific degree of doctor in economics. She began her career as a teacher at the Ivan Djovahashvili State University. During 2000 and 2019, she worked for Ivana Djovahashvili Tbilisi State University at the Faculty of Economic and Business, Department of Accounting and Audit. Since 2019, she worked for Department of Information Technologies in Business and Economics of this university. Since 2018, she is a member of Expert Council of Economics under the President of Georgia. Tea Munjishvili is the author of over than 100 scientific and educational work in English, Polish, Georgian, and Russian that published in leading publishers of United Europe, including 5 monographs, 3 of them published in Georgia, 2 in England, 4 textbooks and 2 textbooks for self-study. She has 5 patents like electronic system of cyber testing of knowledge display, simulator financial analysis 1, FinSim 1, market accounting and management analysis, Guide 2 CICI, and Saviobi. And Training 1 knowledge system and Kyber 3S self-learning software. The subject of scientific research is a study of various risk factors for bankruptcy of an enterprise. A criterion of reference model using system analytical models. The main models are logical probabilistic and logical reflexive. And she also used simulation methods for creating software for assessing the influence of global risk factor bankruptcy of an enterprise. Please, I invite Dr. Khmelnytskyi to the presentation. Dr. Ter, is this...
Часова відсутня. Вона була, але вона зараз відсутня.
I don't check. Dr. T is not here.
Well, if she's not here, then we will move on. And if she comes back or she arrives in the meantime, she will let us know and she will speak later. Then I will ask our next chairperson, Dr. Lyudmila Pristupa from Khmelnytskyi National University, Ukraine, to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We invite to present the results of research our colleague from Khmelnytskyi National University. And one second. Dr. Galina Krasovska, Khmelnytskyi National University. Associate Professor of Khmelnytskyi National University, PhD in Economics, youth activist and trainer of the Competitiveness Center for Educational Management and International Educational Programs, active participant of international projects performed on scientific topics. With great pleasure, Dr. Galina, we invite you to a topic about problems and prospects of Ukrainian economic development under the global destructive process. Please, can you start?
Thank you so much for the possibility to introduce our research. Also, my co-authors are Valentina Stadnik and Ihor Mikhalchuk. I would like to present you our research according to the topic problems and prospects of Ukraine economy development under the global destructive processes. Just a moment, because my presentation. The essential and scale of political and socio-economic conflicts in the world economy in recent decade and socio-economic contradiction deepening of its development under the COVID-19 pandemic context, as well as the growing threat of imminent climate change, make increasingly urgent the problem of maintaining the ability of national economy to withstand global competitive pressure and ensure the required level of economic growth, preserving the vitality of the national environment and improving the quality of economic growth. For Ukraine, which aspires to strengthen its competitiveness and take a worthy place in the global division of labor, this problem is extremely important and should be studied comprehensively using the both integrated, resource functional and systemic structural organizational methodological approaches. So we are talking about that every economy of every country should be based on the concept of sustainable development. When development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Ability to create a new consumer values is especially necessary in the context of the global economic crisis, which is beginning now. The COVID-19 pandemic has become a trigger for this crisis, whose rapid deployment caused doubts on the globalization benefits and a resuming discussion about its scale feasibility. Practical shows that a necessary condition for the country's sustainable development is a sufficiently high economic complexity index of their aggregate product, which practicates in the international exchange of goods and services. The reason for a lower return of the introduction of advanced technologies is that the innovative potential of domestic industrial enterprises is insufficient to implement competitive strategies in open markets. According to the theory of economic complexity, specific products can be manufactured with a certain combination of production facilities, which is unique to each country. The higher this index is for the country, the better it uses the economic potential of knowledge to diversify know-how and technological development of industrial production.
Dr. Galina, excuse me, we don't move your slides.
Can you change your...
Sorry. I would, so it's...
Maybe you share full screen and select the window with a presentation.
Yes, it started. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's check. Change your screen.
Okay. Is it moving?
No. We don't say. We don't say. See.
Maybe I should leave all the presentation without sharing it full screen like this. It will move.
You try to share full screen.
Yes, it will be changed.
Yeah.
Now it will be changed.
Oh, sorry. Okay, like this way. Okay, so I was talking about the situation with influence of globalization and COVID pandemic to the economy of international and also to the Ukraine's economy, and about that that economy should be based on the principles of concept of sustainable development, and also that institutional factors, traditional production also should be incorporated to increasingly recognize now as how to determine the competitiveness of socio-economic system. Although I was talking about socio-economic system of sustainable development, when who is the first? Human needs or nature needs, and save of nature. Okay, I think it's, I shouldn't repeat the same material. I was also talking about complexity index, and that it determine the ability of country to be visible on international economy field, and that Ukraine, according to international statistics, Ukraine rank of this index is 44th of 133 countries in their ranking. And that is because of most domestic entrepreneurs are guided in these decisions primarily by the current market situation, preferring to reproduce and improve exciting production systems and neglect long-term plans for technical and technological development. And as a result, many industries in Ukraine remain within the third or fourth technological systems, which can no longer provide competitive advantages in world markets and effectively exhausting the opportunities for national economy to develop. And also we are talking about that using of resources in Ukraine, it's mostly in private sphere, and most because of some corruption schemes, a lot of people can influence on this process also. So for activating the sustainable development in an innovative component, it should be institutional support of the economy and social sphere, and also support of ecological sphere. Innovation and investment support is also a very important factor because it helps to produce and to make new projects in ecological sphere with to accumulate some sources from economy activity to improve social and ecological spheres. Technological dominant of structural balance, also very important. Development of recycling technologies and formation of state economic policy should be advisable to differentiate approaches to the creation of investment preferences for attraction of strategic investors. Economy should work like development of the circular economy. It's very important to reduce, to reuse and recycle resources and products we have. Reuse, refurbish, reinfect, and recycle for having more resources and more effective use of resources. Based on the analysis of Ukraine's political and legal field structure, the predominance of extractive institutions has been established, which led to the monopolization of the country's natural resources potential, use and structural imbalance of the economy by industries and regions. In the context of the sustainable development structural balance forming tasks, in the part related to nature management, the term structural balanced resource potential of the national economy is interpreted as a complementary set of tangible and intangible resources due to established rules of economic interaction. This resources ratio in exciting and prospective consumer values creation chains in business promotes maximization of the general socially useful results and sustainable growth dynamics in the global economic space. We are talking about that development of strategic network partnership should be supported also by institutional component and by partners. For example, the spread of practices and technologies of green entrepreneurship in Ukraine is most often associated with agriculture production and processing enterprises which continue the chain of consumer value, adhering to the resource efficiency and environmental safety principles. As we see from this figure, most about 60% is financial institutions who are support current portfolio of Project Ukraine as of it's on August 2020. Industry, commerce, and agribusiness, it's about 32%, and sustainable infrastructure just about 8%. Ukraine's agriculture sector green entrepreneurship projects investment analysis confirmed that they mainly involve big businesses. This updates the problem of green entrepreneurship competitiveness increasing. One of the ways to spread green technologies in the business environment of Ukraine in the formation of agro-industrial business network, which can significantly increase their resource and innovation opportunity, directing them to the implementation of relevant projects for joint businesses. Sorry. Oh, it's just. The potential of agriculture produces strategic partnership in the implementation of green businesses project and competitive businesses strategies. Resources can be accumulated within a strategic partnership in integrated business networks. Organizational development of such a partnership should be carried out on the principle of competence and resource complementarity in order to maximize the target function. Choosing a competitive strategy, it is important to give priority to innovate factors as they can make competitive advantages more sustainable. On this figure, you can see the scheme of formation, the specific resources owner strategic partnership for the competitive business strategies relationship. We talk about that a lot of projects in Ukraine are supported and made by big businesses and big enterprises can involve some investment resources from international organizations and also from government of Ukraine. But small and medium enterprises are lack of these resources, and it's very important for them to combine to be like a bigger subject for having this support and having a possibility to realize such projects. This allows to increase the joint innovation potential for cleaner production in all parts of the value chain. It is important to coordinate the strategic priorities of the participants on the methodological basis of the game theory, which will contribute to the partnership stability and effectiveness. In addition, the economic component of the motivational structure of the participants in the strategic partnership, it is also necessary to cultivate systemic trust relationship. Determining the conditions for achieving net equilibrium and their correlation with the strategic priorities of each participant can serve as a basis for adjusting both the content of the partnership and the list of project participants within the strategic partnership. When we are talking about the definition of structurally balanced resource potential of the national economy, it can be taken as a basis for planning structural changes in the national economy, which should increase the capacity of the industrial sector to create added value and increase the country's export potential and total GDP. It is argued that the complementary of resources should extend to intersectoral cooperation, especially in those areas that are preferential. The model of industrial support of the national economy sustainable development structural balance should be formed, and it should be like a mechanism for development and contribution of its particular realization in Ukraine. It also have been defined in our research. So when we are talking about the goals of sustainable development, they are 17, and 17th is cooperation and interaction. So we say about that concept of sustainable development should be based for structural balanced economy of the country, and cooperation and interaction. It's one of the key factors that will support the structural balance, and that will give an opportunity for Ukraine's enterprises to have a possibility to take more resources and to involve more resources to their activity. Thank you so much. Maybe do you have any questions about this? And also my contacts on the screen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Galina Krasovska, and you co-authors that presents the results of your research. And really, the escalation and scale of political and socio-economic conflicts in the world economy is recently indicated, and socio-economic constructions deepening of its development under the COVID-19 pandemic context, as well as the growing threat of imminent climate change, make increasingly under the problem of maintaining the ability of national economics to withstand global competitive pressure and ensure the required level of economic growth. Preserving the utility of the natural environment and improving the quality of social members' life. For Ukraine, which aspires to strengthen its competitiveness and take a worthy place in the global division of labor, this problem is extremely important and should be studied comprehensively using both integrated, resource functional and systemic structural, organizational, and methodological approaches. And that's why problems and perspectives of Ukrainian economy development under the global destructive process is very actually. Based on the analysis of Ukraine political and legal field structure, the predominance of extractive institutions has been established, which led to the monopolization of the country's natural resource, potential use, and structural imbalance of the economy by industries and regions. In the context of the sustainable development, structural balance forming task in the part related to nature management, the term structurally balanced resource potential of the national economy is interpreted as a complementary set of tangible and intangible resources due to established rules of economic interaction. Risk resources ratio in exciting and respective consumer values creation chains, and in business promotes maximization of the general socially useful result and sustainable growth dynamics in the global economic space. This definition can be taken as a basis for planning structural changes in the national economy, which should increase the capacity of the industrial sector to create added value in increase to country's export potential and total GDP. It's agreed that the complementary of resources should extend to intersectoral cooperation, especially in those areas that are preferential. The model of institutional support of the national economy, sustainable development, structural balance formation mechanism has been developed, and conditions of its practical realization in Ukrainian have been defined. Thank you very much for your interesting information, and maybe someone else have remarks, questions.
If I may I? Yeah, thank you. Dear Dr. Galina, actually, you raised different problems that are regarding to our economy, and we are talking about development. So, very relevant problem. When we are talking about environmental problems, we are talking about sustainable problems, and even you talked about strategic partnership. But when we are talking about the development of Ukraine, we cannot like move and not mention about such criteria as investment attractiveness. What's your opinion about the level of investment attractiveness of Ukraine and our enterprises in Ukraine, and what the situation? How do you think? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. It's true that investment attraction of Ukraine's industries are not really high for the international investors. That's why we are talking about strategic partnership of little and middle-sized enterprises inside Ukraine. And having more resources altogether, they will have a possibility to involve resources, financial resources from international organizations, because they will have a possibility to write projects and to involve some investments from international, because altogether they can show a higher share, their own share, which they can produce to this project. And also, it's very important to improve the attractiveness of Ukraine enterprises on international markets with help of institutional support, law support, and also with help of structural balance development of our economy. And also, it's very important to reduce corruption in our country, and so on. It's really target problems, and they are really big for Ukrainian economy, and we should work with these, write about these, having scientific resources in this, and also we should try to make it practically also in for Ukraine economy. And that's why really important cooperation of science, universities, enterprises, and government for having possibility to improve all this situation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nina. Thank you so much. A lot of thanks to team of research from Khmelnytskyi National University for such fundamental research and demonstrate it. We thank you very much, and I propose to have one more our presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Lyudmila, for your nice summary on the presentation of Dr. Galina. If our previous speaker is not arrived yet, we will move forward then. And I invite Dr. Katerina Gorbatyuk from the same host university to introduce our next resource person.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to introduce the next resource person, our good friend from Cherkasy, Dr. Hanna Danilchuk, Associate Professor, Department of Economics and Business Modeling, the Bogdan Khmelnytskyi National University of Cherkasy, Ukraine. Anna Danilchuk received her PhD in economics in East European University of Economics and Management in 2015. Since 2006, she has been working in the field of economic systems modeling at the Bogdan Khmelnytskyi National University of Cherkasy. She has such research interests as modeling of crisis phenomena in financial markets, and she has published several papers in international journals. The theme of her research is models of financial market dynamics by anthropic methods in the period of systematic crisis. And so, Dr. Anna, please represent the results of your research.
Thanks. One moment. No.
Good afternoon, dear conference organizers, participants. Thank you for my introduction. Let me congratulate Professor Pavlo Grigoruk and his department on the 25th anniversary, and I wish you creative success. My presentation is models of financial market dynamics by anthropic methods in the period of systemic crisis. Recently, the world has been absorbed by crisis phenomena, shocks, crashes, which are different in nature, manifestations, and power. The processes of globalization taking place in the world have both positive and negative consequences. From the point of view of the spread of crisis phenomena, globalization process, in our opinion, are the high-speed tunnel that allows crisis to spread without obstacles and to infect the economies of the world. The study of the cause and consequences of crisis phenomena, as well as the study of the emergence moment of the crisis, deserve the same special attention. To reach obtained models of financial markets, there are special states using such approaches as wavelet entropy and pendulation entropy.
The entropy of the wavelet transform provides a two-dimensional scan of the time series. This allows to simultaneously analyze signals of two spaces, physical and temporal. The essence of the method of wavelet analysis is to introduce the appropriate bases and characteristics of the time series using the distribution of amplitudes in the introduced bases. A representation of the time series with values in the form of coefficients and sequence of wavelets can be received with the help of discrete wavelet transform. The resultant sequence provides information about the series and local energy of its components at different scales. This type of wavelet transform is better suited for the study of economic time series. Figure 1 shows the result of calculating of wavelet entropy for the US stock market. The calculations were performed in MATLAB environment. In the left part of the figure, some crisis periods are highlighted by multicolored ellipses. Through empirical research, it has been established that the indicators of wavelet entropy and the pre-crisis and the actual crisis period from the three increasing waves. The pre-forecast element is manifested when the entropy values of the third wave exceed the maximum value of the second wave. When the third wave reaches the maximum, it corresponds to the moment of the actual crisis of the system. The values of entropy, the interval of the pre-forecast period for each system are different. Figure 1 shows the formation of three waves in a neighborhood of 1000 corresponding to 2019 and in a neighborhood of 130 corresponding to 2020. For the USA, these periods are associated with the Trump administration. Thus, in 2019, a decision was made to normalize the country's monetary policy. In fact, the decision to turn on the money printing machine. This did not add to the popularity of Trump and his ratings at the time were the lowest among the last 13 presidents. In 2020, tensions between the United States and China increased. Although this state of affairs were almost always noted, the tension in relations reached its peak during the Trump administration. In the same year, 2020, the world was shocked by the rapid spread of coronavirus infection. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit the world economy hard and made radical adjustments for human life. All current events, political, social, and economic ones, are reflected in the values of market indices. The use of wavelet entropy allows one to see the hidden information. Thus, the energy field of wavelet coefficients demonstrates certain disturbance on a small scale that are evidence of internal process occurring in the market or the country as a whole. For example, figure 1, right. Figures 2 to 3 show the results of wavelet entropy calculations for US stock markets for the period from January the 1st, 2016 to 19th of November 2021. The vicinity of 0.1000 corresponded to the second half of 2019. There is the information of the third wave, which indicates a crisis. In our opinion, this is due to a pandemic. The current state of these markets is quite calm. According to the indicators of wavelet entropy for this market, we note their reaction to global and domestic events mentioned above. Figures 4 to 6 show the result of calculations for European countries, France, Germany, Great Britain. We can note the similarity of the behavioral markets at the end of 2019, around 0.1000. It should be noted that the United Kingdom market, figure 6, the withdrawal of the country from the European Union is also affected the economic situation. The effects of the pandemic for the United Kingdom also caused a crisis situation in a neighborhood of 1,000. Figures 7 to 8 show the results for Asian markets, China and Japan. We know certain features in the behavior of the entropy index in the study of Asian markets. Thus, in the Chinese market, figure 7, small fluctuations occur in a neighborhood of 1,000 corresponds to 1219. The end of 2019 is the period of the beginning of the global pandemic in China. However, the behavior of the entropy index indicates the relative state of calm in the stock market. This reflects the efforts of the country and its leadership to resolve the situation in all areas and activities. The current period for China is also characterized by a fairly stable state. For Japanese market, figure 8, we observe the formation of 3 waves in a neighborhood of 1,000, corresponding to 2019, regarding the pre-forecasting capabilities of the wavelet entropy. It should be noted that for almost all studied stock markets, a gap about 50 points up to 2 months is formed, which is a signal of crisis onset. The cryptocurrency market is young and very specific. In figure from 9 to 11 shows the results of calculation for 3 cryptocurrencies: Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Ethereum. 3 cryptocurrencies are among the most famous and occupy one of the first places in the ranking by capitalization. As can be seen from figure 9, the entropy indicators also works in this market. The formation of 3 waves is highlighted, which indicates a state of crisis. In our opinion, markets do not reach to global crisis like stock markets, although it is possible to draw the following parallel: the global crisis, lack of money, lack of demand for cryptocurrency. This may be due to the lack of official recognition and legal status in more countries. However, history already knows a number of crises of the cryptocurrency market. This market reacts quite quickly to events related to society. Sometimes one word is enough to provoke a crisis. In our opinion, today the cryptocurrency market is mostly used for speculative purposes. The currency market is illustrated by the example of euro and British pound sterling to the United States dollar. The results of the calculations are shown in figures 12 and 13. We can see the reaction to the pandemic for the euro and the pound. This is understandable as this period is characterized by a halt in a country's economies. It is obvious that further research is needed because the interesting moment is the formation of the next wave. This will allow us to conclude about the current state of the market. Thus, based on the study of markets using wavelet entropy indicators, we can conclude that the current state of markets is quite stable. All markets responded to the crisis caused by social political events and the COVID-19 pandemic. The wavelet entropy index is an efficient indicator and a precious of crisis phenomena. Figures from 14 to 18 show models of financial markets using the permutations entropy. This indicator is an indicator of crisis phenomena. A characteristic feature of the behavior of the permutation entropy is the rapid decline of values and the crossing of the line of the mean value of entropy and the crisis of pre-crisis period. Using different approaches to modeling allows you to refine the results. Therefore, based on the results of the calculation of the entropy of permutations, we can draw the following conclusions about the current state markets. For the markets of China and Japan, the current situation is quite calm. For the markets of the United States, the conclusions are different. DJ is in a stable state, and SP 500 ended the crisis phase. For the stock market of the United Kingdom and the currency of this country, the conclusion is one. There was a way out of the turbulence zone. And for the cryptocurrency market, the situation is critical. Bitcoin remains stable. Other studied currencies are also in zone of turbulence. At yesterday's conference, everyone asked those present about the state of affairs in the countries regarding the crown. We believe that at the present stage, the COVID-19 pandemic is a systemic crisis that has consequences in all areas, including the economy. Thus, the financial markets of countries with highly developed economies are studied. The study uses real data in indices of stock, currency, cryptocurrency markets. Special conditions of these markets are modeled using veiled entropy and permutation entropy. In particular, the reaction of all markets to the spread of coronavirus was noted. However, both of the finding and the cause of the crisis for the studied markets are different. The results of the study can be used by both scientists and practicing economists. Veiled entropy and permutation entropy can be used to monitor and model markets to detect the predict crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the substantial analysis of this interesting research topic, because the financial markets are a significant factor influencing the efficiency of the economy, and the systematic crises are fundamental to the economy. On the example of cryptocurrency market, the research shows that the use of entropy methods makes it possible to model and analyze the dynamics of financial markets. This research results emphasize the importance of modeling financial markets using different entropic methods, especially during the systematic crisis. Thank you very much for the interesting topic and the thought-provoking results. Any questions? Maybe somebody can ask. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Katerina, for your wonderful summary at the end of the presentation. Thank you for helping us. And we move on to our next chairperson, Dr. Olena Ovchinnikova, who will introduce our next resource person.
Thank you, Dr. Georgia Oros. Now I introduce next our speakers, Andrei Belinsky. He is master's degree student of physics and mathematics faculty at Kryvyi Rih State Pedagogical University. Under the guidance of a professor of the Department of Computer Science and Applied Mathematics, Professor Solovyov, successfully combined training and research activities that he started in 2017. The topic of his research is devoted to the financial market modeling and the construction of indicators of crisis events using the theory of the complex systems. Also, he is starting his research in machine and deep learning methods for time series forecasting and monitoring of abnormal phenomena. The topic of his today report is fuzzy logic-based method for crisis identification and forecasting. Please, Andrei.
Thank you very much. Just give me a second. Okay, can you see my screen and my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank organizers of the conference for the opportunity to present our study. My supervisor, Vaidym Nikolaevich, and I decided to combine several topics into one talk. So I will talk about non-extensivity for crashes, identification, prediction, and also I would like to present some of our results in fuzzy logic that we recently started to investigate. So before I will start, I would like to present to you a plan of our presentation. First of all, I want to give an object and motivation of our research. Then I want to present the concept of statistical entropy of Boltzmann and Gibbs, and following from it, non-extensive statistics and its instrument, which is known as Tsallis triplet. After it, I would like to present you fuzzy time series, fuzzy forecasting, approximate entropy as a measure of complexity, and its fuzzy modification. And each of the approaches will be followed by corresponding empirical results. And then I would like to give some conclusions from all of these approaches. So achieving sustainable development, safe trading in stock and crypto markets is arguably the most pressing issue of our time. And today, hundreds of indicators and indices of sustainable development, technical instruments for trading have been developed and used at the global, national, local scales. So policymakers, ordinary traders in each part of the world should have full knowledge of their current state, when to expect crash in order to help alleviate the problems, save its financial portfolio, and gain more investments. Thus, indicators that are based on complex system theory and fuzzy logic can be a strong tool in the hands of traders and investigators of complex systems. So further, we analyze daily prices of carbon regarding carbon emissions futures time series for the period from 2008 to 2021, sorry. And moreover, the dynamics of emissions is dependent on the economical situation of a specific country and the whole world. And in order to present a more comprehensive analysis, we also demonstrate our indicators for Dow Jones Industrial Average Index, because it's the most quoted financial barometer in the world. And the Dow Jones data we obtained for the same period. Also, for testing fuzzy instruments, we've chosen Dow Jones for the period from 2016 and the same period for Bitcoin time series. All indicators are calculated for standardized returns that is presented according to the following formula. And normalization procedure for fuzzy forecasting also uses the same formula. So non-extensive statistics that will be presented later were preceded by classical Boltzmann entropy, which was later modified by Gibbs. Boltzmann-Gibbs statistical entropy and related classical statistical mechanics are extremely useful tools in the study of a wide range of simple systems. These physical systems, for which, of course, it's advisable to use classical statistics and the theory developed on its basis, can be conditionally characterized by a short memory, additivity of noise, the presence of intense chaos, ergodicity of dynamic processes, Euclidean geometry of the phase space, and generally the dynamics, their values are independent and dynamics close to Gaussian. There is, however, a whole range of natural, artificial, and social systems, which, in contrast to mentioned above, are characterized by long memory, multiplicativity of noise, the presence of weak chaos, non-ergodicity of dynamic processes, multifractality of phase space, fat tails in the probability distribution. Therefore, later the Brazilian physicist Constantino Tsallis derived non-additive entropy and the corresponding functions such as Q logarithm and Q exponent. So Tsallis found that complex non-extensive systems that have inherent correlations can be described by the Q triplet, namely Q sense, which identify chaos in the system or sensitivity to initial conditions, and Q exponential divergence of nearby trajectories. Also Q relaxation, which describes relaxation of the system, correlation in the presented system, and Q start, if to say shortly, it determines how much the probabilistic distribution deviates from the normal, or how heavy the tails of this distribution appear to be. We can see that for system close to normal distribution, all three parameters must be approximately equal to 1. But if the system appears to be non-extensive, then the presented relation must be executed. So in the studies of various authors, systems of different nature were studied, such as stock indices, biological systems, seismic systems, space systems, etc. So almost all of them can be described in terms of non-extensive statistics. They follow this relation. And before I will present empirical results, I would like to shortly describe algorithms for computing corresponding parameters. First of all, we have QSTART calculation algorithm that determines the fatness of the tails of a probability distribution. For this calculation, firstly, we need to find the difference between corresponding values in our time series. Next, we find the histogram of these values. We normalize this histogram, and after the values of the histogram are substituted to this cool logarithm, we are trying to find such Q value to make this region as linear as possible, or in other words, we try to make coefficient of determination as close to 1 as possible. And then after we find corresponding QSTART value, we can put it to this formula to find Q Gaussian distribution. So from this slide, we can see empirical distribution of our data. We can see Q Gaussian and standard Gaussian distribution. As you can see, our Q Gaussian distribution is much more suitable for such signals compared to usual Gaussian distribution. And the same we can see for Dow-Jones index. Q relaxation, which for most real systems determines the Q exponential rate of correlation decline, can be determined using the autocorrelation function. The procedure for its calculation is similar to QSTART, except that we substitute Q value for logarithm of autocorrelation function. And again, we are trying to make this region as linear as possible. So here we can see the autocorrelation plot for standardized returns and volatility. Or volatility can be determined as modulus of our returns. And as it was proposed by different studies, it's much more suitable to calculate Q relaxation exactly for volatility, because exactly volatility follows this Q exponential decline of autocorrelation function. So here we can see the presented slide shows a formula for calculating Q sense, which determines how chaotic the system we are studying appears. Studies found that the corresponding alpha mean and alpha max values of this multifractality or singularity spectrum can be used to identify chaos in the system. The corresponding alpha mean and alpha max values and the corresponding multifractality spectrum we obtained using multifractal determinant fluctuation analysis. So this slide demonstrates table with the characteristic exponent for the whole time series of CO2 and Dow-Jones. And as you can see, as an example, Dow-Jones time series follows corresponding relation of non-extensivity, but for CO2 we don't have such relation. But there is another solution how to measure non-extensivity. We can use sliding window approach. So we can apply mentioned procedures for calculating QSTART, QSense, QRel not for the whole time series, but for sub-series. We can divide our series into fragments, choose a sub-series of corresponding length, example, 100 points or 200 points, shift this window, and then repeat our calculations. And here we can see corresponding Q start value for CO2. We can see that non-extensivity, it changes across time. The same we can see for our Dow Jones time series. We can see Q relaxation for CO2. We can see for Dow Jones. Also, we can see it for Q sense for CO2. And again for Dow Jones. So presenters before me were talking about fuzzy sets. So I will say only a few words about them. So in fuzzy logic, we don't say usually explicitly yes or no, 0 or 1. Yes, there is no strict answer. In fuzzy logic, we have something like membership function, which determines the degree of correspondence to a particular class. We can define fuzzy set that have the probability distribution, degree distribution over particular values, and we can define it for like discrete values and continuous values. As an example, suppose we investigate temperature. Usually it's difficult to define is it strictly hot or cold, but in fuzzy logic we can define corresponding classes of fuzzy sets using membership function. So we assign a value of temperature to a corresponding membership function, and we get the degree of correspondence to a particular fuzzy set, or exact fuzzified value, or how it says a linguistic variable. In our case, University of Discourse is our stock and crypto indices, and their price are fuzzified according to some membership function and some partitioning scheme. So we partition our time series, our universe of discourse, according to our subjective, maybe understanding of a particular system, or we use some particular formula to define fuzzified values. Fuzzy forecasting is defined by a set of linguistic rules or fuzzified rules. The fuzzy sets and rules form the knowledge base of a fuzzy logic relation group that has a form presented here. On the left-hand side, we have like inputs to our model. We have some previous values of a series, some features that could serve as an input. Then we fuzzify it. And then on the right-hand side, we have like output values, some future fuzzy values, some future defuzzified values. So in fuzzy sets, we deal with a system of cause and consequence. So we have like if one fuzzy value, if one fuzzy set, then we get another fuzzy value, another fuzzy set. So generally, we have like fuzzification, we get time series, and then we formulate according to this time series, according to our fuzzy membership function, fuzzy logic relation group. We formulate these if-then values, if-then rules, and then we get fuzzy outputs that are converted to numeric values if it's necessary for you. So a few words about defuzzification. According to Chen's method, it's the following. Suppose we don't have a next fuzzified value after a supply fuzzified value, then the future forecast will be the midpoint of corresponding fuzzy set. Suppose we have like from on the right-hand side, we have this fuzzy set A sub j. Then next forecasted value will be the midpoint, the highest point of this corresponding fuzzy set. And the third example, suppose after A sub y, we have multiple fuzzy sets, multiple fuzzy values like A sub P, A sub Q, and A sub R. So according to defuzzification procedure, next defuzzified value will be the average of corresponding midpoints of our fuzzy sets. Also, according to use methods, it's possible assign weights to our fuzzy values, to our fuzzy sets. So more recent fuzzy values on the right-hand side can be assigned with higher weights than the most distant linguistic values, the most distant fuzzy values. And as you can see, there are plenty of different methods: univariate, multivariate, high order, first order. We can make a different type of forecast, such as probabilistic interval. We can create stationary, non-stationary fuzzy sets. We can create different rules, different fuzzy rules according to different algorithms. We can make different standardization, normalization procedure, etc. But in our research, we decided to stop on first order fuzzy sets. So we decided to stop on classical methods that I described previously, on chance methods and use methods. So also, previously I mentioned Boltzmann-Gibbs entropy, and Professor Danilchuk told about wavelet entropy, permutation entropy. Also, in our research, we deal with approximate entropy. Algorithm for its calculation is the following. So we take like time series, then we construct this vector, embedded vector, with the corresponding length, with corresponding dimension d sub e. Then in our embedded matrix, we try to find maximal distance between corresponding vectors xi and xj. And then we calculate like frequencies. We calculate histogram of corresponding closeness of ith vector to other vectors. And then approximate entropy is found as the difference between corresponding frequencies at state d sub e and d sub e plus 1. If vector remains close to each other, it means that system is simple. But if the difference is huge, then our system is presented to be complex. So according to classical approximate entropy, we find we count relative closeness of particular vectors using a Heaviside function. But in fuzzy approximate entropy, the difference is that instead of Heaviside function, we can use corresponding membership function. Any membership function. Here I presented this bell-shaped or Gaussian curve. And as you can see, dotted line, it's our Heaviside function. This line, bell-shaped function, membership, our fuzzy membership degree, and it's much more smoothed comparing to our Heaviside function. So it's probably more appropriate to make like indicators, precursors to forecast future values. It's probably more appropriate to use a membership function instead of Heaviside. So we tested different membership functions. You can see them on this slide and on this. And here you can see corresponding empirical results. For here you can see corresponding approximate entropy, just classical approximate entropy. You can see how it behaves during crisis events. You can see approximate fuzzy approximate entropy. You can see fuzzy approximate entropy with sigmoid function, Gutermanian function, and corresponding with the corresponding linear function. So definitely there are plenty of work to do. We can test different membership functions. We can track much more crisis events. And here you can see triangular membership function. This one we use to exactly forecast for time series forecasting. And here you can see forecasting according to chance method for Dow Jones Industrial Average. You can see according to use method, weighted method, you can see prediction for Bitcoin time series. And you can see, again, according to use method for the same Bitcoin. So we calculated different metrics of corresponding forecasts. You can see corresponding numerical results. Definitely methods presented to be very accurate, and it's still discussable whether this procedure is actually overfitted or not, whether it's applied right partitioning scheme, right membership function. But we only started our research, and we will continue to investigate further procedures, further forecasts. So thus, it can be determined that the nature of carbon dioxide pricing market of Dow Jones Industrial Average presented to be non-extensive. We saw long-term correlations, chaos, long tails in probability distributions, and definitely except Q-stat, Q-sense, QRL, there are much more parameters from non-extensive statistics that should be explored. And definitely regarding these indicators, we can build new models like for identification and forecasting. And here you can see, so we also used fuzzy forecasting. You can see corresponding results. You could see that definitely there are a lot of methods, a lot of partitioning schemes, and we can use. We used like point forecast, but possible to use interval forecast, probabilistic forecast. Also, it's interesting to combine fuzzy methods with new machine learning, deep learning techniques. And also, it would be interesting to combine these methods with classical methods from econometrics. And definitely, except fuzzy approximate entropy, it's possible to use to fuzzify other entropy methods, like we can fuzzify wavelet entropy, we can fuzzify permutation entropy, recurrence entropy, classical Shannon entropy, etc. So thank you for your attention. I would be glad to answer your questions.
Thanks, Mr. Andrei, for really interesting topic. Great problem is how to deal with uncertainty, complexity, how to measure its spreads. Here, scientists have presented several solutions. One of them is to look at non-extensive statistics, namely Selle's triplet, which is suitable for measuring Charles power law decay in autocorrelation function and non-Gaussian behavior. All three exponents can give insights on at least 3 dimension informational systems, track changes in complexity and detect in-advised crashes. Another solution is to look at fuzzy time series. While the methods presented may seem outdated, they show excellent results. In further, scientists will employ other fuzzy methods, their modification and combination with the classical econometrical and new from machine and deep learning. Thanks for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to say something? If not, I will. Yes, please.
Could I say some words? Thanks to Andrei Belinsky for such an interesting report, in my opinion. Now he presents the school of Professor Solovyov, who has long been studying the problems of crisis in economy. And his approaches, which are based on a method of econophysics, are quite interesting. Today, we have seen an application of fuzzy set theory to the study of such problems. And the results are very meaningful. And in my opinion, it is high time to government agencies to pay attention to the results of such research. But I have a question that I traditionally ask to Professor Solovyov at the conferences. But now you present the results, and so I address this question to you. What awaits us in the near future? What is the probability of crisis, in particular for the national economy? And maybe you have our own estimates of duration of COVID-19 pandemic impact on economic development. Maybe you consider such issues.
Thank you for your question. Actually, I think that COVID pandemic, especially in Ukraine, should be so it's not gonna end in the next year or in 2 years. Definitely, there are a lot of consequences, and there are well, a lot of we should expect a lot of quarantine measures in the future. And what's about from these methods that we studied, that we used? Definitely, I would say that probably in stock indices and crypto indices, we should expect some decline according to recent events. Even today, someone sold like 500 Bitcoins, and like my market crashed by, as I remember, 15% or much more even. And it's gonna continue. We should expect like altcoin season, etc. So future may be not so optimistic in like short term, but in long term we should expect really interesting results and really interesting consequences.
Thank you. Thank you.
And definitely, I think I presented fuzzy methods. I presented non-extensive statistics. We are going to explore like fuzzy methods for entropies, and definitely they are very. They're gonna be useful for like features for models of forecasting. Like you can use QStat, QSense, QRL. You can use fuzzy approximate entropy, fuzzy permutation entropy, and classical methods like features for your model, for your fuzzy models, and you can make, I think, pretty interesting forecasts, pretty accurate, in my opinion. These methods that are based on fuzzy logical relation group definitely make sense. And as we tested, actually, exact fuzzy methods, they're presented to be soft computing and readable, in our opinion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Andres, I would like to ask one question.
Yeah. Yes, I hear.
Should I proceed, or you are going to stop me?
No.
Please,
I wasn't going to stop you. I just wanted to say I was sure that you would have something to say on this matter, because I also wait my turn in line to say just one word. So please, Professor Srivastava.
Okay, Dr. Andres, I have seen the two graphical sketches that you have shown. One is a time series, another is a fuzzy time series. But no major changes are visible in these two graphs.
You mean like this forecast? Yeah.
Yeah, there are the two graphical sketches that you have shown. Under once you are introducing the time series and the fuzzy time series. First
Yes.
thing. Second thing is that the statistical way and the fuzzy way, both are the different domain. Fuzzy based on the impreciseness, fuzzy based on the vagueness, fuzzy based on the ambiguity. Statistical techniques are based on the complete crisp data that is available. So how you have used these two? Which aspect that you have taken under the name of fuzzy to capture the impreciseness, to capture the ambiguity, capture the vagueness?
Yes.
Which aspect that you have taken? That's why you have induced this fuzzy methodology. And that's why the graphical sketches that you have designed, whether these graphical sketches are designed under the statistical concept or under the fuzzy graph concept.
As I presented, we used like I will show. We used like only chance methods. So I have like an example after presentation.
Yes, there are the two graphical sketches are there in the beginning where you have time series and fuzzy time series that you have shared in the beginning.
So I just want to explain that in our we presented that we use like a grid partitioning scheme. The idea is that we like take a triangular membership function and we partition our time series into, as I remember, 15 fuzzy time series, 15 fuzzy time series of equal length. Then, according to chance methods, we like take, as an example, if there is enrollment to university, we take like numerical values. According to our partitioning scheme, we fuzzify it according using a triangular membership function, and we create like a fuzzy logical relation group. So you can see, as an example, we have A1
here you have used triangular fuzzy membership function.
Yes.
Okay, so it means the entire results may be rewritten under the domain of trapezoidal fuzzy function, as well as bell shape. New results may be designed.
Yes, definitely.
So why not? So one thing, just listen me. As you have taken the linear membership functions, that is the triangular, why not you have considered this this bell shaped? Because the once you are handling the issue that is directly associated with the natures, that is the issue concerned with the environment or whatever aspect regarding carbon dioxide you are discussing here, the concept that is captured with the help of the non-linear membership function, that will be more useful rather than the triangular one.
Yes, I agree with you.
Perception.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I completely agree with you. But I just didn't want to overweight my presentation, and we have some results like with using trapezoidal and bell-shaped. But I just we only started our research, and we don't completely understand like mechanisms why results are so accurate. We like have such fuzzy logical relation group of first order, and it's still completely I cannot understand why using linear membership function I get such accurate results. So it's still a question even for us. But
no. And there is simple, very simple thing is that nature is purely non-linear. Remember, it is purely non-linear. It is not, nature is not a linear one. So once any issue concerned with the nature is being examined, it is better to use non-linear membership functions such as sigmoidal and bell-shaped or Gaussian. So definitely more beautiful results, more curved-based graphical sketches or fuzzy graph will be designed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anytime when we will meet, we will discuss in detail.
Definitely.
Because the new speaker is ready to fire, and I will have to address that. Thank you, Andres. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bonkai.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. I just wanted to say that I am sure that the results presented today were the very simple ones, so that we are not very terrified about the results and to understand a little about it. But I myself, I was very happy to see some notions that I actually know that related to fuzzy theory, and somehow you have prepared a little my talk, which will have a small part containing some fuzzy related problems.
I'm sorry for this, just like in interconnected researchers. I remember Professor Pankaya also yesterday was talking about
Yes.
fuzzy sets, so I didn't want to overweight this by a huge theory, a huge complex fuzzy sets, theory of fuzzy sets.
No, I think you have chosen the right amount of information to share with us today. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Olena. Thank you, Professor Srivastava. I pass on my duties of moderator now to the next moderator, Dr. Lyudmila Pristyupa.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Georgia Oris, and we moving on forward, and with my great pleasure, I want to invite the member of our conference from Romania to present the results of research by new trends in differential, subordinal, and subordinal theories involving different types of operation, Dr. Georgia Irina Oris, and by this topic, with my very special pleasure, I invite Chairperson Professor Pankaj Srivastava, Vice General Secretary, National Institute of Technology, Alabama, India. Thank you very much, and let's start.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lyudmila. It's an opportunity to share a brief information about the dashing mathematician of Romania, very well recognized in the respective domain, the subordinate or subordinate, the theories that she used to share. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Georgia Irina Oros. She is an associate professor at the Faculty of Informatics and Sciences, Department of Mathematics and Computer Science since 2013. Over 100 research papers she has published in the field of complex analysis, geometric function theory. She is one of the authority in the field of complex analysis and geometric function theory, as well as she has developed something extraordinary outputs that she has produced. In year 2009, she developed the general form of strong differential subordinations, as well as the paper she has published in 2009 that was published in Turkish Journal of Mathematics. And in 2019, the latest one that she has done, that is the differential subordinates for harmonic complex valued functions. This is not the completely updated information, a little bit old, because a lot of things I have seen on the Facebook, the new publications of Professor Georgia Oros, and recently she published one book. Its details are available on the chat box. Those who are interested may go and check the content of the Dr. Georgia Irina Oros, the latest publication with Springer under the mathematical computational intelligence. This is the latest one. The details are available on the chat box. Please click and have a look on the complete details of the academic contribution of Dr. Georgia Irina Oros. This book is being released in 2022, but online it is available. So I welcome Dr. Georgia to share your views on the topic, that is new trends in differential subordination and superordination theories involving different types of operators. Welcome, Dr. Georgia.
Thank you
to
very much,
introduce
Professor Srivastava. Thank you.
Introduce the audience, because here audience are of the mixed from economics to management to other domains. So now your mathematical skill will have to be examined, that how you satisfy each and everyone. I am with you with good luck, best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have thought of my presentation today just because there are so many different specialties that the researchers have. I will make it like a little story. I will show you less mathematics and more about the nice story, which is mathematics, and the nice story which lies behind these theories of differential subordination and superordination. So my topic today, new trends in differential subordination and superordination theories involving different types of operators. I start by giving the history of the topic of differential subordination. And first, the idea of inequality has been extended from the real plane to the complex plane through the notion of subordination, introduced by Professor Miller and Mocanu. This notion came with this notion of subordination, came a whole new theory called the theory of differential subordination or admissible function theory. Later, in 2003, a particular form of inequality in complex plane was also defined by them as dual notion of subordination, the notion of differential superordination. And with it, the theory of differential superordination appeared. So how it all started? It started from the real case where real valued functions, bounds on a function f, are often determined from an inequality involving several derivatives of the function. As a simple example, a function f twice continuously differentiable on an interval, which you see here -1, 1, can be considered, and suppose that we have a differential operator given here, which satisfies this inequality, 0 less than df of t less than 2. Well, it is easily seen that for such a function has the property of having the values between -1 and 2 for all t going in the considered interval. So that can be written in form of inclusion, inclusion of certain sets, df of t included into the interval 0, 2, we have obtained here, implies that f of I, the function f applied on the interval, is included into the interval -1, 2. Now, in two articles, which you see here in 1978 and 1981, the authors have extended these ideas involving differential inequalities for real valued functions to complex valued functions, setting the basis for a new theory, later named theory of differential subordinations or admissible function theory, which has developed rapidly in the following years, since it provides means for proving a lot easier known results and for easily obtaining interesting original ones. The idea of introducing the notion of subordination originated in the observation that the differential inequality from 1, the one that we have here, so this differential inequality doesn't have a direct analog in for complex valued functions, since the real function f of t cannot be replaced by a complex valued function, because I think everybody knows, or most of the researchers know, there is no inequality for complex numbers. We don't have such a relation of inequality between complex numbers. So this differential inequality in relation 1 cannot be put in the complex plane, but the inclusion relation you see in the second in this relation 2, that one can be put naturally in the complex plane under the form you can see here, df of u included into omega, where df of z is considered the differential operator shown before, and u denotes the unit disk of the complex plane. I have written here who is u, and omega being a subset of the complex plane. So that inclusion relation from 2 has this natural complex analog. So if we have a function defined on the complex unit disk with the complex valued function, which satisfies this inclusion, then the following the implication in relation 2, I have written again this implication. The question is whether there exists a smallest set delta such that this implication holds. If df of u is included into omega, is there a smallest delta set such that f of u is included into delta? This is the question for differential subordination theory. And we ask whether there is a smallest set omega for which this inclusion holds in the case of differential superordination theory introduced in 2003. If omega is included into the image of the unit disk through this differential operator, is there a smallest such delta such that such an implication gives that delta is included into the image of the unit disk through our function f. So the theory of differential subordination introduced by Professors Miller and Mocanu contains the following information. If we take two sets in the complex plane omega and delta, and P an analytic function in the unit disk having the property that f of 0 is a, and if we let a function psi defined on on c to power 3 on which has 3 arguments, then the heart of this theory deals with generalizations of the following implication, here marked with 5. So if this set is included into omega, then the image of the unit disk through the function p, which we have here in the set, is included into delta, into the other set delta. So there are 3 problems that characterize the theory of differential subordinations in the complex plane, and they are listed as problems 1, 2, and 3. Given omega and delta, find conditions on phi so that 5 holds. We call such a psi an admissible function. Given psi and delta, given psi and omega, find delta such that the implication holds. Furthermore, find the smallest such delta, and given the psi and delta, find omega such that the implication in relation 5 holds. Furthermore, find the largest such omega. So the definition Professors Miller and Mocanu introduced for the notion of differential subordination is the following. let f and capital F be two holomorphic functions. Function f is said to be subordinate to function capital F, written with this special subordination sign. If there exists a function W analytic in U with W of 0 equals 0 and modulus of W of Z less than 1, such that f of Z is capital F of W of Z. So if f is univalent, then f is subordinated to capital F if and only if those two conditions are satisfied. So this is the definition that Professors Miller and Mocanu introduced for the notion of differential subordination. And then if delta is a simply connected domain, this implication from relation 5 can be written using, instead of containment relation, the subordination relation. And if omega is also a simply connected domain, then there is a conformal mapping H of the unit disk into this omega, such that H of 0 is psi of A 0, 0, 0. And if in addition the function psi is analytic, then the implication in 5 can be written in the form of subordination. And here both inclusion relations were replaced by subordination. So I have marked this with star because this is the first important relation regarding the subordination definition. Now, another important definition is the one given the solution of a differential subordination. And if an analytic function P satisfies this second order differential subordination, then P is called a solution. The univalent function Q is called the dominant of the solutions of the differential subordination if all solutions are subordinated to this Q. And the best dominant is the one who is subordinated to all dominants. So these are the main definitions that we need: solution and dominant and best dominant. Now, the three problems we have stated relating sets and inclusions of sets are now restated regarding using subordination. And first problem is restated as: given the univalent functions H and Q, find the class of admissible functions such that the implication holds. The second problem is restated as: given the differential subordination, find the dominant Q, and moreover find the best dominant. And the third problem is restated as: given functions psi and Q and the dominant Q, find the largest class of univalent functions H such that the implication holds. Then the concept of differential superordination was introduced as a dual concept, and this has appeared considering the definition of subordination. If we say F is subordinated to capital F, we can also see the problem the other way, and we say that capital F is said to be superordinate to F. So given this perspective on the subordination, the concept of superordination appeared, and the theory of differential superordination deals with the implications of this form. If omega is included in this set, then it should give that delta is included into the image. For subordination, if the set was included into omega, then the image of the unit disk through function P was supposed to be included into delta. So this is the other way around. If omega is included into the set, then delta should be included into the image of the unit disk through function P. So the three problems stated in theory of differential subordination are reinterpreted for differential superordination. The same three problems are reinterpreted, and both theories of differential subordination and its dual, the theory of differential superordination, are based on reinterpreting certain inequalities for real valued functions for the case of complex valued functions. So this is the long story short of how the notions of subordination and superordination appeared. So certain inequalities for real valued functions are interpreted for complex valued functions where we don't have inequalities. So some important part of the study using the theories of differential subordination and superordination involve the use of different types of operators. So the differential operators and the integral operators are the most popular. This topic emerged at the very beginning of the theory of the functions of a complex variable. The first operators were introduced during the early years of the 20th century. The first operator, integral operator, was introduced by Alexander in 1915, and you see here what was the form of this operator. Then another very used integral operator was defined in 1965 by Libera. And this operator was generalized by Bernardi in 1969. And the so-called Bernardi integral operator emerged. There are also differential operators which are very important. The first one that we talk about, which gives many good results in studies, is the Rushevai differential operator introduced in 1975. And you can see here its definition. So it involves different orders of differentiation. And I just said here who is the class A, where the function f is supposed to be. So the general class AN is formed of all holomorphic functions which have the serial development that we see here. And the class A, where this differential operator is, Rushevai differential operator is defined, is obtained when we give n value 1. So this operator is widely used by researchers in introducing classes of univalent functions and obtaining new subordination and superordination results. Another well-known and much used operator, Sălăgean differential operator, was introduced in 1983. I am proud to say that Professor Sălăgean was my PhD supervisor at Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca. So just like Professor Mocanu, who introduced the theory of differential subordination, Professor Sălăgean is also from Romania. So this much used differential operator was defined again using different differentiation orders, and also this operator, differential Sălăgean operator, has inspired many researchers to generalize it, starting with Professor Alabudi in 2004, and getting to the recent years where quantum calculus was also added to the studies for obtaining extensions of this operator. I have added some papers as references regarding this extension of Sălăgean differential operator through quantum calculus, which is very in trend these days. Many researchers use this quantum calculus because it gives many applications in different parts, not only in mathematics. So combinations between differential and integral operators are also considered for studies. In the two papers published in 2020, such differential integral operators were introduced by myself and some collaborators of mine. So the first one was introduced in mathematics and statistics with my colleague Alina Alb-Lupaș from University of Oradea. This is the form of the operator. It's a linear combination between Salajan differential operator and Libera integral operator. And we have here, I have shown here the special cases for which from our operator, differential operator Salajan and Libera integral operator are obtained. It is a very common line of research that using new operators, new classes of functions are defined, and that was the case for our paper too. So we introduced a new class of functions from the same set A that I have shown before, which satisfy this certain inequality. And we have shown that our class of function is a generalization of the functions with bounded rotation previously considered by other authors. So we have obtained different results related to the class of functions and the operator. I will not go into details because they are very technical, but we have obtained the two univalence criteria, which you can see here as the form. So if the function from the class A satisfies this subordination, then from this subordination it is obvious that the operator introduced is a univalent operator. And the same happens with taking as best dominant of the differential subordination a particular function which is known in geometric function theory for having very nice properties. So if this differential subordination is complied, then we have the subordination of this operator to this special function, and which gives nice properties for the operator. Another differential integral operator was introduced by myself as a linear combination between Rushevai differential operator and Libera integral operator. Again, a new class of functions is introduced, and we obtained that the class of function is convex, and we prove some inclusion relation depending on the parameters of the class. So I have put here the form of the theorems, but again, it's just to see how our results look like. A similar operator was introduced by other researchers as a linear combination between Salajan differential operator and Alexander integral operator. This is the form of the new operator. Again, using this operator, some classes of functions are introduced and studied. This is related to the differential and integral operators and how they can be mixed for obtaining new operators. Another line of research that I have taken was introducing new operators using the very interesting confluent or Kummer hypergeometric function. So in a very recent paper, given the confluent hypergeometric function, which is can be seen here, which is studied in many other domains, not only mathematics, because it has nice properties and gives good results. We have defined a Kummer-Bernardi integral operator and a Kummer-Libera integral operator, where we have used the hypergeometric function inside the integral, and sufficient conditions for these operators to be univalent and to preserve star likeness are obtained. And what is interesting here is that we could interpret these conditions using the initial idea that generated the theory of subordination, inclusion relation between some subsets of the complex plane, which you can see here. And if we have proved this for Kummer-Bernardi, the same can be proven for Kummer-Libera integral operators. And of course, other properties related to them could be investigated and could prove useful in introducing special classes of functions. Then the fractional integral is also a way to look at the introduction of new operators, and the same confluent hypergeometric function was used for introducing such fractional integral operator. The nice thing about this operator was that we could obtain results related to subordination theory, and this is a theorem related to the subordination theory. Then we could use the same operator for obtaining results related to differential superordination, and then we used the both in a way which is very common in geometric function theory, and we obtained sandwich type results. This investigation proves very useful because both theories can be applied, and sandwich type results connects the two theorems in a very nice way. Another hypergeometric integral operator was defined by having as inspiration an operator studied by Miller, Mocano, and Reed. And for this operator, we have applied now the fuzzy differential subordination. This is the new operator you can see here, which we have obtained given specific values for the parameters we have found in the original operator. And just one word about the introduction of fuzzy set concept in complex analysis. The concept of fuzzy set was introduced in 1965 by Lotfi Zadeh, but when it appeared, it didn't suggest the extraordinary evolution of the concept which follows. Received with distrust at first, the concept is very popular nowadays, being adapted to many research topics. Mathematicians were also interested in embedding the concept of fuzzy set in the researches, and it was indeed included in many mathematical approaches. As far as complex analysis is concerned, fuzzy sets theory has been included in studies related to geometric function theory in 2011. The first paper appeared introducing the notion of subordination in fuzzy sets theory. So here is the paper, The Notion of Subordination in Fuzzy Sets Theory, followed by another paper in 2012, Fuzzy Differential Subordination, which went further into adapting the notions from the already established theory of differential subordination. And the concept of fuzzy differential subordination is defined as it can be seen here. The function f is said to be fuzzy subordinated to a function g, written with this special subordination sign. If there exists a function f defined on the complex plane with the values into 0, 1, such that these two relations are satisfied. So we have seen in the previous presentation how a fuzzy function is defined. So that is why I said that that presentation prepared a little some small part of my presentation. And now, of course, the things get very complicated, and the theorems have very complicated forms. But the fuzzy best dominants are given for certain fuzzy differential subordinations, and using particular functions as fuzzy best dominant, several corollaries are stated, giving sufficient conditions for the operator introduced to be star-like, convex, star-like of order 1/2, and convex of order -1/2. Previously introduced operators were then studied using the theory of fuzzy differential subordination. The operator introduced in 2015 was used in 2021 to obtain new fuzzy differential subordination. Again, I show here some form of the theorems, but they are very complicated for someone who doesn't do research in this field. New applications of Selejan and Rushevai operators were considered for obtaining fuzzy differential subordinations. Fuzzy differential subordinations were applied to the well-known operators. Fuzzy sets of fuzzy class of analytic functions are also defined using these operators, just as in the classical theory of subordination. I give here a theorem which gives an interesting example. So this is an example of more simple functions that you can see. So two examples I have included to just for the purpose of showing that these results can be applied, and there are actual functions which can be fuzzy subordinated. Now I show here the list of references. I have included the paper of Alexander to see where the first integral operator was introduced, then the paper of Fatima Aloboudi in 2004, who generalized the Selejan differential operator. I didn't get the chance to talk here about the proof of Bieberbach conjecture, which used hypergeometric functions, and that's when the connection between hypergeometric functions and univalent function theory was established. This is the quantum calculus implying differential operator, just one example of very numerous papers. The classical papers where the theories of differential subordination and superordination were introduced, and some of the papers that I have showed results from. So thank you for your patience and attention. Okay, and so
thank you, Dr. Georgia.
I don't know if I took too much time. I just talked, and I didn't consider that my talk was supposed to be 20 minutes only. So I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Once you are going to discuss the structural part of any issue, it takes time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So
thank you.
A nice presentation about the emerging theme of complex analysis, fusing fuzzy with the subordinate theory to discuss the issues concerned with the geometric theory and the complex analysis. It's very interesting that each and every division of knowledge domain try to capture the nature. Each and every division, whatever may be, they try to capture the domain of nature, that how closer it may be. As Professor Georgia Irina introduced, that the concept of the idea of real plane to complex plane, it is a beginning from real plane to complex plane to capture the more realistic values, more realistic outputs, and then from real valued function to the complex valued functions. In a very systematic way, Professor Georgia introduced the concept of the differential subordination, the concept of the dominant, the concept of the subordinate, the concept of the fuzzy differential subordinate, and shown a very interesting, a good number of interesting results that she has established during the last 2-3 years. It seems that Professor Georgia is nowadays pioneer in fuzzy differential subordinate theories, because whatever results are visible, it seems that Dr. Georgia is taking a lead in this domain. As I said in the earlier, that each and every division try to capture the approaches or try to copy or try to be nearer to the nature by their respective approach. Here, the efforts are being made with the respective functions such as Kummer's hypergeometric function or Gaussian hypergeometric function. Efforts are going on. I think 1F0, 2F1, efforts will be definitely for 3F2 and 4F3 will be.
Yeah.
Right. As well as, hopefully, Professor Georgia, have you approached this basic hypergeometric functions? Because Kummer hypergeometric function.
Yes, not yet, yes. But it's coming, because some of my colleagues have started to work with the Bessel function. So I am considering it for the future. Yes, because it gives very nice results, extraordinary results.
Yes, because here it's a very. I was just observing that how you are fusing fuzzy with the existing subordinate theory or the dominant theory. The concept automatically implied, because the disk that you have taken, definitely it is a absolute value of z, the modulus z less than 1. All those values that comes under the domain of your fuzzy criteria that you have indicated, f is a function from complex plane to the 0, 1.
0, 1, yes.
Nice effort. Geometrically, it is explained. There is a unit disk is there where the radii and other component will be lesser than 1. Hope you will do something better with the fusion of the approaches concerned with the 3F2 and 4F3, as well as the basic hypergeometric functions where Ramanujan excelled in that domain. because that is the domain of concern with the Ramanujan, this hypergeometric and especially the basic hypergeometric functions.
Yes.
And one thing I would like to suggest, why not you select the Mach theta function, the most fascinated topic that Ramanujan introduced with your this fuzzy differential subordination. Have a look on these Mach theta functions, order 3, order 2, order 5, order 7, order 9, order 10. All these Mach theta functions, definitely it will be completely a new approach. If you make an effort to fuse this fuzzy differential subordination approach, fusing with Mach theta function, forget about this hypergeometric and other things.
Yes.
Select the Mach theta and definitely that will be a new one. Thank you, Professor Georgia.
Thank you.
And I would like to open the platform for the questions. If anyone, please feel free to come forward to ask the queries.
Thank you, Professor Pankai. Thank you very much, Dr. Georgiana Ors, for your hard work and for your fundamental research and for easy story about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We invite our next members and the next participants. With my pleasure, I invite Dr. Victoria Opalka as a presenter to next presentation, and chairperson, Dr. Tatiana Gordeeva, to present our member.
Thank you, Dr. Ludmila. With sincere pleasure, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Victoria Opalka, PhD in Economic Sciences, Associate Professor of Economics and International Economic Relations Department, Bogdan Khmelnytskyi, Cherkasy National University. She is also corresponding member of the Academy of Economic Sciences of Ukraine, expert of the National Agency for Quality of Higher Education in International Economic Relations. Victoria has 19 years of experience in higher school and also of more than 100 publications, including more than 70 professional publications, more than 10 educational and methodical publications, 6 scientific monographs via separate chapters or in the role of co-author. Dr. Victoria's investigative interest lies in the field of socioeconomic inequality, global development, and the global dimension of poverty. And today the topic of her presentation is choosing a strategy to reduce inequality, the challenge for modern globalization. Dr. Victoria, welcome to Step Up.
Thank you. A sound socioeconomic strategy of states is vital to reduce inequality and form a competitive position of the national economy in the international scene. Inequality in income distribution creates an unsatisfactory situation in any economic structure. As Marshall noticed, any reduction in inequality achieved by means that do not undermine the motives of free initiative and strength of character would be a clear social achievement. Compensating for inequality in income distribution is possible through the introduction of a balanced state socioeconomic policy. The study is devoted to the development and planning of an algorithm for choosing an inequality reduction strategy based on the coefficient of inequality elasticity. Within the framework of our research, we consider socioeconomic inequality as unequal access to resources, income, capital, wealth, and a disproportionate redistribution of these resources in favor of the lobbying interests of the elite at different levels. In the United Nations report 2020, it is noted that inequality continues to reign and deepen in the world. In the world, 1% of the population bathes in luxury and continues to get rich. And 40% of the world's population from generation to generation cannot get out of poverty. Overall, 70% of the world's population is affected by inequality. Compensating for inequality in income distribution is possible through the introduction of a balanced state socioeconomic policy. Fair distribution is the basis for the formation of an equilibrium development system. From this approach, we perceive inequality as an imbalance between economic growth and the efficient distribution of the resources and benefits received, as we see at the screen. To change the imbalance of the system is to reach a kind of compromise between the interests and powers of the authorities on the one hand and with all members of society on the other. We believe that it is necessary to create preconditions for societies to independently reduce inequality through accelerated inclusive development, and be interested in creating equal conditions and opportunities for all segments of the population in order to avoid conflicts. In our opinion, such a trade-off can be determined by considering the elasticity of inequality. In mathematics, elasticity is the ratio of the growth rate of the dependent variable to the growth rate of the independent variable. The coefficient of elasticity shows how many percent the dependent variable will change when the independent variable changes by 1%. Inequality is the existence of people in conditions where they have unequal access to resources. Inequality has existed in any society, but it becomes dangerous when it reaches a certain critical level. The most important indicator of inequality is income differentiation, which is determined by the Gini coefficient. According to the United Nations recommendations, the critical value of the Gini coefficient, index of concentration of income of the population, is equal to 0.4. And exceeding this level puts a country in a state of social, economic, or political instability. Excessive socioeconomic inequality is turning into a new global challenge for the modern world. We will try to establish the connection between how much it is necessary to increase the level of income, gross domestic product per capita, for the Gini index to decrease by 1%. We propose to take as a basis the method of arc elasticity, which is used in the absence of a demand function, provided that the initial and next values are known. In our case, we use the Gini index as the independent variable. Function dependent on irregularities determinants. Factors affecting the inequality for calculating elasticity is the following at the first formula. To calculate the elasticity of inequality, we have decomposed the proportional change in the level of inequality into influenced factors. So we've got the following formula, as you can see on the screen. Few words about the arc elasticity method. Arc elasticity makes it possible to determine only an approximate value of elasticity to the arc AB, but this method can be used to calculate the elasticity of inequality. There are several variations of the elasticity of inequality, the value of which depends on the functional features of the inequality and can vary from 0 to infinity. Consider the options for possible values of the coefficient of inequality elasticity. Option 1, if the elasticity of inequality more than 1, then inequality is elastic. There is a 1% change in the Gini index leads to a larger percentage change in income. This means that income will rise at a faster rate than the Gini index will decline. Option 2, if the elasticity of inequality less than 1, then the inequality is elastic. There is a 1% change in the Gini index causes less than 1% in the change in income. This means that income grows at a slower rate than inequality declines. Option 3, if the elasticity of inequality equal to 1, then we have the unit elasticity of inequality such that 1% change in the Gini index results in exactly a 1% change in income. In other words, the rate of change in inequality and income is the same. Option 4. If the elasticity of inequality is 1 and infinity, then inequality is absolutely elastic. That is, this means that even a small increase in income implies that the volume of inequality tends to 0, and the same decrease leads to an unlimited increase in income. Option 5. If the elasticity of inequality is equal to 0, then inequality is absolutely inelastic. That is, any changes in the Gini index do not react in any way to changes in inequality. This inequality is inherent to social transfers and social services. We compose this on the table 1, interpretations of types of inequality elasticities. Results. A comparative analysis of inequality and income across a sample of countries with different levels of development and geography was made using the arc elasticity method. This made it possible to calculate the coefficient of inequality elasticity and establish the connection between the value of the coefficient and the applied model of reducing inequality. Let's try to empirically identify particular changes in income across countries and to track how the Gini index is changed. According to the results of statistical information for the period from 2015 to 2020, we observe an increase in the income of the population in all studied countries. At the same time, the Gini index has different dynamics, decreasing and increasing. The Gini index during the study period increased in the following countries: Poland, Romania, Georgia, Moldova, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Russia, Ukraine, Estonia, Egypt, China, Thailand, India, Pakistan. As we see on the second table. Therefore, based on the results obtained, we propose the following algorithm for choosing a strategy for reducing inequality. At first, analysis. It means determination of the dynamics of the dependence of inequality on the level of income. The second is modeling. It means calculation of elasticity coefficient. A third, regulation. It means choice of strategy, models for reducing inequality. And the fourth is monitoring. Based on the results of empirical research, let us concretize the elasticity of inequality in accordance with the results obtained. If elasticity of inequality is more than 0 but less and equal to 1, then elasticity of inequality is relative. If elasticity of inequality is more than 1 but less and equal to 4, elastic. If elasticity of inequality is more than 4 but less than infinity, then elasticity of inequality is absolutely elastic. Briefly, let us consider the proposed strategies for reducing inequality. At first, the social model of development. By the social model of development, we mean the concept of a social state, a state of social welfare, which ensures a high level of social security and social protection of citizens. The social development model, social programs, is implemented through a redistributive system. For example, the budget, social insurance funds, with a high share of social spending. According to this model, inequality is reduced through the system of providing social services in the most important spheres of life: free school education, social security in old age, system of payments for children, payment of unemployment assistance, the provision of housing, etc. The second, the income distribution model. The income distribution model, economic efficiency programs, they are based on alternative conceptual approaches to the problem of opposing equality and efficiency. The distribution of income, as we can see, is uneven. The market system functions as a self-regulating system and doesn't ensure a realization of the right to work, education, healthcare, and other social services, doesn't guarantee social justice and equality. However, it is possible to improve the distribution system by increasing production opportunities and compensating losses to other members of society through transfers. An increase in economic efficiency occurs when the transition from one state of the economic system to another increases overall welfare. And those members of society who win are able to compensate for the losses of those whose situation is deteriorating. This conclusion is known as the Kaldor-Hicks compensation principle. And the third, an inclusive development model. It's a clone of various models, so therefore it can act as a system of redistribution focused on increasing income, especially for the socially unprotected population, as an effective counteraction to inequality, as a model based on an understanding of a person's personal freedom, his rights, choices, access to benefits, affects the development of the person as an individual. The model is designed to regulate the choice between economic efficiency and social justice. The goal of an inclusive development model is to ensure equal access to economic independence and interaction between people, social classes. In conclusion, I would like to say that we have considered the several combinations in terms of the coefficient of inequality elasticity, according to a preliminary analysis based on the sample data for countries with the different levels of development and geography. We have proposed an algorithm for choosing a strategy for reducing inequality dependent on the values of the elasticity coefficient. If the coefficient of elasticity is in the range from more than 0 but less and equal to 1, let's call it the relative inequality elasticity. Then it is recommended to apply the social model of development social programs. If the coefficient of elasticity is in the range from more than 1 but less and equal to 4, elastic inequality, states use mainly the model of income distribution, economic efficiency programs. If inequality elasticity is more than 4 but less than infinity, then inequality is absolutely elastic and an inclusive development model is applied. In modern conditions of development, globalization and technological change create conditions for a more equitable and efficient distribution of income through the implementation of a well-throughout redistribution policy. Report completed. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Dr. Victoria, for such fascinating presentation. We highly appreciate it. I suppose we all agree that a well thought out socio-economic strategy of state is vital to reduce inequality and form a competitive position of national economy in the world arena. The speaker gave us strong justification of importance of using an effective strategy for income distribution due to the growing trend of inequality between various countries. Presentation was devoted to the development and planning of an algorithm for choosing a strategy for reducing inequality based on the indicator of elasticity of inequality. These results can be aimed at optimizing the management of the balanced development of the national system and offered for analytical support in the development form and implementation on effective income redistribution policies in order to reduce inequality. So thank you very much, and maybe someone have a question, feel free to ask it.
Actually, I would like just to comment that it's a very nicely magnificent way to deliver this talk, and it's a very relevant topic. Actually, when we're talking about inequality, it's usually the product of different political and economic maybe factors. It is a product really of different cultures of human history. But it seems to me works of someone, some other agency have made some research or investigation. Actually, when we should choose what people choose, actually, and people are more likely to choose fair inequality than unjust. People are more likely to choose fair inequality, yes, and then unjust equality. That means that we are talking about different ways. What's better, to have really equal approach to everything, and we have to get to everything, or maybe we should deserve to that we really don't deserve. It's like a little bit in a simpler way. So thank you very much for your report, and thank you very much. It was very interesting, wonderful report. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nina.
Thank you very much, Professor Nina, for your comment, and thank you for our chairperson, Dr. Tatiana Gordeeva, and thank you very much for this interesting presentation and team of authors from Bogdan Khmelnytskyi Cherkasy National University, Ukraine, and especially for Dr. Victoria Opalko. Thank you very much. Let's move forward, and next, our guests, we invite with our great pleasure our speaker and our chairperson from Ferenc Rákóczi Second Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, and speaker Dr. Erika Todorisko, and chairperson for presentation our speaker Professor Nina Boydanosik. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Ludmila. Thank you very much for such a nice opportunity to introduce my colleague from Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, Erika Todorisko. She graduated Mukachevo State University in 2018 and obtained master's degree in tourism expert. Then she entered graduate school there and at the Economics and Finance department, and is about at her final line in obtaining her PhD degree. So for now, Erika currently holds a position of assistant professor at the Department of Geography and Tourism at Ferenc Rákóczi Second Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education. She is the head of the Tourist Information Center Rákóczi Tour, and actually she has got a nice teaching and administrative experience at positions of teacher, general manager, project manager, even director. Her scientific research concerns innovative possibilities for development of the economy of tourism in Transcarpathia. She has presented her scientific results in various international conference, and last week we conducted another conference, and also Erika delivered a talk on the problem of tourism in Transcarpathia. And today Erika is going to talk also about the role of two routing systems in the development of tourism in Transcarpathia. I think it would be main features, peculiarities, and possibilities. Erika, please, the word is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, Nina. I am very pleased, and I am very thankful that I can be present in such an international conference that you are organizing. And first of all, I'd like to express my special thanks for organizing such events and giving us an opportunity to present our field of research and our results as well. Thank you again. So I'd like to start sharing my screen. So I hope it will work. Let me know whether you see.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So can you see it in a full screen version?
No, not full screen.
Not full screen? Okay. I'm gonna try it in another way. Sorry. For me, it shows that I'm sharing it, but technical things can happen. Sorry, it's not my friend now.
Yeah, it may happen sometimes.
Okay, is it visible now?
It is visible, but you didn't open slideshow.
Okay. Is it working now?
Not yet.
Not yet. Even now?
Even now.
Okay.
Erika, maybe you try to share full screen and then select the window with the presentation.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Is it okay now?
Now it's okay.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technical problem, it can happen. So first of all, I'd like to present the topic of my investigation. So last time I was talking about the tourism and especially the health tourism of Transcarpathia. But now I'd like to show another part of my field of interest and research as well. So this time I'm going to talk about the role of routing systems in the development of tourism in Transcarpathia. So why is it important? It's a question as well. I will show you some features, peculiarities, and possibilities as well. Now I am delivering my talk as a teacher of the Department of Geography and Tourism of Ferenc Rákóczi II Transcarpathia Hungarian College of Higher Education, and also as the head of the Tourist Information Center, Rákóczi Tours. I'm also a graduate student at the Economics and Finance Department of the Doctoral School of the Mukachevo State University, and as okay, it's not moving on. So, and as I told you, so I'm going to talk about the role of routing system now. So why is it not? Oh, okay, it's moving. Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to introduce the aim, object, and the subject of the investigation. So the purpose of this study is to outline the logic management of a tourist enterprise based on the model of spatial routing attached to the constant journey in the system of socio-economic development settlements. The object of the research is the multiple process of forming an adequate system of influences and determining the best way to deliver tourists to the natural and cultural heritage of tourist attractive settlements. It's very important, as in Transcarpathia, our territory is quite rich in these resources. That's why I think it's the best way if we create such a system which can give for the tourists different options to choose from. The subject of the research is the use of routing tables in the management of a tourist enterprise. Another factor that should be highlighted is that if we are talking about routing tables and its connection with the tourist enterprise, it should be said that it can give a great development to the tourism enterprise if we think of the economic point of view. First of all, about the physical geography. So why is it important to talk about routing systems? If you look at the map of Transcarpathia, it can be clear for you that it's quite rich in natural resources. We can see a lot of mountainous regions. We can see here lowlands and highlands as well, different valleys, rivers, and this region is quite rich in these resources. That's why we should use it in the way of the development of tourism enterprise here in Transcarpathia. The tourism in Transcarpathia plays a very important role in the development of the economy of the region. Why is it so important? It can be shown in the map as well. So if you look at the map of Transcarpathia, you can see that the major fields of the development of the strategies in the region of Transcarpathia is tourism as well. We can talk about a lot of potential possibilities. This territory is quite rich in natural and cultural resources as well. But due to the shortcomings of the socio-economic system, we can detect only the rudimentary or in some cases the spontaneous usage. As you see, I highlighted also the keywords of my presentation, which is spatial routing systems, tourist enterprise, and the process as well. If we look at the geographical position of Transcarpathia, you can see here the waterways and also the highlands of Transcarpathia as well. This region is quite rich in the mountainous regions. So you can see here the Polonina Runa, Polonina Borzava, Polonina Krasna, the Svidovets, Chorna Hora, Verkhovina, and other important highlands, which are for the tourism enterprise, are in a very important, playing a very important role. If you look at the thermal and mineral springs of Transcarpathia, we can also detect that our region is very rich in them. So if you look at the map currently here, so you can see that our territory is not only rich in the natural resources from the point of view of highlands and lowlands, but also rich in the way of medical water resources. It's of crucial importance as if we look at the whole country in Ukraine, so we can't detect so much mineral and thermal water springs in other regions. In Transcarpathia, from the 36 types of mineral and thermal water springs, we can detect 32. So that is nearly all of them can be found in Transcarpathia, and that's very important from the point of view of tourism. Routing system is a possibility. Why is it so important for the tourism enterprise? The image of a tourist enterprise can be considered as an integrated result of the natural evolution of travel, excursions, and set of solutions of independent economic entities necessitated for the continuous improvement of the economic development indicators. According to the content of the general evolution in the formation and modern form of the outline integrated result, it became the direct development of the management of the tourism enterprise based on spatial routing, which can be systemized by the following steps. The transformation of travel and excursion into tourism as a result of the first industrial revolution, the development of elite tourism enterprises and excursions, the development of mass tourism enterprises, digital transformation in the creation and delivery of tourism services. Routing system serves as a possibility as before the first industrial revolution, the world's population was static. It's specific that each of the specific stages, the types and the nature of production, technological processes, and the creation and the provision of tourist services have been transformed, changing and complicating the management models of the tourism enterprise. Each step launched a new chain of decision-making process designed to meet and the needs and the process even increasing amounts of data needed to create and deliver tourist services. The main problem of tourist enterprises in the field of excursion service are the following. They were focusing on serving those unorganized tourists who live in hotels, resorts, or arrive to a tour organized by any company. Such a business entity identically establishes to the nomenclature of excursions. They are not always conducted according to a clearly defined program and on the same for all participants' conditions. In the course of providing such services, customer service requires and features are not known in advance. For example, the age is a very important factor, including the participation, for example, of children, the health status, the size of excursion groups, and the request of tourists can lead an adjustment of the order of visiting historical, natural, or other places, the duration of service, and the route of movement of tourists, the tourist route as well. If we want to focus on the most important factors of a successful route, so what can make a route very successful? It's very important that there should be a clear definition of the basic parameters of the network model. That is, the early or late completion of each excursion event, the time reserves, the critical path, or the availability of the urgent costs of the services. We should determine the flexible operating metrics as well, that is the prices and the duration of the tour. It's very important for us to create a spatial routing system for different parameters as well, not only one sector or one age group, but for possible for all of them. The model of spatial routing is very important, as it can be one of the main points of the development of tourist enterprise here in Transcarpathia as well, but it can be used all over the world. With the help of various statistical and probabilistical methods of analysis of the selected network models of route operations, it's possible to improve the movement of tourists on a particular route before the or during the implementation are identified. If we look into the list of parameters of a route network, which can become the basis of spatial routing of the tourist enterprise, it's important to highlight that it reserves of the time of the events, works, and ways. It has critical paths, early and late dates of events, works, and ways. If we talk about the reserve of time of events, works, and ways, so why is it so important? If we think of the development of the tourist routing system or a route, we have to have the full travel time reserve. It means that the maximum time of which you can postpone the start or the increase of the duration of the work without adjusting the total time of the complex. Reserve time to complete the event. So what do we mean about it? So that is the time period for which events can be postponed without violating the regulatory deadlines of the implementation of the entire complex of the excursion works. Free reserve of working time. It's also important to have it, as we have here the maximum time to delay the start or increase the duration of the operation, provided that all network events occur in the early terms. Full reserve of working time. It's the allowable time to increase the duration of all excursions in the amount of the critical path. The private time reserve of the first kind is not other than the part of the total time reserve by which of the duration of the work can be increased without changing the late date of the initial event. We also have a private time reserve of the second kind, or free time reserve, as to say. So that is the part of the total time reserve which can increase of the duration work without changing the early date of its final event. So these are the factors which are very important from the point of view of the time of the event and the reserve of it. The other factor is the critical path. As I attached the photo, if you look at it, our territory is very special concerning the critical path. If we talk about a route, a touristic route, so in some cases, it can have a critical places as well, where the possibility of the duration of this critical path should be counted as well. Here, the abstract sequence of the tasks that determine the estimated date of the beginning or the end of the tour is highlighted. So if you look at the picture, so it can be clear that, for example, in some parts of a route like this, so we can have critical places as well. The early and late dates of events, works, and ways. So why is it important? The attention in terms of work, which determines the probability of acceptability of the increasing duration of excursions, is very important. It's important to highlight the opportunities and complexity of the future work required in the route network. The duration of the maximum non-critical path passing through the work as well, important to know. If you look at my picture, so you can see here in my slides that we have such a beautiful nature, such a beautiful highlands that the routing system would perfectly work with them. I can show you here a next chart concerning the systematization of navigations and local location structures of the route network. I would like to talk about the device, the characteristic features of the device, and the basic types, which I was investigating in the last period of my research. First of all, I'd like to talk about the satellite navigator, which is usually used if we want to create a new route in the routing network, that we have to take into account the peculiarities of traffic. We have to perform the address research of the display object or determine the location of the tour group in the route network. So this satellite navigation system, that is, as an example, I have shown you some variants, for example, a GPS navigator or Lexland SG 555 or Xplay GN 510. So they are as an example of such a satellite navigation system. The other point which can be used for the same purpose is the location devices. They are also well known for this purpose. For this, a great example is the Google location services, which we all use, I think so. If you want to go somewhere, so the Google location services is the one which is present at everyone's phone. So I think that it is that basic system which you can use whenever. The other thing I would like to talk about is a portable travel navigation. So it can be used for creating a new route in a specific route network. Designed for tourism, that is in water, mountain, hiking, and recreation, it's perfect. These devices are able to work, receive satellite signals and transmit information about locations in the route network, which operates in the most difficult conditions of the defense, forest, and mountains terrain as well. These universal navigators are very special. They are used for hunting, fishing, and tourism. So here you can see some examples on my slide. The wrist-mounted travel navigators are also special types of them. We have also off-road navigators as well, navigators for motorcycle tourism, and special navigators for cycling tourism as well. So these examples are very useful, as we can detect that for these systems, we can use them as a tool to create our own routing system. And also, it's very important that when we are creating a new touristic route, and if we want to deal with routing systems, it's a basic thing that we have to know what is possible for usage and which option can we choose from the basic types. It depends on us and on the way of the tour. The systematization of navigators and location structures of the route network are very important. For the usage of them in the route network, these streamers can have a large base of infrastructure possibilities, and for the quick search of the display possibilities, the tourist group stops or gas stations or the recreation stops or leisure or food points, so we can simply choose from the given options. We don't have to point all the things on our routing system, but we can combine it with the existing ones. The software elements and the devices should be formed based on the principle of the convenience, based on which it is better to create your own maps of the route network. It's possible with the help of specialized vector-graphic editor. The results of this part of the research. So the basis of the routing system is a tourist route based on the parametric networks models, which converts the static reserves and operational metrics into dynamic values depending on the duration of excursions. The outline transformation is provided by a combination of stable, dynamic, flexible, and software elements. Why is it so important to deal with such elements? It's of crucial importance. Why? If we know them, if we use them, so we can offer a quite wide range of possibilities, even in the mountainous region or even in the lowland, where there is no so developed commuting system as well. Proposed solution. So it's only one option as a solution. So algorithm for managing tourism enterprises, namely the creation of the tourist offer with a subsystem of tourism objects based on the routing table. So it can be one of the solutions for solving this problem. So it is planned to consider and adapt an appropriate routing algorithm for each type of tourist enterprise. So that is for tour operators, travel agencies that offers a full range of travel services, and travel and excursion bureaus as well. So as I told you, so I am working on my PhD thesis, and it is only a small part of it, which I presented to you. And as I have presented on this slide as well, so we are working on different algorithms for different tourist enterprise. For the tour operators, we can offer one possible result. For a travel agency, which deals with a full range of travel services, we offer another possibility. And for travel and excursion bureaus, also another one. Why should be they a little bit different? It's obvious. So as they have another group of tourists which are dealing with, so that's why it should be different as well. I can show you the resources with which I was working in the last period, and I'd like to thanks for your attention. And as you see from the picture as well, so you are welcome in Transcarpathia. We have a lot of opportunities for tours and for routing systems. You can have a question to me. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Erika, for your such inspiring speech and for actually for advertisement of our natural resources and on our Transcarpathia as well. Really, we will invite all our colleagues and partners to visit the Transcarpathia. Actually, I had a strong feeling that you really work with it, you feel it, you know it this year, and it was nice. Thank you. A little bit like analysis of your report. What I would like to put on focus on what you determined aim, task, and objectives of the investigation, that it was right. Define the main terminology in your research. What I like, review the main problems of tourist enterprises in the sphere of execution services. And actually, during your talk, it was stated that management system is a really auxiliary tool that helps to streamline the targeted program impact on a particular tourist enterprise belonging to the field of execution services. Within the model that you presented of spatial routing, such an arrangement should belong to the scope of automatic determination of traffic routes and features of tourist groups in the route network, especially when the route should provide full disclosure of a particular topic for execution routes, for example. The need to move the network route models is due to the fact that currently the activities of tourist enterprises in the field of execution services are quite specific, and that's right, and associated with working with a set of network routes that interact with each other. This is due to that fact that in the context of digitalization, and during our conferences we are talking about digitalization, such entities are restructured from a static organization of various executions when the routes of movement of tourists are unchanged to a dynamic one. Dynamic routes are adjusted to the needs, customer requests, and topics of the two groups. And actually, everything what was stated, I would say that it's a little bit like addition to the presentation delivered by Professor Pankay when we heard about Varanasi. So we may combine different investigation in this sphere, so and develop like you may use some mathematical approach in the modeling the routes of in Transcarpathia. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear participants. I would like to invite you to ask your questions or some remarks or comments to the speaker. Please, the platform is open.
during my further work, I would like also to cooperate with some of the colleagues from the conference as well, as the presentation of Professor Frankai was also very inspiring for me for the next part of my PhD research. It's very useful because I'm also going to continue with the mathematic part, which is a little bit complicated for me for some segments, but from his presentation, it became for me obvious that in the cooperation, so we can have better results. So I'm very grateful for such possibilities, as we can get some inspiration from each other as well.
It was a nice presentation. I am watching all the slides.
Thank you.
And the routing system, if it is connected with the destination ranking, that will be better, because you are providing a routing system for the various tourist places. If it is connected with the ranking of the destinations, and then routing may be done in a different way.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. So I'm dealing with that part as well, but that is the next step. Thank you.
And you are invited to join, no problem. As Dr. Nina told, so you are welcome.
Thank
to
you.
collaborate.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, Professor Pankai. Thank you, Professor Nina. Thank you, our representative, Dr. Erika, for such interesting presentation. And we invite our colleague from Khmelnytskyi National University, Dr. Katerina Horbachuk, for a presentation and for introduction. Next, our participant, Dr. Martina Leshchenko from Bogdan Khmelnytskyi Cherkasy National University. Please, Dr. Marina, Dr. Katerina.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to introduce the next resource person. That is Marina Leshchenko, PhD in International Economics, lecturer of the International Economics and Business Department at the Cherkasy State Technological University. She is an author of over 25 scientific articles about modern trends of the international economy development. She participated in over than 30 international scientific conferences, member of the Academy of Economic Sciences, Ukraine, member of the All Ukrainian Public Organization, Ukrainian Association of the International Economics. She has a lot of experience in the project proposals development in the framework of Tempus, in the field of leading and managing change in higher education and Erasmus. She is head of the engineering laboratory, Noosphere Engineering School, Cherkasy, Ukraine, and she's has professional interests as European integration, international economic relations, international business and engineering, and international education. The theme of her research is the FDI flows global trends in the context of world crisis. Please, Marina.
Good evening to everyone. Let me show you my presentations with my colleagues from Bogdan Khmelnytskyi Cherkasy National University about the FDI flows, global trends into the influence of world crises. So, foreign direct investment occurs when a firm invests directly in new facilities to produce and or market in a foreign country. Once a firm undertakes FDI, it becomes a multinational enterprise. There are two forms of FDIs. A greenfield investment, when the establishment of a wholly new operations in a foreign country, and acquisitions or merging with an existing firm in the foreign country. So there are two ways to look at FDI. The first one is the flow of FDI. The flow of FDI refers to the amount of the FDI undertaken over a given time period. We have two directions, outflows and inflows of FDI. Outflows of FDI are the flows of FDI out of a country, and inflows of FDI are the flows of FDI into a country. Also, the stock of FDI refers to the total accumulated value of foreign-owned assets at a given time. Both of the flow and stock of FDI in the world economy has increased over the last 20 years. So, FDI is generally considered a driving factor to economic growth. The first one, saving gap, is addressed. FDI helps to fill that saving gap and thus may lead to economic growth. Also, access to a greater knowledge and skill base. Corporations will allow developing countries greater access to R&D, technology, and marketing expertise, and this can enhance their industrialization. Also, employment, because corporation will provide employment in the country, and in many cases may also provide education and training. Also, increase in aggregate demand. If corporations buy existing companies in developing countries, then they are injecting foreign capital and increasing the aggregate demand. Also, tax revenue for profits for host country. The host country may gain tax revenue from the profits of the corporations, which can then be used to gain more growth by investing in infrastructure or to improve public services such as health, education, and to promote economic development. Also, is a greater choice for consumers. The existence of corporations in a country may provide more choice of consumers and lower prices. One more is more efficient resource allocation. Because corporations with their FDIs activities along with liberalized world trade can lead to more efficient allocation of world resources. And last one is improvements in infrastructure, because in some cases corporations may improve the infrastructure of the country,
Dr. Marina,
both physical.
excuse me, you don't change slides.
Yes, it's the last point of this. So they may act as spur for governments to do so in order to attract them. So the development of the international investment under the influence of global transformation should be divided into three conditional ways. The first way of investment for inflows is a period stable growth from 1994 to 2001, characterized by a six-fold increase in FDI and the beginning of short-term decline in 2001. The second way of investment flow is a period of rapid growth from 2003 to 2008. Characterized by more than a fourfold increase in FDI and a two-year decline in 2009. The third wave of investment inflows can be divided into two periods. The first period took place from 2009 to 2014 with a great deal recovery from the previous wave, and the second period is the growth of FDI during 2014-2016 and a sharp decline during 2017-2018. The 2019-2020 period was also characterized by unstable FID dynamics due to a global pandemic. Lots of international investment projects number have been blocked or cancelled, and new investment projects have been recognized according to the prospect for a new deep recession. So the developed countries are among the leaders in attracting FDI. However, developed countries have much higher growth rate of incoming FDI. The attracted investment in less developed and transition economies remain volatile due to their low attractiveness to investors and volatile demand for the products and resources they can offer. Also, the trend for the developed countries are mostly determined by the FDI dynamics in the European Union countries. Among developing countries, the growth engine and the group of countries remain the region of Southeast Asia. Among the countries of this region, the FDI distribution is significantly influenced by the indicators of India, where the growth of the attracted FDI was in the field related to the information technologies. So during our research, we used a different type of economic and mathematical methods. And in this case, we use the value of index of the dynamics of income and FDI flows of international corporations by regional integration associations 1970, 2019. The highest growth rate of both inbound and outbound FDI were recorded for NF, North American Free Trade Agreement and the European Union, and the lowest for the Latin American Agreement Regional Association. And also we calculated the level of interdependence of indexes of dynamic incoming and outgoing FDI by regional associations and global indicators for these results. Also, for index of cross-border mergers and acquisitions as a source data for the calculation, we used indicators of cross-border mergers and acquisitions from the for the 44 countries and data for 1990-2019. The index is ideally is 1 and assumes that the closer it is to 1, the higher the value is the index for each country. We identified...
Dr. Marina, your slides don't change on the screen.
Do you see the changes?
No. We see only first slide.
Because I...
Oh,
and now? Yes. So you didn't see this?
Yes.
No, we wait, but we don't see.
Okay. So it's a short characteristic by dynamics and regional distribution for FDIs and this slides about FDI index, these interrelations between regional associations and global indicators. And this one is the index of cross-border mergers and acquisitions. And we identified 3 groups of countries by index value with high, medium, and low indexes. The first group with a high index value included only 5 countries, is the United States, Britain, Germany, France, and Netherlands. The second group with an average value of the indexes include some countries like Canada, Switzerland, Spain, Japan, Italy, Austria, and Hong Kong. And the third group with a low value of index included 31 countries, for example, Singapore, Brazil, Mexico, India, Greece, China, Ireland, and others. And also we built a cross-correlation matrix for these 44 countries. We concluded that the process of cross-border mergers and acquisitions between national economies are similar. So developed countries show the greatest degree or similarity. First of all, the countries of the European Union, Norway, Canada, and the USA. The average value of cross-border correlations coefficient is in the range of 0.6, 0.7. The FDI indicators analysis also using dendrograms and minimum spanning tree methods. There are some results. The results of the analysis show that Brazil is the country that has the greatest number of connections with the rest analyzed countries. This makes it possible to distinguish one group of countries from a set analyzed, which have similar trend of the FDI movement. The group involves the USA, China, Brazil, Poland, Belarus. So if there is a change in the indicator in a positive or negative direction, similar changes should occur for all countries within these groups. However, for more accurate results, it's necessary to expand the number of countries studied. Also, our actual research assesses FDI dynamics and some macroeconomic indicators like GDP per capita, inflation, exports of goods and services, labor, taxes, for different countries using neural network approaches and clustering. So the results of comparing the quantitative characteristics of the proposed methods of parametric identification or neural network models are presented in the table, where M is the number of parameters for a particular neural network. The proposed approach allows to expand the scope of approximation methods based on artificial neural networks and meta-heuristics, which is confirmed by its adaptation to the economic problem and helps to increase the efficiency of intelligent computer system for general and special purpose. And the selected values of the parameters of the proposed methods of spectral clustering provide high accuracy of clustering. The proposed approach allows to expand the scope of clustering methods based on the combination of centroid clustering with adapted number of clusters and non-linear reduction of dimensionality, which is confirmed by its adaptation to the economic problem and improves the efficiency of intelligent computer systems of general and special purpose. So my speech is over. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Marina. Please. Thank you for the substantial analysis of this interesting research. That is a very interesting topic because the foreign direct investment is one of the most dynamic forms of the international economic relations. And it is the basis of the national economic development at the present stage of the world economic development. So the research of the current trends of the flows and structure of foreign investment formation is really important. According to the obtained in the research results, it was stated that the international exchange of foreign investments is an unstable cyclical process. And so far, most players in the international capital market have failed to restore the pre-crisis level of the investment activity. Thank you very much for the analysis of this challenging topic.
Thank you.
Any questions?
May I ask, Marina? May I ask?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. But actually, when you were talking about different periods and analysis, I was expecting to see at the table, but some technical problems maybe with this presentation. Was a very nice combination, and it was very great that you applied a neural network to investigation of the FDI. It's very great. But I would like to ask you one question, a little question. You mentioned about inflows and outflows and also about the mergers and acquisitions as a form of FDI. Which other forms maybe, or which methods of FDI did you consider maybe or in your investigation? Or you just take the information from the payment balance and like any numbers or figures from payment balance?
Yes, thank you for your questions. Sure. With foreign direct investment, like most dynamics form of moving international capital, also we can investigate like portfolio investment and also greenfield projects like forming new enterprises and brownfield project like buy and old enterprises. But we choose FDI because it's the most dynamical indicators and one of the most significant form of international economic relationship between countries. And also we have a lot of database from international organization. So we have big data and it's very comfortable to investigate them and try different methods of economic and mathematical modeling. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. When you have enough data, you may analyze it. That's great.
A lot of data.
Yeah. Nice, wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for great discussion, and thank you very much for this research. Best greetings for co-authors of this topic, permanent friends of our conference, Dr. Hanna Danilchuk and Dr. Lyubov Kibalnik. Our greetings for you. Yes, we continue, and our next topic. Okay. My mission of moderation is end, and I pass this mission to my colleague, Dr. Tatiana Gradeyeva. Please welcome, Tatiana.
Thank you, Ludmila.
Thank you very much.
So we get to the last section of our session, and I would like to start it with announcement of our next chairperson, Professor Raji Reddy, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Technology, Gandhipet, Hyderabad, India. Professor, you are welcome.
Thank you, madam.
You're
Good
welcome.
evening. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Anbazagan, Professor and Head Department of Mathematics, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. And he has more than 15 years teaching and research experience. And his area of interest is stochastic inventory modeling and data mining. And he was published more than 47 research articles in national and international journals. And he has many awards. And he was participated many conferences, seminars, and he has completed 3 projects. He was guided more than 7 students, about MPhil 44 students, and he for PG students he completed 50 projects. And with this small introduction, and I welcome to Dr. Anbazagan. Over to you, sir. Dr. Anbazagan, please, over to you. The time is running short. Please. Anbazagan is there, madam?
I don't see him in the list of our present participants. And I don't have any information.
Just a minute.
We should wait, yeah?
Yeah, just grant him permission to join. Grant him permission to join.
We should.
Grant permission to the Professor Anbazagan to join. He's in the waiting room.
Pavlo Mikhailovich, please.
Пустіть людину в кімнату.
Я не бачу її поки. I don't see. Maybe 1 minute. I don't see.
Professor Pankay, Professor Pavlo doesn't see
Yes,
there.
I am waiting for Dr. Anbazagan.
Please ask him to
Just a
join
minute. Just a
again.
minute. He told
Maybe
me.
he should try again, but
Okay, meeting host let you soon in. You are in the window. He is in the window. Please, please, please. Okay. Okay, okay. Please allow him. He is in the window.
Maybe he's trying to join for the first day.
No, he joined.
We've got
Let
two
me, okay,
people.
okay. Let me remind him. Okay, just a minute. Let me remind him. Sir, are you using the yesterday's link or today's link? Please check, please check, please check. I think you are using yesterday's link. Please, please, please. Today's, please use today's link, sir. Today's link. Yeah, yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's joining. He was using yesterday's link. That's fine. Yeah, he is joining. He is joining.
Sir, Pankaj, shall I introduce again?
No, you have already introduced. Just wait.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, otherwise you may introduce once again. Let him join because he was
Okay.
using the yesterday's link.
Oh, acha.
That's it, because the two different links are there, na?
Yeah, day 1 and day 2 links are
Day two,
different.
two different links. Yeah. Just wait a minute. Saraj
Okay,
Reddy.
okay, okay, okay.
Yes, Dr. Anbajagan connected
Yes.
to us.
Okay, please.
Yes. Few seconds. He is here.
So, Dr. Anbalgan, have you joined?
Yes, Professor.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
please, you might speak.
Okay, Professor Raj Reddy, introduce once again, sir.
Welcome, Dr. Anbangajan.
Yes, Professor.
And Dr. N. Anbajagan, Professor and Head Department of Mathematics, Alagappa University, Karaikudi, Tamil Nadu, India. And he has more than 15 years teaching and research experience. And he has additional responsibilities: Head Department of Mathematics, Chairperson, School of Mathematics, Coordinator, UGC, SAP TRS projects. And his area of interest is stochastic inventory modeling and data mining. And he guided more than 10 students, and he guided 44 MPhil students, and he guided about 50 projects, MTech PG projects, and he has published 47 journals, national and international journals, and he completed 3 projects, and he visited 3 countries, and he has many awards in his credentials, and he was published many papers, and he conducted number of seminars, 3 seminars and national international journals, etc. And he was participated about more than 10 workshops. And with this brief introduction, I welcome you, Dr. Anbajagan, and over to you, sir. And
Yes.
The time is running short. Please try to finish your talk in 20 minutes, sir.
Sure, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your nice introduction. My screen is visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving this opportunity to share some of my views regarding some inventory, stochastic inventory modeling, especially. Here, inventory refers to an organization's stock or store of an item or resource. It can also refer to products or resources that have been idling when they could have been employed to generate revenue. So physical products inventory management is a vital role of logistics systems used in all sectors of the economy, including business, industry, agriculture, and defense. Inventories are managed in these systems to regulate production operations and are to protect against stockouts. So there are three types of inventories available in the real life situation. One is raw materials, which are the basic inputs to the manufacturing process. The another one is work in process or partially finished goods. Then the final one is finished goods. So inventory control has mainly two goals: to improve customer service and to increase production or purchasing efficiency by lowering the cost of providing appropriate customer service. In any inventory system, so we have to optimized solution or optimized answers for two primary questions, then your system is more optimized. The question is, how much should be ordered or purchased at the time of reorder? When should a new lot be manufactured or an order is placed? So how much should be ordered and when should be ordered? So these two questions you have to give the optimized solution. Your inventory system is automatically the optimized one. So most of the literature, several studies looked into the inventory models in which needed things are distributed directly from the stock to the customers, or sometimes the demands may be either satisfied only after receiving the goods from the after replenishment. In that case, suppose they are not satisfied, the demands are not satisfied during the stock out period, it may be goes to the backlog case, or sometimes recent days they are using the retail customers. If you go for backlog case, it may be the partial backlog or full backlog. So recent days, the queuing and inventory combined studied by the researchers. So however, in case of inventories held in a service facility, they are given to customers after some service is performed on the essential items. So in such circumstances, products are supplied based on a random time of service rather on demand. So it will leads to the study of queuing length and inventory level is required. So that we combine these two is a fruitful one and the necessity one also. So inventories are everywhere. So in the long ancient time, ancient people and after that the agriculture civilizations, the mankind has been storing products for future use. So that it is the necessity for storing the stage of inventory or food is required to bridge the time between the harvest season and the future use. So in modern industrial organizations, inventories are indispensable to match supply and demand for various reasons. The most common reason to keep the product or store the products can be attributed to the uncertainty in future demand. So this is the need of studying the stochastic behavior in the inventory system. So we cannot define a deterministic one for demand and also in case of the replenishment. These are all the uncertainty comes here, so that it is the justification of studying the stochastic model. It is also the essentials to study the stochastic models. So in the organization would like to minimize the risk of being unable to fulfill the customer demand and loss, both goodwill and revenue. So it is a necessity to study the or keep the some inventory level. It is necessary. So with this point, so I start with my talk in second optional service and a retail queuing inventory with the two types of customers. So these are the what is inventory and what is inventory system. So a inventory system means a set of policies, controls that monitors the levels of inventory and determines what levels should be maintained and when stocks should be replenished. So there are in inventory literature, there are two types of monitoring methods. One is continuous review, another one is periodic review. So demand process also we may assume a deterministic one or the stochastic one. the inventory literature, there are two types of ordering policy, mainly using all the inventory policies. One is SS policy, and another one is S-1S policy, or back one-for-one ordering policy, or base stock policy, this is called. So whenever the inventory level drops to the little s, we place an order for Q items. Q may be capital S minus little s to reach the maximum level, that is capital S. So this is this type of replenishment is called as a SS policy. And the another one is base stock policy, or one-for-one ordering policy. That means whenever the inventory level drops to due to demand, one item due to demand, then we place an order for immediately. This type of inventory, which is this type of policy using in high holding cost items. For example, you can have a car showroom. We cannot keep 100 cars or 50 cars. So we may keep in four or five cars in each color. Suppose the variant may be 4 or 5 colors. Each color we are having one car. So this type of policy using in the high holding cost inventory systems. The lead time also we may assume deterministic one or stochastic one. Demand occur during stock out period, we may assume last sale scales, or if you go for backlog. So backlog case, there are two cases. One is partial backlog, another one is full backlog, or you may retry for after some random time. So these are the main assumptions in any inventory systems. Then there are three forms of already told about that: raw materials, maintenance, work in process, and finished goods. These are the two major decisions for these two questions. So when to order and how much to order. What do you mean by continuous review inventory system? So continuous review inventory system tracks the remaining inventory of an item each time withdrawal, that means the demand, is made to determine whether the time is to reorder or not. So at each review, a decision is made about an item's inventory position. Inventory position means stock on hand plus order minus back order. Then the reorder point. Reorder point is a fixed prefixed level in any point. Whenever the inventory level drops to that, we can place the reorder. So the ordering quantity is also fixed, and the reorder period may vary. It may be the lead time may be, suppose the lead time is 0, it is immediately instantaneous replenishment, or the lead time is positive, it may take some time to reach the. What is lead time? The lead time between the placement of an order and the receipt of the order. So there are some costs related to the inventory. Setup cost or ordering cost, then inventory cost, inventory carrying cost or holding cost, penalty cost. So these are some of the costs related to this. This is the basic inventory ordering policy, SS policy. Whenever the inventory level drops to the little less, we place an order immediately. Suppose the order comes immediately, it will reach the maximum level S, or it will come after some random time. So according to that, it will, suppose the inventory level is I, the ordering quantity is Q, the inventory level reach to I plus Q. This is another one policy. This is called can order policy. So this is another two level also fixed, C1 and C2. So whenever the inventory level drops to this line, S1, at the same time, the another one inventory level is below the C2, the order for both the commodities we can place the order for both the commodities. So this type of policy is called can order policy. So this is one of the coordinated policy and joint ordering policy. Now come to the retail concept. So there are three types of retail policies available in the literature. One is classical retail policy. That means the time between the retrials, that means the interval between the successive repeated attempts are exponentially distributed with rate n mu. The n is the number of customers in the orbit. So that depends on the number of customers in the orbit. Your retrial rate depends on the number of customers in the orbit. The type of policy is classical retrial policy. Then the another policy is constant retrial policy. The interval between the successive retrials are independent of the number of customers in the orbit. So orbit is a virtual place. Whenever the customers try to get the inventory, suppose the inventory is not available, at the time the customers may wait for some time in the virtual place. So that is called as orbit. So another one retrial policy is linear retrial policy. This combines these two, classical or constant. Either sometimes the customers may follow classical or constant retrial policy. That is called as linear retrial policy. So there are three types of retrial policies are available in the literature. Then here also we have two types of customers. One is priority customer, another one is non-priority customer. That means also the priority rules are three types. One is non-preemptive priority service rule, and another one is preemptive priority service rule. Next one is mixed priority service rule. What is non-preemptive priority service rule? When the server is engaging with a low priority customer, at the time any arriving demand for the high priority customers will get service only after the completion on the service of low priority customer who is in service. So that type of service is called non-preemptive priority. So only completion of service for the low priority customer, then only we have to service for the high priority customer. Preemptive means if the high priority customer arrives during the service of a low priority customer, then interrupts the service for the low priority customer and immediately serving for the high priority customer. So that type is preemptive priority service rule. The third one is mixed priority service rule. Either disrupt the service or non-disrupt with probability P, or non-interrupt the service with probability 1 minus P. This is the decision by the server. So this is called mixed priority service rule. The models related to the this paper or this model in the literature. So Berman and Kim, he's introduced a service facility, that means queuing concept in the inventory system. This is a first paper, I think. Berman and Kim, they introduced the queuing concept in the inventory system. Before that, inventory researchers studying only stock of only maintain the stocks, and queuing theory studies in the level of customers in the queue. Here we combined these two. This is one, suppose X of t and Y of t. We combined these two stochastic process in the two-dimensional process, X of t, Y of t, so that it's a new area is open for researchers. And in the year 2006, they introduced the retrial concept in the inventory queuing system. So this is a first paper in the retrial concept in the queuing inventory system. Then Sivakumar introduced the retrial concept in the two commodity substitutable inventory policy. Then Sivakumar again introduced the retrial inventory system. Then myself and my student studying the retrial concept in the inventory system. Again, another one paper for retrial inventory system. So this is for two classes of customers. So Ning and Jiatang queuing inventory system, studying the priority customer and non-priority customer, or high priority or low priority customer. So Jagannathan and et al., they introduced the high priority customer service in the retrial inventory system in the year 2013. So these are some of the models studying related to this higher two types of service. This is some of the literature related to the perishable inventory system. So because time is less, so I come to the point. So this model is having today my talk is, first one is a mathematical model. Then we have to find the steady state probabilities. Then by using steady state probabilities, we have to calculate the system performance measure. Then using the system performance measure, we have to calculate the total expected cost. Then we go for some numerical examples. So mathematical model. So we assume that the maximum inventory level is capital S. And there are here two types of customer. One is high priority customer and another one is low priority customers. High priority customers is denoted by type 1 customer, and a low priority customer is denoted by type 2 customers. There are single queue only for type 1 customers, not for type 2 customers, with the maximum waiting line capacity is capital N. So each type of customers under essential service need exactly one item from the inventory. So each type of customers, we have to give a service where we have to service the one item from each inventory. Just you think over that the car showroom, just you go for any customers, we can sell a car. Then after buy a car, there are only some high priority customers. That means the noble customers are advisable to or discuss with some accessories, additional accessories. We go for additional accessories. That means additional service for only for high priority customers. So the demand process, type 1 and type 2 customers, the arriving form a Poisson process with arrival rate for type 1 customer is lambda 1 and type 2 customer is lambda 2. Then the retail demand, then arriving primary type 2 customers finds either when server is busy or the inventory level is 0, then the arriving primary type 2 customers joins the orbit. That means until he gets the service, he will wait for the that virtual place that is called as orbit. The orbit waiting hall size is capital M. Type 1 customer waiting hall size is capital N. Then the type 2 customers, we cannot wait for the regular service. He waits for some other place that is called as orbit. So that orbit size is capital M. So the capacity of orbit. An arriving retail customers finds either the inventory level is 0 or the server is busy. So it moves to the orbit with probability Q, or we treat as the customers is lost with probability 1 minus Q. From the orbit, the type 2 customers may try again, because these are all called retail customers. So he try again. At that time, the server is also busy. He may wait for some time again, or he may quit from the system. So this is the concept. So the time between two successive customers follows an exponential distribution with the linear rate I theta. So this is here we are using the linear constant, linear retrial policy. And also we have following mixed priority. Type 1 customer is assumed to have mixed priority, whether it may be non-preemptive or preemptive. Already we discussed both. So over type 2 customer. That means type 2 customers are low priority customers. So this is the explanation for mixed priority customer. So I skip here. So upon ordinary service completion, that means essential service completion of to the type 1 customer, that means high priority customer, he needs for some additional service. That means it is an optional service with probability 1 minus p. That means after buying a car, we may go for some accessories, additional accessories. So that type of service you think over that. With probability 1 minus p, or suppose he may accept our request or not. It may be both the choices. So suppose he is need additional service with probability 1 minus p, or he may leave the system with probability p. So this is the model. Then the second optional service suggested only for the high priority customer. That means type 1 customers. The essential service times, there are two types of customers. Both the service, essential service for both are same. So the service rate is following the exponential distribution. The service rate for the type 1 customer is mu1 and type 2 customer is mu3. The service time for second optional service for the type 1 customers, that is also following the exponential distribution with rate mu2. So an arriving new type 1 customer is lost when all the waiting hall is full. So waiting hall size is capital N, already told. After N, the arriving customer is considered to be lost. So similarly, the primary type 2 customer, that means low priority customer, is lost when the orbit is full. The orbit size is capital M. Whenever the customer comes after the M, we assume to be lost. So we following the SQ ordering policy. Whenever the inventory level falls to the little s, we can place the order for Q items. It may reach to the capital S. So the lead time is also a random. It follows exponential distribution with parameter beta. So these are the main assumptions, major assumptions for this inventory model, so that our inventory model is more tractable. So with this, what is the stochastic process for this model? So there are 4-dimensional stochastic process. I think this one, yeah, L of t, Y of t, X1 of t, X2 of t. So this is a 4-dimensional stochastic process. What is L of t? L of t is the inventory level at time t. Y of t is the status of the server. Status of the server is also given here. Suppose it represents 0, the server is idle at time t. It represents 1, the server is busy with the type 1 customer at time t. 2 means if the server is servicing the second optional service for type 1 customer, and 3 means the server is busy with a type 2 customer at time t. So this is a Y of t, that means status of server at time t. Then X1 of t is the number of type 1 customers in the waiting hall. The waiting hall size is n. Number of customers, type 1 customers at time t. X2 of t means the number of type 2 customers in the orbit size is capital M. The number of customers at time t represents X2 of t. So these are the 4 variables. So with this construction, we get a 4-dimensional stochastic process, the state space. So in any system, stochastic system, it may be 4 types of stochastic processes are available according to the state space and time space or parameter space. Parameter space is also maybe discrete or continuous, and the state space that is nothing but a sample space that is also maybe discrete or or continuous. So according to that, continuous state space, continuous time, continuous state space, continuous time, discrete state space, discrete time, continuous state space, discrete time, discrete state space. There are 4-dimensional stochastic processes available. 4 types of stochastic processes available. Here we are using the continuous time discrete state space case. So this is a state space for this stochastic process. So these are all 4-dimensional view. So finally, that denoted by I of t. This I of t is a continuous time Markov chain. So then we have go for some, we try to find the steady state probability distribution for this random process. So based on that, by using the Chapman-Kolmogorov format equations, so we get the transition from one state to other state. So according to our assumption, so these are some of the transition. So finally, we get based on the transition, we get the, I think yeah, this is a infinitesimal generator matrix. So based on that, our assumptions. So after getting infinitesimal generator matrix, we get, so that is gives us theta here. Here the limiting probability distribution is denoted by pi. The outer random variable is inventory level. So we get pi 0, pi 1 up to pi s. So this is a normalizing condition, or the total probability is 1. So solving these two, this is a steady state equation. Solving this equation, this is a theta is a matrix, this is a row vector. So multiply these two, we get some simultaneous linear equations in terms of pi 0, pi 1, pi s. And we have s plus 1, we get s plus 1 equations. And also we have another one equation. So nearly we have s plus 2 equations. So solving these equations, we get the values of pi I. So these are all the matrix sizes. So based on the assumptions. So this is a 4-dimensional stochastic process. It is difficult to view in the matrix sense. The infinitesimal generator matrix is writing in terms of submatrices. So these are all the submatrices. This is a infinitesimal generator matrix, or it is called as the rat matrix also. So this is a structure of outer structure of rat matrices. So each entries as a submatrices. Each submatrix is also having the submatrices. So after a third term only we get the entries, parameter or rates. Suppose here we see the theta is a A0, A1, C, C0, B0, B1, B2. So what is the A0 here? Just you see the I think no. Yeah. Okay, these are all some submatrices are after this is these are all the sizes of the matrices, submatrices sizes. So finally, we get the steady state equations pi theta equal to 0. We get the following equations. So based on that theta matrix, we fix the one variable, that is the pi q, and we can write it as all other variables in terms of pi q. Then the pi q can be solving these two equations, except I think 15 and the total probability or normalizing condition. Solving 15 and the normalizing condition, that is these two, we get the value of pi q. Then after getting pi q, you supply the values of pi q in the here, that is each pi a is pi q into eta I1. Eta I1 is gives a recursive style. Now we get all the limiting probabilities, pi i's. So after getting pi i's, this is another one model. Suppose your lifetime is a positive one. We follow, suppose it's a perishable item. Suppose this is the second case, sub case for the same paper or model. This is the perishable. Suppose we assume a commodity is perishable one. The perishable duration is the random duration. So we assume that it follows, that random variable follows exponential distribution with rate gamma. So based on that, we change everything. So based on that, we get the rate matrix or infinitesimal generator for perishable items. So this is we deal with here two cases. One is perishable item, another one is non-perishable. Previous one is non-perishable item. Here the perishable item. The same methodology here also we are using. Solving these two, we get the limiting probabilities. So after getting limiting probabilities, we can go for system performance measure by using a limiting probability distribution. We get the system performance measure. So these are some of the system performance measure related to this model. Expected inventory level. This is just a expected value of x. So E of x is the summation over x into f of x. F of x is the probability distribution. Like that, we can calculate the expected inventory level. Then expected reorder rate. So whenever the inventory level, the level is s plus 1. Whenever the inventory level drops due to the demand for the first customer, that means type 1 customer, mu1, it immediately trigger to the reorder, place on reorder. So mu3 is the service rate for type 2 customer. So whenever the inventory level is s plus 1, due to the type 2 customers demands, it will automatically get to the reorder.
Professor Anubhav, sorry to disturb you. Please conclude the session, sir, because already I told you.
Yeah, sure. 2 minutes.
Running short of
another 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Please try to conclude.
This is another average loss rate of. Yeah. Okay. These are some of the system performance measure. So after finding the system performance measure, so we go for some cost analysis, because this convexity in analytical solution is difficult to find the convexity. So we go for some numerical illustration. After finding the system performance measures, we construct the cost function. So based on the system performance measure, so we get the for local optima, we get the local optima. So this gives the, so you see the figure in the table point, that gives the 44.911034. This is a actually the underline is the column wise convexity, and the bold letter noted is the row wise convexity. Whenever these two meets here, this is the capital S is 27 and small s is 6. This is the optimum point for this particular case example. And we have to varying S and N. N is the weighting hall size, and S and M also. S is the maximum unity level, M is the size, the weighting hall in the R. And we also calculated some sensitivity analysis based on these parameters changes. So we can put here. So yeah, these are some of the references. Some of the references related to this model. Yeah, this paper published in Upsearch. Yeah, thank you for your patience. Thank you. Sir, hello.
Thank you, Anbajigan.
Yeah,
Your
thank you.
nice lecture on inventory models. You are explained very nicely about the inventory system, types of the customers, inventory monitoring system methods, and process of demand process, ordering policies, customer policies, and about the raw material, when to order, how to order, and retail policy, and mixed priority customers, high priority customers, low priority customers. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Thank you.
Professor, are you using any software for these models?
Definitely, sir. MATLAB for numerical calculations. We are using the MATLAB program. It is very difficult to, because it's a high dimensional matrix. It is very difficult to find ordinary software and other things. So definitely high configuration with the MATLAB only we can do.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anbajigan. Very nice lecture. Thank you.
So thank you for the organizers also. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raj Reddy. Thank you, Dr. Anbajigan, for your engaging presentation and speeches. Well, we move on to our next participant. Pavel Mikhailovich, will you explain the situation?
Yes, dear colleagues, excuse me, I have, do you hear me?
Yes.
I have some technical problems with my main computer, and now I work with another computer. But next presenter is Victoria Khmelnytskyi, but I called you. She out of touch now. Maybe we miss this report, this presentation.
Okay, technical difficulties can happen. So let's move on to our next chairperson. I kindly invite Professor S.S. Thakur, former principal, Jabalpur Engineering College, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, India. Professor, you're welcome to introduce our next speaker.
Professor Thakur.
Professor, I saw him. He's with us. Maybe some.
He's here. Don't worry.
So unmute your mic, Professor. Thakur sir, please unmute your mic.
We cannot
Thakur
hear.
Sir.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Titiana. It is my pleasure to introduce next speaker, Dr. Liliana Guram. She is a professor in the Vesely Goulds in Western University of Arad, Romania. It is very important to mention here that she is our executive council member of FI, and she published more than 60 articles in international journals and authored 5 books, and she is a very popular invited speaker in many international conferences. She delivered more than 20 invited lectures and international conferences and seminars. She is a editorial board member of more than 10 international journals, including GRD and International Journal of Mathematics and Computational Intelligence. She is a reviewer of many journals, and her topic is on fixed point theory, and emerging trends on fixed point theory is applications of fixed point theory in many dynamical system, solution of differential equation, freedom integral equation, integral equations, numerical solution of integral equations. And I think the lecture of Dr. Liliana is related to fixed point theory. Definitely extension of some metric spaces and their applications in the solving linear integral equation or freedom integral equation. So now it is over to Dr. Liliana to deliver the lecture.
Thank you very much, Professor Thakur, for this nice introduction of me. When I hear my presentation, I think it's not about me, but if you say so, then I must be. Okay, then today I will talk about fixed point. And you're asking me, what we do with fixed point in our management conferences. I want to know that my research area have a lot of application, and as Professor Thakur, the fixed point theory solve many type of equation of dynamical system, which is very useful in management or economic theories. Then let me share with you my screen. Okay, I think all the people see it. My topic is about solving an unison integral type equation system using fixed point technique, and is a joint work with my friend Monica Bota from Babeș-Bolyai University of Cluj-Napoca. First of all, I want to say a few words about the aim of this talk. We try to find a unique solution for we try to prove the existence of a unique solution for unison integral type equation. We give some illustrative example concerning some fixed point theorems for general contractive condition in complex valued B metric spaces. And now the professor which have some topics, some specialization, some PhD in mathematics will understand what I say. I'm very sorry for the other person that have any other specialization. I hope to not boring my auditorium. Okay, if we consider a set of complex number, zeta1 and zeta2, what means we have two complex numbers? There is a complex number have a real part. There are numbers what have a real part and imaginary part. That imaginary part have a particle I, one I, which form the entire number. The problem is that we cannot compare two complex numbers, and for that we need a partial order. Then we introduce in our topic the partial order called lexicographic order. What this is supposed to mean? We can say that two complex numbers there exists such a relation, such a zeta1 less or equal with zeta2 if only if the real part of the numbers are satisfy this inequality, or if the real parts are equal, then the imaginary part have to accomplish this condition. In this condition, we say that zeta1 less or equal than zeta2 if we have this in the same time this condition satisfied concerning the partial order. Then we recall the definition of a maximum function with respect to the partial order given the lexicographic order, yes, in the complex number, was given by two Indian researchers, Varma and Patak, and they impose some. They prove, not impose. They impose in our field, in our mathematics field, this relation concerning the maximum between two complex numbers. Then we have another one. They gave another lemma which satisfy the maximum condition concerning more numbers till zeta 5. More complex numbers. Was this supposed to mean that zeta 1 is less than or equal than a maximum between another two numbers? And we have here some condition that must to be accomplished. Okay, the notion of complex valued metric was given in 2011 by Azam, and it's about what this means. It's about a metric. What is a metric? It's a distance, yes. If we are in the complex number, then this estimation, yes, the distance is made concerning the partial order, not the inequality as in the case of the regular inequality as in the case of the real case, the real set case. Okay, then we have similar axioms, but with respect to the parameters of the partial order. In 2013, Rao gives the definition of complex valued bimetric space. Then we find a similarity between the notion of bimetric space of bimetric and the notion of complex valued bimetric. How we have the same condition accomplished. And the way to the remark that we have in the case of the complex numbers, we have the condition accomplished with respect to the partial order, not with respect to the regular inequality. As I say in some previously slide, as I told all of you, we cannot compare two complex numbers only if we use partial order. Okay, we have here the definitions, the definition from the analysis for the classical mathematical analysis concerning the convergence of and the limits of sequence from the set of complex numbers. Then, and in the case of complex valued bimetric space, we have two similar condition, but with respect to the partial order. Okay, in the same time, the notion of Cauchy sequence and the convergence, yes, of in the case of the complex valued B metric are the same as in the real case. The inequality, the Chirich inequality. Here we have a fixed point, a classical fixed point result given by Ljubomir-Chirich that say that in the case of a metric space, if we have true this inequality, then as we see, we can we put the problem in the real case. We don't talk about the complex case now, because we recall this this result, and it is very useful in the next results that we will give. Then if we have through this inequality, then we have a fixed point for every, what mean a fixed point? I think I didn't put here, and I'm sorry, I'm very sorry for the auditorium. A fixed point is a point that have the same property. Then if we have a function t of x equal to x, okay, this means that x is a fixed point. What is supposed to mean? If of 3 equal to 3, okay, then 3 is a fixed point. That's the point. Then we have a similar property in two sets. We find a similar property for one point. Then if a function is a correspondence between two sets, okay, then a fixed point is the point that we have in the same the same point in the different sets. How? If we have a connection between two sets, yes, we found the same point. This means a fixed point. I don't know if I want to extend this notion in the market. Yes, I think I will tell that we find the same product in two different markets. Okay, with the connection, I don't know. With the connect, we must to find a connection, that function between these two markets. That in this way, I think it's about a fixed point if I want to apply in an economic field. Okay, then let me present a common fixed points theorems for type operators. Okay. The novelty of these results are not proved in the classical way, that it uses to obtain a fixed point. We use this lemma. These lemmas are two lemmas, this one and this one, okay, given by Miculescu, Alexander Miculescu, a Romanian researcher. What this supposed to mean? Then if every sequence of an element from a complex valued B-metric space XD with a constant S having the property that there exists a constant from 0, 1 such that we have through this inequality with respect to the partial order, yes, we found in the we have through this inequality concerning the elements of a sequence, yes, from this space, then is a Cauchy sequence. Yes, then what this supposed to mean? That is no need to prove all the steps. If we have this inequality, then we have through that the sequence is a Cauchy. Moreover, we have through this estimation with respect to the partial order. Okay. We present a new, this is the first main results. If we have a complex valued B-metric space, two continuous mappings, and this Chirish type inequality, but concerning two operators, yes, are true. This is true, this inequality with respect to the partial order. Then we found that the pair T has a unique common fixed point. Then the both operators have the same fixed point. After we proved this result concerning the case when the both operators are continuous, we found that we can give up to the continuity of the mappings S and T, and we have a similar result. Yes, more is a result more stronger. Yes, is a general result than the previous one. If we have if is equal to T, then if we consider the same operator, then we have, in the case of complex valued B-metric space, we have this inequality true, yes, this Chirish type inequality true. Then in this case, we have a unique fixed point, not common, because it's about it's about a single operator. Then if we omit the continuity condition of the operator S, we have similar result. Then we have a unique fixed point. Another result is concerning the successive approximation. Yes, the operator of successive approximation, Tn of x, Tn of y, which accomplish this inequality, this Chirish type inequality. And for this case, we obtain a unique fixed point. Yes, and in this case, we have the continuity condition true, but if without this continuity, we get a similar result. Okay, for another generalization of Chirish type condition, it's this condition. Yes, what this supposed to mean is a rational type. Yes, we have the inequality use a rational type condition. Then we give this common fixed point result concerning the case of complex B metric space, and is about two continuous mappings. Yes, our mapping satisfy this Chirish type condition. Yes, rational type condition of Chirish, and we with respect to the partial order, and we have a common fixed point. The same result can be obtained and without the continuity condition for the operator S and T. If we have is equal to T, then if we talk about one single operator, then we have true, which satisfy this inequality, then we have true the fact that we found a unique fixed point concerning this type of operators. And if we give up to the continuity condition of the operator, we found a unique fixed point, and in this case too. Another fixed point result is this one, which we use the successive approximation of x, yes, which respect a similar condition. And in this case, we found a unique fixed point, and without continuity condition. Someone is there, and I think I want to say something.
No, the reason. I'm not bajang anyone.
Hello, who is there? Please mute your mic.
This voice
Mr. Praveen, please.
from some participants.
Mute your mic.
कैसे कुछ बोलूं मैं आपको? अरे हक ही नहीं बनता यार. अगर मैं कुछ बोलूंगा तो इनको.
Professor Tomkai, can you ask Mr. Praveen to
Can you turn off our participants?
Okay, I don't know, someone I think he told him or her to mute the mic. Thank you. Then let me present an example. An example when we define in this way the complex valued B metric. Yes, for two numbers. This I want to say, this is the exprimation. Yes, the classical expression of a complex number. As I say, this is the real part and this is the imaginary part. Then we see that zeta1, it's a complex number if it's formed by two in the same time, by two entities. Yes, the real part and the imaginary part. And this part, E, it's about square of -1. Yes, this means the elements of a complex of the complex set. Okay. In this case, we have that the XD is a complex valued B-metric space with the constant is equal to. We define in this way the operator T, as we see, is not a continuous operator. Yes, it is about a discontinuous, an operator that not satisfy the continuity condition. And after calculus, we have here this. We found this results. Another calculus, we get this inequality. then it's a contradiction. What this supposed to means? If we respect this definition, then using corollary 18, this corollary, yes, concerning the approximation, yes, the iteration of the operator T, then we found that T have a unique fixed point, which is 0. Application on integral type contraction. Okay, we apply our common fixed point results to prove common fixed point of certain contraction of integral type. For that, let me recall the notion of altering distance function. Then we have a function that is called altering distance function if these properties hold. Phi is a continuous and non-decreasing, and phi of t equal to 0 if t equal to 0. We give the definition of if round, yes, if round is the set of the function f that satisfy this condition. Okay, the f is Lebesgue integrable on each compact set of 0 infinity of the interval 0 infinity, and this integral, this inequality is true for every epsilon greater than 0. We remark that every mapping phi, yes, positive real mapping, defined in this way, yes, as this integral, yes, which is greater than 0, is an altering distance function. And now for what we need this definition, because we give a fixed point, a common fixed point result concerning using this type of function. Okay, here we have this inequality, yes, and we use this integral with the difference that the constant q, yes, is the constant q is present here, yes, and m by here satisfy the Chirish type contraction. Yes, and what we found here, we found a similar result as in the theorem 11. Which one? This one. Okay, this one, when we have here two operators. Okay, and the idea of the proof, if we defined in this way, yes, phi of t, as we say here, yes, using this altering distance function and using theorem 11, we get the conclusion. Then we found a unique common fixed point between two mappings ST, which are continuous. If we give up of the continuity condition, we found a fixed point, unique common fixed point, and in this case 2. If we consider is equal to t, then we use another, yes, the next theorem 12, yes, you use theorem 12 to prove this fixed point result. Then we found another fixed point result concerning this new type. What we have here then, that it's about the same operator, yes, t, and we found a unique fixed point, not common, okay. And in this case, if we have continuous operators or not continuous, we get the unique fixed point there. Another type, yes, we have here the rational type. Yes, if we remember that theorem not 12, 13, yes, theorem 14, it's in this way. Yes, we have this inequality, and if we have true this inequality concerning the partial order, yes, then we found a unique common fixed point for the operator ST, which are continuous, yes, in this case. If we give up to the continuity condition, we found a similar result. And for is equal to t, we have true, yes, this fixed point result, yes, this fixed point theorem. And in the same time, we can get with continuity and not continuity condition of the operator t, we can get the unique fixed point. Application to Risson integral type equation. Okay, we have here an unison type integral equation system. Okay, these systems are very, very useful in modeling of economic process. X, t, and y, t are unknown variables. Yes. F of t is deterministic free term defined for t from the interval a, b. P1 and P2 are deterministic kernels defined for S and T from A, B, from the interval A, B. Okay. And now this is the connection between the fixed point theory and the solving of this type of systems, considering X as the set of the functions continuous on the integral AB with complex values. T is a constant greater than 0 and D a complex valued B metric, definite in this way. Okay. As I told before, I is square root from -1. Yes. This we must to know that it's a the particularity of the complex numbers. Obviously, we found a complete, in this case, yes, we found a complete complex valued bimetric space with the constant is equal to. We consider, yes, if we consider the previous system, yes, it is on type integral equation system, and we impose this condition u1 and u2, f of t is from x, and P1, P2 are continuous functions satisfying this inequality, where M, as we see, this M satisfy the Chirish type condition. Yes. If we consider in this way, yes, we can give this theorem. This is the main theorem of this section. We apply the theorem 11. Yes, this theorem. Yes. To prove the existence of the fixed point. Not the fixed point, the existence of common fixed point, a unique common fixed point, which is the solution of that unison integral type equations system. Okay, then if we have x, yes, that x definite, is definite in this way, yeah, be a complex valued bimetric space, then this system 10 under the condition u1 and u2, this both of this, okay, has a unique common solution. This is the scratch of the proof. We defined the equations of the both branch of the equation of the system, yes, as the operator S and T. Okay, and we impose this estimation. We found after calculus, we found true that we have this inequality true, and moreover this one, yes, where M is that maximum, yes, Chirish type contraction condition. Then using theorem 11, we found that our system has a unique common solution on it. As an example of our application, we consider this type. Yes, the space is C01, the space of continuous function of 0, 1 with complex values that have in this way defined, yes, that have in the equations, the unison type equation defined in this way. If we choose f of t equal with a over 2 it and deterministic kernels defined in this way, it is obviously that the condition u1 and u2 are satisfied. We get this inequality. Yes, therefore u2 holds, and we have the maximum definite. We define that maximum in this way by theorem 26, which is the previous one. This is 26 theorem. yes, we apply, yes, in a particular case of our example 11, we found that there exists a unique solution for this system, Urison type integral system. Here we have some references, and in this way, I want to say that I want to prove it to all of you that using a fixed point theory technique, in the case of Urison type integral equation, we found a solution of it. And thank you very much.
Very good presentation. Any questions from audience? Not at all. Professor Srivastava?
Professor Srivastava is very busy on the phone, I think.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
So it is very important.
Let me joke a little bit. If someone in a presentation, if nobody have any question, are two reasons. People understand everything or understand anything or don't understand anything.
No, 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 this is not. I have some idea about this. No doubt, fixed point theory has many applications in various fields of engineering and solving dynamical system, integral equation, differential equation, and many boundary value problems. And in an initial stage, a numerical solution of integral equations are also very useful. So actually, the fixed point context and mapping principle, which was developed by Banach in 1922, a lot of extension have been given in the appeared in the literature. Actually, first generalization of metric space by Kurepa in 1934.
Yes.
Who use ordered norm spaces, and after that, Galler extended for 3 points, 2 metric spaces, and after that there are number of extensions of metric space were appeared in the literature, like a G metric space, D metric space, and partial metric space, B metric space, S metric space, cone metric space, and so on. But important thing is that the extension of metric space to complex metric space is very important, because the literature, all the results appeared in the literature for real valued functions are generalized for complex valued metric space. It means that if we take the imaginary part as 0, then all the results of complex valued metric space reverse back to real space. So all results are generalized. Actually, a special case of the complex valued metric space. So this complex valued metric space, which was in 2011 by Azam, and defined, and in terms of a partial relation, they define the distance function and established many fixed point theorems and common fixed point theorem. And this presentation is also important because these results are actually proved in one more extension part, that is known as extension of B metric space to complex valued B metric space. So most of the results are generalized from real general metric space to complex valued metric space. And important thing is that the applications you have developed is very attractive and very useful in near future. And your results can be generalized in give the new area of research for young researchers, like is nowadays you have seen that the fuzzy complex valued metric space was also extended. And lot of results of these presentation can be generalized in fuzzy complex valued metric spaces, and that can be utilized to solve the fuzzy differential equation and fuzzy integral equation also. So many areas of research are open from this area. I congratulate you for your wonderful presentation and important research in the area of fixed point theory.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. And it's very useful to say that this complex set, yes, is very used in physics and in electronic engineering, and very have many application. And now I say a very as a dream for all of us in astrophysics. In astrophysics, is very useful in this complex set. I want to extend these results for these parts, and as you tell, for complex fuzzy dynamical systems is very used for be extended in this direction. Why? Because the fuzzy set is the main mathematical program, to say in this way, for modeling management decisions and many other economical processes.
Okay, now it is hand over to Professor Tatiana. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Takur. Thank you, Dr. Guran. Well, it seems to me that we out of our speakers, our presentation. Maybe we should move forward, and I should pass my moderating role to Pavlo Mikhailovich again.
Yes, thank you, dear colleagues. Our main session with reports are finished, and thanks to all for a very fruitful presentation, for a very interesting discussion, and many thanks to moderators, to chairpersons for a good presentation of speakers. And so we go to last part of our conference, and I would like to invite to moderate this part Professor Nina Poidonosek, please.
Thank you, dear Professor Pavlo Mikhailovich, for such an honorable mission. It's my privilege to moderate the final part of this conference, namely the valedictory function. It's really a big pleasure for me to invite a guest of honor for a 3-minute talk to share impressions about the conference. First guest of honor is, due to our program, is the president of FAI, Professor B.S. Birch, but currently he isn't with us, so we actually discussed with our general secretary that I am on behalf of Patra Academy of India, as the vice president may also address. So let me say a few words about the conference. I'd like to give this maybe feedback double as a co-partner and co-organizer of the conference. First of all, please accept my warm congratulations for Pavlo Mikhailovich. We successfully conducted international conference, firstly organized with so many foreign partners and English as the official language of communication. It's a really great success. I hope that everyone attended is satisfied with the outcome of the conference. But this could become possible only because of the organizers who put their best to organize in this best possible manner. Deep respect indeed to Professor Pavlo and his team of Khmelnytskyi National University for your excellent organization, coordinated work, and a quick response. The really big work has been done, and it's a team's work. No one can get a big result himself. As the quotation says, that during the last hour conference, General Kuriza mentioned, alone we can do little, together we can do much. But the strength of the team is in respect of appreciating everyone's efforts. That's why I would like to express my deep gratitude to Professor Pankaj for permanent help and support during the compilation of the program and for his inspiring speech as well. Thank you, Professor Pankaj. My vote of thanks to dignitary guests, keynote speakers and chairpersons, Professor Brenda Singvirsh, Major General and Distinct Retreat, Professor Chaching Fan from Thailand, Mr. Abdi from Australia, Professor Arsulani Nilsa-Volpata and Professor Maria from Brazil, Dr. Liliana Guran and Dr. Georgia Irina Oros from Romania, Professor Guraman, Dr. Ambajigan, that you agreed due to our request to deliver a talk and sharing sessions during the conference. The paper presenters and the issues discussed in the conference were very informative and interesting. My special vote of thanks I would like to remind to Dr. Ramakant, who just returned after hospital and didn't deny and didn't insist to take the responsibility of the chairperson at our conference. My vote of thanks also to Professor Sakut, to Mr. Praveen Kumar, to Professor Raji Reddy for sharing sessions as well. You know, as a father once said to his son, I have educated you and taught you the lessons of life I know. All I ask is of you is to make my investment in you worthwhile by practicing gratitude to life, by performing acts with grace, with no expectation. Honestly, Pater Academy of India has really done our best with intention to make this event successful by performing acts with grace and no expectations. Thank you very much to all involved participants into this conference. And now I would like to pass on my word to Professor Arsulani Nilsa-Volpata, the head of International Foreign Division in FOSFES from Brazil. Dear Professor Arsulani, please say a few words about the conference.
Dr. Nina, thank you all. Thank you, everybody. Greetings to all dignitaries and promoters of this so strong event, so relevant event. I was accompanying the programmation, and it is in basis it is economics, and economics is everywhere. So we range here a huge constellation of intellectuals. We saw so many work, so many science, so many innovation, and so many researchers. So important to the science and technology and innovation nowadays. And we had the presentations of 86 authors involved with posters. So really nice event. It is a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to do part of this constellation of persons involved with these universities. Thank you to everybody. And on behalf of my dean, Professor Giovanni Berti, in my own name, congratulations to everybody. So nice event, 2 days of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor Arsulani, for your nice, kind words and for your feedback about the conference. Now, let me give a word to say a few words, and we would like to hear feedback from Conference International Organizing Committee members. I would like to invite kindly Mr. Praveen Kumar, the Academic Secretary, Science and Technology, Pater Academy of India, member of Pater Academy of India Executive Council. Dear Mr. Praveen, please, welcome. Mr. Praveen, are you with us? Okay, too late, maybe some Let me move on to our next speaker. I would like to invite for 3 minutes talk Major General MPC Chairman, Facilitation Committee, Father Academy of India, Gurugram. Please. Welcome, MPC.
My warm greetings to all, ladies and gentlemen. I derive immense pleasure in bringing to your attention that a remarkable initiative was taken by Professor Pavlo. He took the lead and he ultimately organized a 2-day international conference in such a short spell of time. The matter was discussed initially in the meeting, and there were some inhibitions, some reservations, but it was cleared. But what is heartening to note is that it could be organized, planned, and conducted in a clockwork precision. Speakers of enviable repute participated with enthusiasm, sharing their enormous experience, knowledge, and research to knowledge, benefiting all of us. I would like to make a special mention of Professor Neela for a significant contribution during the conference. Also, I take this opportunity to acknowledge Professor Nina and Professor Lillian for the arduous task of being perfect moderators. I'm very certain that next year also we'll witness such knowledge sharing from the team of Dr. Pavlo, and I would like to compliment them, everyone who has participated, and my felicitations to you all. Thank you so much. There was so much learning in this.
Thank you, respected MPC, for your kind words about the conference and about the organizers as well, firstly. Dear colleagues, let me invite again Mr. Praveen Kumar, Mr. Neil here appeared, and he is with us. Mr. Praveen, are you with us? We would like to hear your feedback about the conference, please. Welcome. I was informed that Mr. Praveen is joining. Okay, maybe some technical problems. Let me.
Yeah, Professor Tan is present. Please call him.
Yeah. Dear Professor Chachington from Thailand joined. I know that we have some difficulties with different time zones and differences in our time zones. So please, Professor Chachington, I would like to ask you kindly to say a few words about the conference.
Thank you very much. Well, these 2 days of conference, I really gained a lot. And most important, I really really I have gained a lot of understanding about the Ukraine culture, and also you know, the cultures from our colleagues, not only from Ukraine but also from the moderators from Romania and many Brazil and many other places, and very deep dedications. I say that everybody was devoting themselves in the presentations. It's very great depth, it's very great length and very deep, and these main moderators, Professors Pavlov, together with the teams from Professors Nida, also from Ukraine, and also I see from Professors Lilianas in the first days, and also then followed by today's we have the doctors Katyana, also from the National Universities Ukraine, and also lovely colleagues, Professor Georgia from Romania, and also I see the Professors Pristova from Ukraine, and also Professors Tasianas from also the similar Ukraine, and moderations very professional, providing motivation and inspirations to every papers And today we see various different types of papers. I mean, yesterday also in economics area, demonstrating, illustrating the states of conditions of economic situations and the productions of agricultures in various places like Ukraine. And also I see also the presentations by moderators also in mathematics, in these differentiates subordination. The explanation was very, very clear, step by step. And not only in all these areas, there are a lot of many different areas. Yesterday we also see presentations by one of the editors in Scalper's Andrea talk about the analysis of all these indicators that we can obtain, and then we put into neural network analysis and provide a very, very visualized demonstration. So research, what I see from these 2 days is not only presenting very knowledgeable academic effort, but I think we all everyone make very much efforts to convey the messages in a very innovative, creative way, such as the visualization, and also go into the themes of the core heart themes of this of what is very important to the nation, such as I see uncertainties issue. Today we also presentations by our colleagues in insurance, and all these are very, very core issue. So within these 2 days, if we really gain if we really walk through each of these presentation step by steps and integrate them, I think we will get a very good understanding about the general economic situation in various places, and most notably it would be from Ukraine, and also we see the presentations from Romania and Brazil and things like that, and including India, of course. And if we do that, then we will get a very good general glimpse of what is going on in this economic environment, which is what we need, and also for companies to do a strategy, and for academic researchers like us to be able to point out what is needed in order to do a good research and contribution. And lastly, I also was very much appreciating yesterday that the host university and the moderators provide a platform for our colleagues. Yesterday, I think was Mr. Andrea or something from Perth, Australia, and he was presenting a software where we can do experiential learning, and I picked up his sense of this software stimulation, because when I was I was basically the background from engineering, mechanical engineering, but I developed into business and management because I was actively involved in the industry for almost 20 years. And so I see that the training of the software was very much cognitive and cognitive driven, and also behavioral rhythms driven, and constructing step by step that induce all the degree of freedom and induce all the step by step perspective to allow the integrative and systemic understandings of business and management issue. So really, in need, this 2 days conference is very successful. We are very, very grateful to the host, and very, very grateful to the organizers, including our FETA's Academy of India. Thank you for giving this opportunity to this 2 days conference. Thank you.
Dear Professor, thank you very much for your so inspiring talk and for summarizing today's conference. It's my pleasure that you noticed that Mr. Abdi from Australia, and actually you appreciated his speech as well. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, as I see Mr. Praveen Kumar has managed to join to us, and I would like to ask to say a few words again. Dear Mr. Praveen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it is a privilege to be addressing you all, people across the world. Last 2 days, we have been party to this magnificent conference which has been conducted. The very theme of the conference, though we have focused on economics, but the presentations ranged from economics, mathematics, agriculture, tourism to spiritualism. And that is what the beauty is all about. As we all can see, this whole conference, there are about 15 institutes which have participated in this. And there are about, in last 2 days, during marathon session, about 24 presenters have presented their presentations. The range of topics and the depth was intriguing. We should feel privileged and thankful the depth of knowledge which has been imparted during this, and it has been an eye-opener. Certain topics in which we were hardly having any information, we were ignorant. We have been educated on them, and that itself is the main achievement of this conference. So once again, I thank the organizers and the presenters, moderators, all those who have actively participated and made effort to make this particular conference a great success. I would treat it as a great success because the range of participation in this particular conference has been too good. The speakers, their depth of knowledge, their presentation has been out of the world. And that is why looking forward to many such more conferences and more exchange of knowledge and thoughts. Such exchange of knowledge, thought, ideas, I don't think was ever before available across the world. Of course, in our country or in our own country, we have been discussing, we have been organizing such conferences, but in such a broad platform to discuss the thoughts, discuss the ideas, discuss the theoretical and practical knowledge, including the implications of present pandemic, soft skills, spiritualism, this all was never there before. And I, on my personal behalf, on behalf of Peter, I would like to thank each one of you for your beautiful and active participation in this conference and your efforts to make this conference a great success. From my side, all the best for all such future endeavors, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Praveen, for your kind words. Thank you very much. Now, with a great pleasure, I would like kindly to invite the General Secretary of FII, Professor Khmelnytskyi Srivastava. Dear Professor, please.
Thank you, Professor Nina. I think Professor S.S. Thakur, are you here? Professor Thakur?
Yes, he's here.
Is here. Professor Thakur, are you listening me?
Professor Thakur, unmute your mic, please.
I am okay.
Yes, sir. I invite you here to say a few words because my role as a General Secretary, a lot of things are there. Your feedback is essentially required.
I have attended many sessions in this international conference, and presentations are very good and up, up to standard. And range of the papers are theoretical side as well as practical side, applications of mathematics in economics and fuzzy sets in economics and management I have seen, because I am interested in application of fuzzy logic in many fields, and I have seen many papers utilizes fuzzy logic in the management and economics and in social sciences, and all the presentations are very good, and support of all moderators and chairmen of the sessions are appreciable, and organization committee I thank and congratulate organization committee for a grand success of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thakur, for saying some few words. So I would like to recall the day of the June 25, 26, 27, when Professor Paolo joined the conference of the Institute of Technology, Gopeshwar, that we are organizing perfectly in industry academia collaboration mode. And he was continuously, which is Professor Paolo and Professor Neela, both were continuously present in that conference. And that moment, some discussion appeared for the joint venture program for a collaborative approach. Anyway, that was the beginning. All of a sudden, the link broken. But suddenly, in the month of November, again planned. And the rest of the thing is history now, because the last 2 days means December 2 and December 3. December 3rd and December 4th, a hectic discussion. All the leading luminaries, the galaxy of academicians on the various theme, either it is tourism or it is modeling or it is, I'm not including myself in that one because here I am just speaking as a general secretary of FAI. Impressive deliberations by respective speakers, presenters. I hope this kind of gathering, this kind of collaborative effort definitely not only enlighten our young researchers, young faculty members, but also provide a platform for exchanging the idea among the researchers either from Ukraine, Brazil, Thailand, Romania, and other countries like Portugal, Turkey, Malaysia, Cambodia, a lot of countries from where the participants joined this conference. I express my sincere thanks to Professor Paolo, Professor Neela, Professor Nina, and the organizing committee members from the National University, collaborative partners, University of Management and Economics, Cambodia, Unified West, Brazil, other institutions from Ukraine, those who contributed a lot to make this event a successful one. Personally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Arsoloni, Mr. Maun Vasna, the Vice Presidents of FAI, Professor Nina, Professor Raghuraman, Honorable President, Professor B.S. Best, the academic secretaries, Brigadier Praveen Kumar, Dr. Georgia Irnao Rose, Dr. Zenaida, even though she is out of station, I think, and the fellow council members from FAI, Liliana Guran, C.C. Tan, and the advisory board members, Professor Anbalagan, Professor Raj Reddy, Professor Srinivas, Professor S.S. Thakur. With the support of, maybe I'm missing some names, so please forgive me for that because everything cannot be at the same moment may be recorded in our mind. All fellow colleagues, with their tremendous support, this program, I think I'm missing the name of General MP Singh, the impressive talk he delivered, an eye-opener for each and everyone to be healthy with the positive thoughts and the approach. So all the fellow colleagues across the world who supported to make this event successful. And once again, I would like to congratulate Professor Paolo and Professor Neela and our Vice President, Professor Nina, as well, for taking a lead to collaborate with Federal Academy of India as a collaborator for conducting this conference. So this year, this was the 6th conference that we have conducted. Normally, we used to conduct 4 conferences in a year. 2 conferences means October 21, 22, and this December 3rd and 4th. It is a gift to our friends. It is a support from our friends from Ukraine and fellow colleagues from Brazil, from Thailand, from Malaysia, Cambodia, each and everyone. Because we all are academicians, our main purpose is to share the knowledge. It doesn't matter whether 4 or 6, it doesn't matter. But the main issue is to share the knowledge, to inspire our fellow colleagues, to provide a platform for the mutual sharing ideas, to developing something new, to developing some collaborative effort for publication of papers, publication of proceedings, and providing opportunity to all young guys, young researchers. I hope that Federal Academy India made an effort. I don't know how much our Ukrainian colleagues are satisfied with the support. It depends upon the feedback from Professor Nina and Professor Neela and Professor Paolo. That's all that I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor Pankaj, for your nice words, for your kind words, and for mentioning all organizers and all involved colleagues and people who really deserved to be mentioned during this organizing procedure of this conference. Now, according to our program of valedictory function, Professor Pavlo has prepared already the report of the conference, and I would like to announce this report to Professor Pavlo. Dear Professor Pavlo Mikhailovich.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear participants, let me present the report of the 8th International Conference, Strategies, Models and Technologies of Economic System Management, SMTESM 2021. Conference took place on December 3 and 4 in a virtual space of Khmelnytskyi National University. The conference was organized by Khmelnytskyi National University, Federal Academy of India, and Ferenc Rakocs II, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education from Beregovo, Ukraine. The purpose of the conference is exchange of advanced ideas and research results between researchers, developers, students, and practitioners, consideration of topical issues to shape strategies, models, and technologies of economic system management in the context of integration processes development, promotion the development of scientific relations, and finding partners for future collaboration and conducting joint research. The conference covers many research areas in the field of economic, social science, finance, banking, insurance, tourism, agriculture, economic and mathematical modeling, and information technologies. This year, about 100 participants took part in the online session of the conference from more than 50 research and educational institutions around the world, in particular from India, Thailand, Romania, Brazil, Australia, Poland, Portugal, Georgia, Ukraine. According to the time frame of the conference, I mentioned this information last day, it covers 11 time zones. More than 80 abstracts were sent to the conference. Addresses on the start of the conference were delivered by Professor Nila Hrush, head of Department of Finance, Banking and Insurance of Khmelnytskyi National University. Professor Pavlo Grigoruk, head of Department Automated System and Modeling in Economics, Khmelnytskyi National University, and Dr. Devika Agarwal, head of Department Commerce and Management, BNE Girls College, Jampur, India. Welcoming address was delivered by Rector of Khmelnytskyi National University, Sergei Matyukh. He presented the main achievements of the university's activity and invited international colleagues to cooperation. Presidential address was delivered by the Professor Birendra Singh Bisht, President of FETA Academy of India, former Vice Chancellor, GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pant Nagar, Uttarakhand, India. Addresses from the patrons, conveners, and organizing committee members were delivered by Professor Oleg Senyuk, Vice Rector for Scientific Work of Khmelnytskyi National University, Dr. Anba Jagan, Professor and Head of Department of Mathematics, Alagappa University, Professor Katerina Skiba, Vice Rector for Scientific and Pedagogical Work of Khmelnytskyi National University, Mr. Praveet Kumar, Academic Secretary, Science and Technology of FAI, member of FAI Executive Council, Professor Raghu Raman, School of Business Management, ICT, Professor Pankaj Srivastava, FAI General Secretary, MN, National Institute of Technology, Allahabad, Prayagraj, India. Technical session of the first day of the conference contains 8 very fruitful presentations. Participants got acquainted with the result of scientific research provided by scholars. Professor B.S. Bisht about the growth model for farm machinery industry in India and its effect on national economy and environmental sustainability. Professor Vitalina Babenko from Karazin Kharkiv National University about modern trends of digital transformation in the food tech market. Professor Pankaj Srivastava, FAI General Secretary, about design of intelligent ranking system for tourism destination of Varanasi, India, and its practical implementation. Professor Chai Chin Tang from School of Ratanakasin International College of Creative Entrepreneurship and Rajamangala University of Technology presented results about injecting strategic risk management culture and system into company's strategy map, case of hotel and in Thailand. Major General MP Singh, retired, chairman of FAI Felicitation Committee, said about longevity of life through spirituality. Some presentations were related to studies in educational sphere, like Professor Andriy Matvichuk, Kyiv National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman, present outcomes of study issues of assessment of the scientific and educational potential of countries and their clustering. Mr. Abdi Tamin Sian from Monsoon Sim told about EdTech approach to experimental learning. Professor Arselonia Neusa Volpato from Unifac West present results on perspectives and current challenges in training educational activity specialists. Next day also was very fruitful. There are 13 presentations from scholars. Presentation topics are related to the modern problems of use of mathematical modeling to study problems in the field of economy, finance, and management, including assessment of impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and also current trends in tourism, economy, financial markets. Study results are presented by Professor Gibi Bidianashvili from Institute for Research of Economic and Social Problems of Globalization at European University. Professor Raghu Raman from School of Business Management, ICT. Dr. Lyudmila Pristupa and Dr. Galina Krasovska from Khmelnytskyi National University. Dr. Hanna Ganilchuk, Dr. Oksana Satula, and Dr. Victoria Palka, all of them from Bogdan Khmelnytskyi Cherkasy National University. Mr. Andrei Belinsky from Kryvyi Rih State Pedagogical University. Dr. Georgia Irina Oras from University of Oradea. Dr. Erika Todierishko from Ferenc Rákóczi II Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education. Dr. Marina Leshchenko from Cherkasy State Technological University. Dr. Anba Jagan from Alagappa University. Dr. Liliana Guran from Vasil Goldis Western University of Arad. The report aroused great interest as evidenced by the discussions during their presentations. Conference only makes sense when they are interesting to the participants. We will not solve all the problems in one conference, but we must discuss them in order to work together to find answers to current challenges. We are grateful to honorary organizing partners, moderators of the conference, and chairpersons for their excellent presentation of speakers. Distinguished speakers for the opportunity to get acquainted with their important recent results, as well as listeners like Professor Thakur, Professor Beatrice Lucia Salvatore Bisotto, Professor Zachary Varnali, Professor Elizabeth Pereira, and many others don't mention in my speech, for their attention, for their patience and participation in this event. Thanks to all of you. Special thanks to Professor Pankai and Professor Nina Poidonosik for their help in organizing this event. We felt the support of both of Fetter Academy members and Ferenc Rákóczi of Ferenc Rákóczi II Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education in the process of organizing and holding the conference. Maybe there are any technical issues during the conference, but they didn't significantly affect the warm and productive atmosphere of the conference. Thank you all again. And I would like to inform the participants of the conference, especially from Ukraine, who plan to submit materials for publications. They should be sent to email specified in the information letter, but a copy of the letter should indicate the address of this conference. And in the subject of the letter, indicate the name of the conference, SMTESM 2021. This will make it easier for us to control your submissions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a nice, prepared, wonderful, and detailed report of the conference. Thank you very much, dear Professor Pavlov. Now I would like to invite to say a few words and to share with us a review of the conference, a person who simultaneously played a role as the chairperson as well, and also as a resource person, that is speaker of the conference. Our colleague from Romania, Dr. Liliana Guran. Dr. Liliana, please welcome.
Thank you very much. I want to, first of all, I want to transmit heartily congratulations to the organizing team, especially from Ukrainian part. Why? It's for, I think, for a first time in couple years, when I see such interest concerning subject of the conference. I was very impressed by a quite big number of participants for poster session, young researchers who want to know more about this trend. I want to congratulate my team, the FIA team. They are doing wonderful works, and I feel there like we are a family. And even as Professor Pavlov said, if we have some mistakes, some I don't know, some gaps, but we perform and we learn and we sustain one each other to be in a high position. I want to congratulate the organizer and the people that have this idea. I remember that in the meeting for organizing this event, I was one of them that I want to postpone this event because it was very close by the other one, and we say, oh God, how we can do it, but we did it, and I think we did it well, and we did it quite very well, I can say. What to say? I want to send my heartily congratulations to all and my best wishes. And I want to know that this conference is a sound to the young researchers to perform. It's invitation to be better, to be good, and do good your job. Be a good researcher. Do it research, see problems and solution for that and for them, and don't and learn every time. Don't stop to learn. I want to thank all of you because you invite me here. It is all the time a pleasure, and I will say present every time you call me. Best of luck to all the team, and my heartily congratulations.
Thank you, dear Dr. Liliana Guran, for such a magnificent way of sharing your impressions and expressions about the conference. Thank you so much for your nice words. Now, let me kindly invite a professor from Mahatma Gandhi University, Professor Raji Reddy, Gandhipet, Hyderabad, India. Dear Professor Raji, may we ask you to say a few words?
Thank you, Professor Neena. And first of all, I am congratulating the entire team of FAI and Ukraine. In a short notice, you are organized the conference. Generally, to organize any conference, it will take 10 days, 15 days. When Pankaj Srivastava is there, within 12 hours notice, he will organize a conference. And my special thanks to Professor Pankaj Srivastava. He made me active member of FAI, and unfortunately yesterday I was not joined the inaugural session because I was conducted a 5-day international FD program. So I'm very sorry. I missed the inaugural session and the paper presentation. And again, the entire proceedings, the very systematically are conducted. Maybe half an hour delay or 40 minutes delay for any conference, it will happen. And my special thanks to Professor Neena, Professor Pankaj Srivastava, our president, and Professor Bist, my good friend, Mr. Tan, very active guy in the conference. So unfortunately, I was not able to hear your lecture today in this conference. And maybe next time I will. And once again, I am congratulating all the entire team of conference, and thank you very much. You are giving me opportunity to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor Raji. Thank you so much for your kind words. And now I would like to ask to say a few words according to our program as well. There is Dr. Marina Leshchenko from Cherkasy State Technological University from Ukraine. Dr. Marina, please, the word is yours.
Thank you for opportunity to be a speaker on this conference and also to be a chairperson and also to make some short review of the conference. And I want to say that the conference was held at a really high scientific level, and it was a pleasure to hear very interesting participants' speeches and researches from different countries. The strong side of the conference was the different directions of scientific researchers. For example, a new trend of economic system management, the global challenges for development of world economy, econometrics, modeling and forecasting of socio-economic process, and others. The conference program keeps us with the trend when you can be sure of the relevance and quality of researches. Also, the conference provided an excellent opportunity to share experience between scientists from different scientific fields and different countries. And that the online conference was organized at a really high level without some technical problems. And the main advantage of the offline format, I would note that we can quickly switch between sections and reports, an additional opportunity to listen to more speakers, and it's easier to keep the timing of speeches. Such conference provide an opportunity to receive valuable feedback from experts, meet leading scientists, and exchange experiences. I'm really grateful to all organizers of this conference, especially to my colleagues from Cherkasy National University, Anna Danilchuk and Lubov Kibalnik, and especially very many thankful for Professor Pavlo Hrigoruk, especially for the opportunity to share our results and find new colleagues and to dive into this deep ocean of scientific researchers for these 2 days. Thank you very much. It was amazing.
Thank you, Dr. Marina, for your kind words and for your feedback about the conference. Now we have reviewed the feedbacks from participants, but actually I would like also to kindly invite our professor from Kyiv National University, named after Taras Shevchenko, Varnavy Zakhary Stepanovich, a very eminent, very outstanding person, well-known professor in Ukraine. Zakhary Stepanovich, please.
Да, дякую, спасибо, Ніна. Якщо ви перекладати будете, то я можу декілька слів сказати. Thank you. Ви знаєте, я подивився по списку і навіть записав, у нас присутня Лілія Шевченка, я дуже радий вітати, але у нас і присутні викладачі університету Шевченка. Ми вітаємо з гарними результатами дводенної роботи. І ви знаєте, в мене склалося враження, що, мабуть, скоро перейде конференція в статус міжнародного конгресу. Перекладіть.
Okay. Professor Zakhary Stepanovich told that actually he looks through the program and he saw the colleagues from Kyiv National University named after Taras Shevchenko, and actually he is very satisfied of the well-organized level of the conference, and he has impression that it seems to him that in the nearest future this international conference could be international congress.
Це по-перше. По-друге, мені дуже приємно, що бувають такі випадки, що називається міжнародна конференція, а є представники 1, 2, 3 країн. Я підрахував, може я помиляюсь, крім України було ще 9 країн. Тобто 10 країн, вона насправді носила міжнародний характер. І це підтвердження, що наука – поняття інтернаціональне, яке не знає кордонів.
In our domestic practice, unfortunately, there are different cases when international conferences are organized by 2 or 3 partners from foreign partners, and it's formality to our mind. But actually, this conference was organized with the partners who more than 8, that is 9, 10, 11, seems to me, countries were involved in organizing this conference, and participants in this conference actually sent their abstracts and participated as the key speakers and chairperson of this conference. So this is a really international conference. It's a message from Professor Zakhari.
Що ще хотілося сказати, що жаль, на жаль, превеликий жаль, що вона не йде не наживо, не офлайн. Але всупереч ковіду конференція відбулась завдяки діджиталізації і завдяки великій організаційній роботі комітету.
It's a great pity, and unfortunately that this conference didn't conduct it offline, but online. And despite of the COVID, despite of this pandemic crisis, actually this conference have been conducted already, and this is a result, and it's because of organizing committee, because of efforts of all who were involved in the organizing of this conference.
Ну, і я думаю, що Павло Григорук казав і називав багатьох. На жаль, не всім вдалося виступити, але для цього є тези, і для цього будуть статті, де можна буде ознайомитися з іншими думками.
Professor Pavlo mentioned different people and different our colleagues from different universities who maybe would like but didn't have an opportunity to deliver their talk at the conference, but they send their abstracts, and Professor Zakhari believes that we will have another opportunity to conduct this conference for the future.
Ну і на завершення, ясно річ, нужно говорити слова подяки. І не тому, що нужно, а це заслуговують в першу чергу організатори. Я маю на увазі 2 кафедри. Ну не в обіду, мені ближче все-таки і Ніла Хрущ ближче, і кафедра фінансів, банків, справи, і Академія з Індії. Але ще більше я хочу привітати і подякувати кафедрі автоматизованих систем моделювання в економіці в зв'язку з їхнім ювілеєм. Тому ми дякуємо Хмельницькому університету в цілому, але 2 кафедрам і Академії з Індії.
It is at the end of my talk, I would like to say a word of thanks to the departments that were organizers of this conference. I respect very much the Department of Finance and Professor Nila Hrush, the head of this department, and I respect very much Patra Academy of India. But actually, firstly, I would like to congratulate Department of Automated Systems and Modeling in Economics, and namely Professor Pavlo Gregoruk, with well organized and this conference.
Ну, ясна річ, дякуємо всім учасникам. І на завершення скажу таку крилату фразу. Дякуємо 8-ма міжнародна конференція і починаємо готуватися до 9-го міжнародного конгресу.
I'm very grateful to all participants, but at the end, I would like to say a quotation that thank you very much to the 8th International Conference, and tomorrow we will start to prepare to the International Congress, 9th International Congress.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Thank
Дуже
you.
дякуємо, Захарі Степанович,
Thank you.
за ваші гарні слова. Thank you so
Дякую.
much. Thank you. Now I would like to invite, if our guest wouldn't mind about that, our guest from Georgia, Professor Giver.
Thank you. I would like many thanks to the organizers of the 8th International Conference. Thank you so much to my colleagues from Khmelnytskyi National University and all university organizers from Ukraine and India. Hope we'll see you near future in Tbilisi on our international conference, Globalization 2022, next year at July. Please, information I will send everyone you later. Thank you so much, my dear colleagues.
Thank you, dear Professor. Thank you for your kind words. And last, I hope that next time we will be able to conduct our conference offline.
Okay.
We will get it together.
Okay.
Yeah. Dear colleagues, maybe some other reviews or feedbacks from participants. As far as I know, maybe Erika from our Hungarian College of Higher Education would like to say a few words. Or maybe, please welcome. Don't hesitate to say a few words, few nice words about organizing of the conference and to our organizers about this conference. Well, then, if no, so let me move on, and I would like to pass on my word to Dr. Lyudmila Pristupa for a vote of thanks. Dr. Lyudmila, please.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the international team of organizers, moderators, speakers, chairpersons, and guests of AIDS International Conference, Strategies, Models, and Technologies of Economic Systems Management. Sincerely thanks to our heads, to our program committee and honorary chairman. First of all, Professor Sergei Matyuk, rector of Khmelnytskyi National University, professor. And we thanks a lot for our honorary chairman of conference, Professor Brenda Singh Bish, President Father Academy of India, former Vice Chancellor, Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, India. Especially we thanks to our co-chairman, Professor Oleg Senyuk, Vice Rector of Science of Khmelnytskyi National University, Professor Prime Singh, Vice President FIRE, former Vice Chancellor, Central Agriculture University, India, and Professor Srivastava, Founder President FIRE and former Dean, College of Agriculture Engineering and Post-Harvest Technology, Central Agriculture University, Kantuk, India. Also, many thanks to Dr. Singh, Chairman, Felicitation Committee, FIRE, Gurugram, India. Our thanks to Professor Pavlo Hrigoruk, Head of Department of Automated Systems and Modeling in Economic of Khmelnytskyi National University, Professor Ukraine. Thanks for our Professor Khrush-Nila, Head of Department of Finance, Banking and Insurance of Khmelnytskyi National University. Special thanks to FIRE Vice President Ferenc Rakosi II, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, Bergova, Ukraine, Professor Nina Poidanossi. I would also like to express our gratitude with co-founder of our conference, head of our Department of Finance, Banking and Insurance, Khmelnytskyi National University of Ukraine, Professor Nila Khrush. Welcome for a few words, please.
Thank you very much. Дорогі колеги, дорогі друзі, сердечно дякую вам за 2 дні свята науки.
Dear colleagues, friends, thank you very much for 2 days of this holiday of science.
Дійсно, наразі немає ніяких перешкод. Ваші наукові ідеї не знають обмежень і не знають національних меж. А в нинішніх умовах це особливо цінуєш.
Indeed, there are no obstacles. Your scientific ideas don't know the limits, the national borders. In the current conditions, we especially appreciate it.
Окремо хочу подякувати кожному з вас за активне залучення до палких дискусій, за конструктивні пропозиції, за слушні побажання. Хочу подякувати своїй рідній кафедрі, колективу кафедри та колективу кафедри ювіляру.
I would like to special thanks to each of our for active involvement in the sometimes heated discussion, constructive suggestions, and good wishes. Also, especially thanks for our native faculty of finance, banks insurance of Khmelnytskyi National University.
Я безмежно вдячна за можливість бути організатором і учасником цього цікавого наукового форуму. Я безмежно вдячна за змістовну і захоплюючу відкриту дискусію.
I'm infinitely grateful for the opportunity to be the organizer and participant of this interesting scientific forum and a mindful and exciting discussion.
Бажаю всім вам добра, здоров'я, натхнення. Сподіваюсь на подальшу співпрацю.
I wish everyone good health and inspiration. I hope for further cooperation.
Дорогі друзі, бажаю вам успіху. Очікую майбутніх зустрічей, як в інтернет-просторі, так і особистих в Україні і в нашому чудовому рідному місті, у місті Хмельницькому, яким ми дуже і дуже пишаємось. Ласкаво просимо до нашого міста.
Dear friends, good luck to you, and I look forward to future meetings, both in the internet platforms and in private in Ukraine, in our wonderful hometown, Khmelnytskyi, which we are proud of it very much. Welcome to our city. We have a short video about our city. Please, Natalia.
One moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for good professional development and creative inspiration for all of you. We hope for further cooperation and also invite for participation at the 9th International Conference of Strategies, Models and Technologies of Economic Systems in 2022. Thank you for all of our participants.
I note this conference will be dedicated to the 60th anniversary of Khmelnytskyi National University. We will have another holiday.
It could be a congress, as Professor Zakhari.
Congress, yes.
Thank you, dear Paolo. Thank you, dear Nina. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well, dear colleagues, maybe we can finish our event, but I don't want to finish this event. Many thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
We are very
This
grateful.
is
Great emotions, great emotions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Have a
Bye,
nice
goodbye,
evening.
everyone.
Have a
Good
nice
night.
day.
Goodbye.
Have a nice night.
Good night
maybe.
here.
Good night. Yes.
Good luck. Take care.
Good night
Good
here.
luck. Good luck.
Good morning for Dr. Tan.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the
Thank
conference.
you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
See you next time.
Goodbye. See you next time as well.
See you next
Bye-bye.
time in Kiev, in Khmelnytskyi, in Tbilisi. See you next time. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, goodbye, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, all fellow colleagues from Ukraine and Brazil, Thailand, Cambodia, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Так, колеги. Ну що, я тоді закриваю сесію. Дякую, бачу частина. На жаль, я думав, що буде ще хтось, але частина пішла, то напевно ми будемо закривати сесію. Дякую всім, шановні колеги, за терпіння, за підтримку. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Ну, Світлана Григорук, це я тільки на другому комп'ютері. То. От, зрозуміло. Так, Ніла Анатольовна не чує мене. Просто...
Я тебе чую. Як мені правильно вийти для того, щоб запис?
Ну, завершить, і воно тебе повисить десь півхвилинки і почне конвертувати відео. І ти його не
Завершити,
чіпай.
це просто закрити червону кнопку.
Так, за червону кнопку.
Так, в мене тут пише «Вийти із конференції».
Да, вийти із конференції.